5 seed, and they're headed to playoff basketball. What a game. Kawhi had a shot to win it with 1 minute and 11 seconds at the end of the game, tied at 111. He missed it long. James Harden, 12 overtime points. And the Clippers come away with a victory. Wow. Chris Dunn's going to join us on the headset. Carlo Jimenez with Mike Krupicka, our engineer. Petro Savatu, our statistician. Adam Oslin back in the studio with Daniel West. Chris Dunn, you got us?
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you joining us, especially after those 35 minutes you played. 3 massive three, Chris, 11 points. But can you talk to me about your defense? Because tonight you forced 8 Steph Curry turnovers. How did you get it done on that end?
You know, it was just team defense. We all locked in as a group. I think we had a great game plan. I mean, Steph is not easy to guard. We all know that. He runs around nonstop running. He makes big-time plays. I just try to be the best that I could be.
The team had to win 8 in a row, 18 of their last 21, and take the last one in overtime to punch your ticket. You're playing Denver in the first round as the 5 seed.
Yes,
what
sir.
does it mean to win a game like this to punch your ticket to the playoffs?
Man, I mean, it just shows, you know, what kind of group we have. You know, why was down in the early of the year as a group. We were all resilient. We had a lot of guys injuries in and out. Each and every day somebody stepped up. The coaching staff been unbelievable. The front office, everybody. As a group, we just all came together to collectively, and to be able to get this win, it just means you know, the work that we put in this year.
Chris, you've earned yourself a week off. Go enjoy this one with your teammates. Congrats on the victory.
Woo! Appreciate you.
Clippers win 124-119. We'll take a break in overtime. They get it done. 50 wins for the Clippers. Can you believe it, Clipper Nation? We got a date with Denver next weekend. For the 12th time in franchise history, the Clippers are going to the playoffs. What a win! What a win. Final score here from Chase Center, 124-119. We'll be back with you in a moment for Mike Krupicka, our incredible engineer tonight. This afternoon, turning towards tonight, Petro Savatu, our statistician, making us sound smart up in the booth. Daniel West back in the studio with Adam Oslin, who I'm sure will have Clipper stock overtime. Don't want to put that on him right now, but I'm going to do it. Clippers win 124-119. See you in a few. Clipper Nation, let's go to Denver on your Clippers Audio Network.
Let's go! Clipper Nation, how does 50 wins sound in a season where you only got 37 games from Kawhi Leonard? You still won 50 games. They're the 5 seed. They get the week off. Denver is up next. Let's go. What a victory. That's playoff grit. Where are my Harden haters at?
Yeah, what's his email?
12 points from James Harden in overtime.
Yeah, what's his email?
It's rcdavis@warriors.com.
Unbelievable. Harden hits the clutch free throws this time. Got the inbounds passes this time. What a victory. What a season. Overtime. And they pull it out. Oh my goodness. Where are the Harden haters at? Where are the Coach Lou haters at? Where are the doubters at? They said they were going to be a bottom 4 seed in the West. They're top 5. They did it. They stayed out of the play-in. Let's go. They overcame a 12:30 game, nationally televised game on ESPN. Steph dropping 21 in the fourth quarter in overtime. They overcame it all. What defense by Chris Dunn? Tell me again.
Oh my God.
Done with some big threes, too. What a victory, Clipper Nation.
Put your number.
When it comes to scoring tickets, and there's no better brag than saying you saw it live.
Come on.
The home of the Clippers.
Listen, Clipper fan, there's
Go
24
Denver,
hours in a
baby.
day. Only so many of
Denver
them filled with Clippers
Yeah.
basketball.
is next.
Accepted.
What am I supposed
Yeah, this is a good match.
They got the 4-5. They got the rest.
The best lineup at your fingertips. Step 1, download the iHeartRadio app. Step 2, make AM 570 LA Sports a favorite.
First preset, make it happen.
Then, every time you open the app, LA's best
Appreciate you,
sports
my boy.
talk.
Chris Dunn's defense was incredible.
The LA Clippers.
The game is ended,
Gather around, boys. Time to recap.
but the post-game coverage is just today's action with the pre- and post-game voice of the Clippers. Here's Adam Mosley.
Clippers struck gold in overtime. They win 124 to 119 in game 82 over the Golden State Warriors, and they're heading to Denver to face the Nuggets in the 4-5 matchup in the West. Welcome into your Clippers postgame show. I'm Adam Moslin. Coming up, we got second half highlights, your postgame box score, and more. But first, back out to Chase Center and back to your voice of the Clippers and Carlo Jimenez. What fight, what toughness, what resilient nature this Clippers team has been showing all season long. When it mattered most down the stretch in their biggest moment of the regular season, they came through, Carlo.
If this doesn't encapsulate, Adam, the season the Clippers have had,
I don't know what does. It is a perfect picture-per-picture metaphor for how this team has gone. They struggled to start the ball game. Golden State goes on a big run. Kawhi comes back late. He helps them get back into the game. And then when they get to the fourth, who's done it all year from game 1 to game 82? But the bearded wonder goes for 12 overtime points, outscoring Golden State by himself. And the Clippers win it 124-119. Chris Dunn, Lawrence Frank, you are a master. Trent Redden, Mark Hughes, a round of applause. It was a pickup that flew under the radar, and in the biggest game of the year, Chris Dunn, I would argue, Adam, was the third best player on the floor at times for the Clippers. Definitely the fourth best in this ball game with the way he played. 11 points, huge floaters, massive threes. Curry with 8 turnovers in the ball game. And as he said, Adam, this was a game that really showed who this team is. I mean, James Harden spoke to it last week. He said, look, we're a team of dogs. We're a team of dogs. And what happened? The dogs came out to bark and bite and win. The Clippers are going to Denver.
As the 5 seed, when if they had lost this ball game, they would have been facing Houston. They would have been facing the Memphis Grizzlies in the 7-8 matchup to try to get to take on the Houston Rockets in the first round. Instead, it looks like they're getting a week off. Well-deserved. You mentioned the big 4 in this game, including Chris Dunn. It was he next to James Harden, Kawhi, Ivica Zubac, guys pushing themselves to the limit. Kawhi Leonard played 47 minutes in this ball game. It was just game 37 on the season for him, and the Clippers still get to 50 wins this season. 5-0. 50 Cent was at the last game up in Sacramento. They get to 50 wins in a year where everyone thought they'd be a bottom 4 team in the Western Conference. They have proved it time and time again, and I can't say enough about Coach Lue late in the ball game, sticking with the starters, and also that challenge on Jimmy Butler to take away a point. That was critical late as well. Just an unbelievable game by the coaching staff and the players.
Unreal stuff for the Clippers. So impressive in this ball game. Maybe the most nerve-wracking game they've had of the season. They're able to squeak it out at the end. They had a chance to win it with Kawhi. It goes off the back rim. But James Harden, the first 8 points in overtime, he finishes with 12. The Clippers fought tooth and nail. They fought. And people want to talk about, Adam, why it matters that this group is taking photos, hanging out off the floor, why it matters that they joke around and enjoy each other's company. In games like this, when Zoo doesn't close out to a corner three on Draymond, he hits it, and it's all of a sudden a three-point game, and James can go talk to Zoo about it. Norm fouls a player on a play he didn't think was a foul, and Kawhi can go talk to Norm about it. The camaraderie shines through in games like this because the Clippers had to come together and play for one another to come away with the victory, and that is what they did. It's just unbelievable that this Clipper team won one less game than last year. And with Kawhi Leonard, Adam, they are 25-11 this season. 25-11 with Kawhi Leonard. He has lost in this stretch, which they have won 18 of 21, one game. One game. And that was the OKC game against the best team in the NBA statistically. Look, the Clippers are hot at the perfect time, and they'll be going to Mile High to take on the Nuggets. I can't wait, Adam. And when they get a joke with Chris Dunn, but a week off could not come at a better time for this Clipper team.
Clippers went 2-2 against Denver during the regular season, but this is a different Clippers team now. They will start off on the road in that first-round matchup in Denver, but what a season it was, and what a game to finish off. Game 82, an all-time classic up at Chase Center. Clippers get the victory, 124-119 in overtime over the Golden State Warriors, even with Steph Curry going for 21 points in the fourth quarter in overtime. They say adversity reveals character. Well, this team has been resilient all season long, and this game epitomized it. Clippers come through when they needed to. Now they're in the playoffs in a 7-game series. Great call, Carlo. We got some of those calls coming up as we'll get to second half action, my friend. I know we'll see you tomorrow night, but we'll talk to you in Denver a little bit later on next week. Be good.
Adam, love you, brother. We got playoffs, baby. Let's go.
Love you too. Coming up next, loving some Carlo Jimenez highlights and a Clippers victory in overtime up at Chase Center over the Golden State Warriors. The Denver Nuggets are next. It's a first-round series. The Clippers are in the 4-5 matchup against Denver, and you're listening to the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network. Let's go, Clipper Nation. How we feel it. How we feel it. They didn't back their way into playoffs. They didn't have to use the play-in to get there. They won their toughest game of the season against a team that was 23-7 since they picked up Jimmy Butler. But he got outplayed by Kawhi and by James Harden, who a lot of people were down on, talking about James Harden playoff bugaboos of the past. Well, no time like the present. And this was, for all intents and purposes, a playoff game. And James Harden just balled out with 39 points on 13 of 23 shooting, 5 of 8 from 3, and had 12 of his 39 points in overtime. I wonder if BJ Matthews is going to talk about how good he was in his channel when all they do is crap on James like they did after the Kings game, even when they won. James Harden was incredible. The MVP of the season for them? I think so. They got to 50 wins with James Harden being their most impactful and important player. Kawhi was great in this game, too. He had 33 on just 20 shots. Would miss a game winner on the right wing. Long 2 over Draymond. That would have given them the win before OT. But he was spectacular. And Chris Dunn, who I've been saying, well, some have been saying, oh, Russell Westbrook's a better defender than him. What? Chris Dunn is one of the best perimeter defenders I've ever seen. Ever. He's that good. He's that good. And he showed it. Yes, Steph got loose because he's Steph Curry, but all right, what happened? Oh, it was a good day. The Clippers went up in NorCal 124-119 over the Golden State Warriors in OT, and they punched their spot to being in the first round against the Denver Nuggets. They'll be the 5 seed heading to Denver as the 4 seed in that first round matchup. I'm Adam Osland. Welcome into your Clippers postgame show. Yes, we'll have Clippers talk coming up on the Patriot AM 1150, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150 is the phone number. But right now, let's get to second half highlights. Remember, the Clippers led by 2 at the half after Norman Powell hit a 38-footer long three-pointer to end the first half. It was 60-58. Clippers by 2. James Harden had 13 points in the first half. How about James in the third quarter, though? A sign of things to come.
Bounces it to Kawhi, left wing. 5 to shoot for the Clippers. Down by 1. Harden steps back, working on heel. The 3 for the lead. Bullseye! James Harden buries it, and the Clippers are up. Harden right wing for the Clippers. Drives and floats for the lead. Rattles it in. James Harden is cooking here in Golden State. He's got 18. This Warrior crowd a little upset. Harden a right-handed dribble into traffic. Left-handed floater. Got it again. James Harden's got 20, and the Clippers a 3-point lead.
James Harden with 7 points in the third. Kawhi with 8 of them. The Clippers still clinging to just a 1-point lead at 83-82 heading into the fourth. More from the claw, Kawhi Leonard.
Harden to Kawhi right wing. The rookie Quentin post on him. Podziemski comes to double. Kawhi to Harden. Back to Kawhi. 7 to shoot. Right wing 3. Down the hatch. Leonard from way downtown. He's got 28. Right elbow extended for Kawhi Leonard. Turns the corner. Stops and spins. Free throw line jumper. Rattles in. Oh, Kawhi Leonard. Mid-range maestro. Kick it out. Harden. 10 to shoot. Kawhi left corner. Pump fakes. Dribbles. 7 to shoot. Steps back. Left elbow long 2. Laces it. Leonard knocks down the mid-range jumper. And the
Kawhi was on fire in the fourth, but with the game tied at 111, he couldn't get a long 2-pointer to go with seconds remaining to end the fourth. So we were headed to overtime. And it was James Harden once again just putting on an absolute masterclass in OT.
Clippers have 5 on 4. Dunn finds Harden, sets up, far corner 3, connects. Clippers lead for the first time in overtime. 114-111. 5 to shoot. James top the key with 4. A step back 3. Bottoms. Harden back to back. Bonus distance 3s. Harden on the right wing. Peyton in his airspace. Gets a screen going right. Switched on by Curry. Back by Peyton, 9 on the shot clock. James with all 8 in the quarter. To the rim, the floater, blocked up top, but Butler got there late. They'll count the bucket. Harden has 10 in overtime.
James Harden finished with 12 of their 13 points in overtime, and the Clippers go on to win 124-119 up at Chase Center over the Golden State Warriors. They send the Dubs into the play-in, and the Clippers punch their ticket to a first-round series starting in Denver next week, as the Clippers are the 5 seed in the Western Conference. Coming up next, your final box score. I'm Adam Osland, and you're listening to the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network.
Time.
12 of their 13 points from James Harden in the overtime. You're telling me he hasn't been the MVP this season? It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Harden haters got cooked. And I'm here for it. That was a playoff game. That was a play-in to stay out of the play-in.
dimes, and no looks are
An unofficial playing game.
Nothing compares to catching them IRL, especially
That
if you
was
enjoy
as gritty of a performance as we have seen all season long. That was the best regular season game maybe in the NBA this year, considering what was at stake. Adam Silver got exactly what he wanted out of it. Unreal. What's up, Big Mike? By the way, Cousin Mike, the Warriors fan, who came on yesterday. Y'all got to take your medicine. Maybe we'll see you later on down the road, but right now, it's Clippers, Denver Nuggets in a first-round series. Can they make up for sins of the past for what happened in the bubble to the Denver Nuggets? It's time. It is time. And I don't underestimate this Denver Nuggets team by any means. They still have the best player in the league in Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray's back. It's going to be tough. It's going 6 or 7. But after what I just saw and what Steph Curry called basically a Game 7 type of atmosphere, the Clippers are built for this moment. Let's go. They needed this time off. Kawhi just played 47 minutes.
I love this team.
Woo! As Clayvon would say.
Right here on the LA.
Well, Into a Dome is going to be rocking because the Clippers know they got at least 2 games there because they're not just in the postseason, they're in a playoff series. They're in the 5 spot in the West, heading to Denver this week to take on the 4 seed in the Denver Nuggets in the 4-5 matchup in the Western Conference as the Clippers get to 50 wins on the season. They've won 8 in a row and 18 of their last 21 ball games. They have never looked better in the history of the franchise heading into the postseason. The Clippers are absolutely rolling and just proved their grit after winning 124-119 over a very good Golden State ball club in their house in OT. What a victory, Clipper Nation. Clippers ended up shooting 56% from the field in this ball game, 14 of 30 from the outside. How about Kawhi, 4 of 8 from 3. Chris Dunn, 3 of 3. James Harden, 5 of 8. To counter Steph Curry, who started slow but then had 21 points in the fourth quarter and overtime. He was 7 of 12 from the outside. They shot 45% as well. This was a well-played game by both ball clubs. Golden State didn't give this away. The Clippers took it. They outplayed them. They took every shot from Golden State and responded, and it was James Harden, who had 12 of the Clippers' 13 points in overtime. He finishes with a game-high 39 on 13 of 23 shooting, 5 of 8 from distance, 10 boards, make it 10 assists to 7 boards. Unreal. The bearded wonder came through. Their MVP this season, like I've been saying the entire time. They got to 50 wins with 37 games played from Kawhi. And they were big games. They needed this because they're 25-11 since he came back. He went 13 of 20 from the field. He had 33. He was hitting tough shot after tough midi over and over again. 7 assists as well out there. He had 6 boards and 3 steals. The Claw, this is prime Kawhi Leonard. You're seeing it right now as we head into the playoffs. Isn't that what we wanted? Not just for him to return, not just for him to be healthy, but for Kawhi to be playing at his peak. He is. We just witnessed that. How about Big Zoo? 22 and 17, 11 of 16 from the field, 3 assists. Oh, what a game from Ivica Zubac in his 42 minutes. And Chris Dunn, matching the Steph Curry minutes, he ended up with 11 points on 3 of 3 shooting, 6 assists, 3 steals. Dunn haters getting cooked in this one. Chris Dunn has been shooting well over 40%. His last 20 games now are about. He's been that good. And he came through clutch, 3 of 3 from the outside. What a ball game. The starters absolutely got it done for the Clippers.
They did big work. Norman Powell, 44 minutes. Kawhi, 47. Zoo, 42. Chris Dunn, 35. James Harden, 48. Yes, they have earned a week off. Clippers win in OT 124-119. They're heading to Denver for a first-round matchup against Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Coming up next, outside of Los Angeles, yes, we're leaving you until game 1. But in LA, we got Clippers talk on the Patriot AM 1150 next.
And with that, just like that.
What a victory. What a victory. And they did it even without Nico. You think Nico wasn't needed in this game? Oh my goodness, they were missing Nico Batum. Get healthy, Nico, because we're going to need you against Denver. I wouldn't be shocked if Nico started games against Denver. The Clippers won 50 games. They swept Golden State this season. They got Denver like it's 2020, except no bubble. Intuit Dome will be heard and has a chance to make a statement as the loudest arena in all the land. Holy smokes, what a victory. Were you gripping Clipper Nation? You thought 12:30 game, ESPN, they don't do well in these situations. Clippers stepped up. Yeah, we're with you on the radio side till 4:30, but we'll keep going after that, of course. We'll have Clippers Talk OT for you. Clippers Talk After Dark, whatever you call it.
The official ticket marketplace of the
We ain't stopping.
And the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you into the game so you can catch every highlight in person.
This was huge. Not only do you get the win to stay out of the playing, guys, you get the win in that fashion. You know how much confidence they're going to have heading into the playoffs, having won 18 of 21? You know how much confidence James Harden is going to have? This was a playoff game, and he dropped 39. He put on a show. He outdueled Steph.
Challenge accepted.
What am I supposed to do?
Steph was asleep himself till the fourth quarter and overtime.
Step 1, download the iHeartRadio app. Step 2, make AM
Steph got slept.
First preset, make it happen.
Then every time you open the app, LA's best
Incredible.
sports talk immediately
Chris Dunn.
in your ear.
What defense? Here we go. Clippers talk.
Taking your calls on the LA Clippers right now.
Well, we know the Clippers ain't no fool's gold as they get ready to take on the Nuggets in the first round after winning in overtime over the Golden State Warriors 124-119 from Chase Center. What a victory. And they punched their ticket to a 4-5 matchup starting in Denver next week against Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Welcome into Clippers Talk. I'm Adam Osland. Coming up, we'll get to your phone calls, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. Clavon is already called in. Put him on hold. We'll get to Clavon. It's sure to be epic, as was this ball game. What a victory by the Clippers. Chris Dunn doubters, James Harden doubters, what do you have to say now? Chris Dunn started off the game hot from the outside. Started off the game giving Steph Curry fits. He ends up 3 of 3 from distance and plays some of the toughest perimeter defense I've ever seen in my life. Yes, Steph is Steph, and he had 21 points in the fourth quarter and overtime. But you held him down enough throughout most of the ball game where in the first half, I believe, the Clippers at one point were plus 15 with Steph on the court. They made their run at the end of the first and into the second without Steph Curry. This Clippers team, this Clippers season is an all-timer. You'll never forget how much this team was doubted heading into the year and how they came through winning 50 games and stayed out of the play-in and got the 5 spot. And if Houston could have helped them out, they could have been 4. But that's all right. Clippers are used to doing it the hard way. Things weren't perfect in this game. They had some miserable turnovers. But I am in the mode right now of results over process because it's basically the playoffs. Yes, some of those bad habits, they may catch up with them down the line. They luckily didn't in this ball game because they were creating turnovers on the other end. And the Clippers were the squad that was a little bit better down the stretch with holding on to the basketball. But what a fourth quarter in overtime. This Clippers team led by 1 at the half after a first half where I liked how they started with Steph on the court, but then they let go of things. It was a close ball game. Kawhi and an and one to put them up by 19-15 early in the first. Zoo to Dunn for a layup, 21-17. Buddy Hield, though, would hit a three-pointer to make it 22-21. Clippers only up by 2. And then Steph Curry went out of the ball game. And the Clippers ended up going ice cold, where their backups were not getting it done. This game was about the starters. This game was about their superstars. This game was about their big 3 in Kawhi, James Harden, Ivica Zubac, and Chris Dunn for the most part. Because, unfortunately, the backups did not have their best. It was Amir Coffey's first game back in a couple of weeks. He didn't look right. Had a really bad turnover. And the Clippers went through a stretch where they gave up a 15-0 run from the end of the first into the second quarter. It was hard to watch. Harden had a really bad behind-the-back pass to Bogey, a Pods layup going the other way into the first quarter. And the Warriors were up 33-25 after 1 when the Clippers had that early lead. When I thought they had come out with the right energy. Well, the starters did. They did their thing. They won the Steph Curry minutes. The backups weren't good enough. That's okay. That's why the starters get paid what they do when they came through. But down 8 after 1, and I thought, they just won the Steph Curry minutes and you're down 8? How does that happen? Norm is getting blocked by Moody in the second quarter. They had turnover after turnover. A Draymond Green three-pointer early second. I was concerned about that. As Kawhi got doubled, was throwing the basketball away. And the Clippers had plenty of issues with turnovers in this ballgame. Zubac came back in early second with Norm, DJ, Bogey, Kawhi. They continued to miss. A Kawhi three-pointer was the first field goal from the 3:46 mark of the first quarter through the 9:19 mark of the second quarter. So we're talking about 6 minutes with the Clippers not getting a field goal. It was unbelievable. It was brutal. And there was a 15-0 run by Golden State. And it honestly could have been worse. That Kawhi three-pointer got it to 37-28 after they were down by 12. Another Norm turnover. Moody steal goes the other way. Bogey would hit a three ball, in a game where he struggled after he was being matchup hunted over and over again by Jimmy Butler. And I thought to myself, you don't need a soft switch on the perimeter with Jimmy. He's not a great three-point shooter. You got time to fight through those screens and stay with him. Stop giving him bogey to pick on. That's not a good matchup for the Clippers. After a timeout, Buddy Hield hit a three-pointer. 11-point game. But then a Kawhi layup off a really nice feed, a mortar fire pass from James Harden over the top of the defense. Zoo would get a dunk. It's a 9-point game at 44-35. Another done three. He goes 3 of 3 from the outside. They were all critical. 44-38. Zoo bucket off a Kawhi feed. 4-point game. Looney would put him back up by 6, rolling to the basket for a layup, but then the Kawhi big throwdown going left with 2 hands. Done steal and 3. That was his third 3 already of the first half. It would be his last. That's fine. He did his damn job on offense. Because on defense, he was an absolute pest. I said all season long, I think he's even better than Patrick Beverley defensively. I think he's that good as a point of attack specialist. But it's a 1-point game. The Clippers had trailed by 12 in the second quarter. Before the half was over, though, as they were battling back and forth, there was something special that happened that needed to happen. While there was some wild and crazy basketball and some highly competitive ball out there, Harden floater putting the Clippers back up 49-48. Dunn picks up his second foul. Well, Coach Lue, on this and one by Jimmy Butler, he reviewed it. And Jimmy got called for the offensive foul. It was overturned. That's a huge swing. Instead of getting maybe 3 points there, instead of it being an and one with a foul on Chris Dunn, another foul from him, they take it off the board. Now, they would have a turnover and a Jimmy layup afterwards, 50-49 Warriors, but then a Zubac putback was doing work all game long. Clippers back up by 1. Steph 3 off a screen by Draymond before the half was over. Foul on Dunn away from the ball. Steph hits some free throws. Clippers are down by 4. I'm thinking at this point, they're going to go into the half down. Kawhi, big three-pointer, though, right then. 1-point game. Steph misses a 3. Harden hits a 3. Clippers up by 2. Curry hits a 3. Clippers down by 1. And Norman Powell hits a 38-footer to end the first half to put the Clippers up by 2 after all that. 60-58 Clippers, 24 minutes in. Unreal. Just back and forth. Harden 3, Steph 3, Norm, buzzer beater 3 to end the second. Clippers lead by 2 heading into the third quarter. Zoo, put back dunk to start things off. Draymond, a three-pointer, and I hate seeing Draymond threes. It wouldn't be his last. I respect him, but he is one of those guys, when he's not on your team, you love to hate him. Kawhi would hit a three-pointer. His 20th point. Clippers up early in the third, 65-61. And here come the turnovers. Kawhi, offensive foul on Jimmy Butler. Another turnover in transition when the Clippers had a 5-on-4, and Jimmy Butler is still hanging out on that end because, well, the Clippers had numbers going the other way, so what does that mean? Somebody's cherry picking behind them. Jimmy Butler, two-handed dunk, 65 all. Draymond 3, 68-65 Golden State. Felt like they had retaken control of the ball game. But then Kawhi, steady, mid-range bucket, falling away, right baseline over Draymond and Jimmy Butler. Just a tough shot on the fadeaway. MJ 96, that's the mode he was in. Norm would foul Jimmy Butler on another and one. He had plenty of them. Clippers still up by 3. After a timeout, it was 70-69. Clippers are now down by 1. As we go through this, I'll take a quick time out here on the Patriot AM 1150. Let's pause for station identification for 10 seconds here.
This is LA Clippers basketball. AM 1150 KEIB Los Angeles. All about the Mario V. An iHeart radio station.
As we move along with the game recap, Kawhi tried to dunk it with his left hand when you knew he was on different time. He was moving different. Kawhi was aggressive. The Clippers were aggressive going downhill. In that third quarter, he tried to yam it on some guys with the left hand, gets fouled, but he missed the second free throw, a sign of things to come. Gary Payton bucket on the other end. Really poorly played by James Harden defensively there, but he had some good defense later in the game. Clippers are down by 1. Kawhi hits a jumper on Buddy Hield. He can't guard him. We know that. Harden with the floater. Now the Clippers are up by 3. Timeout, Golden State. Kerr challenged a turnover by James, or who it was last touched by, ended up being out on the Clippers, I believe. And now the Clippers got DJ and Bogey in for Dunn and Kawhi at the 3-minute mark of the third quarter. Bogey fouls right away again as they're trying to pick on him. It was his 4th. And then a Harden turnover looking for Ivica Zubac on a long outlet pass. Zoo kind of misplayed it instead of continuing to run towards the basket. I thought the ball went over his head, and it wasn't that bad of a pass. Ivica Zubac, I don't think he saw it correctly, or his catch radius was waiting for it. But before the third quarter was over, Norman Powell hit a big bucket, a sweeping layup. It's 83-82 Clippers heading into the fourth. They were up by 2 at the half. They're up by 1 heading into the fourth quarter. Harden, Kawhi, Ben Simmons, DJ, and Bogey start the fourth. A lineup we haven't seen all season. Desperate times call for desperate measures. James Harden is not coming out of this ball game. What an absolute warrior. Excuse me, Clipper. They're playing the Warriors. Jimmy Butler gets a bucket to start the fourth. Clippers down by 1. Harden turnover, but then takes it right back from Podzinski. Bogey bucket, a floater he misses, gets the rebound, little fadeaway, clips up 85-84. Bogey didn't have a good game, but that was key still. Pods gets a bucket. The Warriors are up by 1. It's the 20th lead change of the ball game. Just an incredible game. Kawhi now a long three-pointer on the right wing. Clippers up by 2. They get the stop. Good defense. Harden on Jimmy Butler. Locked him up. Harden bank shot going left. Clippers up by 4. Draymond misses a 3 out of a timeout. Rebound Clippers. Bogey misses, and Ben Simmons gets a scrappy board and finds DJ for the huge oop. But Bogey picks up his 5th foul on Butler. He hits both free throws. Clippers still up by 4 at 92-88. Harden gets fouled on a 3 then by Gary Payton Jr. Not exactly the glove. The mitten, I don't know. He's good. He hits all 3 of them. Clippers up 95-88. I thought they got the separation they needed. Nope. Steph Curry is about to pick up steam. He hits a 3 right away on Bogey. Kawhi free throw line jumper. 97-91, Clippers by 6. Pods floater and 1. Norman Zoo come back in for Bogey and Ben. It's the Clippers starters back out there. We're done. 97-93 as Pods misses the free throw to complete the and 1. The Golden State Warriors missed some key free throws in this game, guys. Harden would miss a layup on the other end, and Curry got out in transition for a quick layup. 5 straight from Steph, 97-95. What was a 6-point game is down to 1. Norm, big scoop layup, Clippers up 4. We know how good Norm is in the fourth quarter. You got to stick with him. You got to believe in him. Foul on Dunn on Curry, and Golden State is in the bonus now with 6:08 left in the game. Curry floater, 2-point game. Dunn floater to answer. Big shot from Chris Dunn. Clippers up by 4. Pods 3 on a chaotic play with a tip out from Looney to him on an offensive rebound. It's a 1-point game as the Clippers are up 101-100. Norm misses, gets it back. Zoo tries a fadeaway as the shot clock is running out. He can't get it. Clippers are only up by 1. But they get a stop on pause on the other end. Zoo with some great defense. Zoo now hits a floater. Big shot. Clippers up 3. Steph Curry is unconscious. There's nothing you could do. He hits a 3, comes off a tough screen. He's already got 10 points early in the fourth quarter. It's 103 all. Done turnover out of the timeout. Bad turnover looking for Ivica Zubac. Had me worried. But Gary Payton II misses a layup. Got it back. Curry fouled. Goes to the line. Hits both. But Norman Powell, another big bucket in the fourth. Reverse layup on Draymond there. Had nothing for him. 105 all. Curry fouled on a 3 then by James Harden. Gave him a taste of his own medicine. Harden got fouled on a 3 earlier. This time he fouled Steph. Steph Curry hits both. He's got 15 in the fourth. Clippers are down by 3. This is gut check time. What happens right after that? Boom. Kawhi jumper. His first shot attempt in over 5 minutes. Didn't love that. Clippers down by 1. Curry 3. He has 18 in the fourth now. You're down by 4. This is the moment for the Clippers to me. You're down by 4 in the fourth quarter, and Steph Curry cannot miss. With a minute 56 left, it's 111-107 Golden State Warriors. This is when you could break. But they got to travel on pods with great defense from James Harden. Clippers get a bucket off a Zoo lob. It's a tie game now. 111 all. Kawhi steal. Timeout. Clippers basketball. Just an unbelievable performance. First, it's you're down 4 after the Steph Curry make with a minute 56 left. James Harden gets, I think it was a bank shot, layup off the Kawhi assist. Then it's a turnover by Pods for traveling. Ivica Zubac with the bucket off the assist from Chris Dunn. Tie game. And what happens right afterwards? This was scary. After Kawhi ends up getting a steal off great defense by Chris Dunn, swarming Steph Curry. Again, we're tied up at 111. Kawhi gets fouled. They had a foul to give. It's Clippers basketball. There's 32 seconds left. They get it back to Kawhi. Tie game. Draymond Green intentionally fouls him. Kawhi is headed to the free throw line. That's a little bit later in the ball game. I'm getting ahead of myself here. The Clippers end up with an underrated play where they get off that turnover from Steph Curry and the Kawhi steal with 32 seconds left. They ended up getting a long 2-point shot by Kawhi to win it over Draymond Green. Doesn't go. I didn't love the shot. I got to be honest about that. I felt like they settled a little bit. Kawhi ISO, yes, he had the game winner against Sacramento, but now you're going into overtime. Tied at 111. What happens typically in OT? First team to make the shot typically wins with 5 minutes left. It's not a Lawler's Law thing, but look it up. Well, the first guy to get a shot after both teams were missing, first Gary Payton, then Harden, then Pods misses a 3-ball. Tap to Steph Curry. He missed an easy one. Well, James Harden hits a 3-ball to put him up 114-111. The biggest shot of the game to that point. Dunn steal. James Harden hits another 3. The Clippers are up 6 in complete control. I thought for sure this is it. This is the moment, right? It has to be. They're up 117-111. But then Zoo doesn't close out on Draymond Green in the far side corner well enough, and he gets a three-pointer to go. After he already was 3 of 5 from the outside, and he's had a good season shooting three-pointers, you have to guard that shot. Brutal. 3-point game. Harden floater now. And everybody's talking about, will the Clippers get calls in this game? Because doesn't the league want Warriors versus Lakers in the first round? Well, I'd say they might have gotten a call here. Because James Harden, I think, was passing this ball to Ivica Zubac. It's tough. It's why it's so difficult to defend. Was it a floater or was it a pass as he gets fouled? They said it was a floater. He was taking a shot. He gets to go to the free throw line. Clippers go up 119 to 114. That was an under the radar, huge call that went the Clippers' way. This didn't. Curry three-pointer. Was it Curry or Gary Payton? I mean, when in doubt, it's Steph Curry. 119 to 117. Clippers still up by 2. They're not going away. A 6-point lead in overtime feels like a 10-point lead. It feels like a 12-point lead. But Golden State continued to fight back. Then Kawhi missed a three-pointer over Draymond. Zubac, though, gets a steal on the other end. Huge defensive play. James, then, another call that goes in the Clippers' favor, and it was obvious to me, but he goes back to the floater. Goaltending on Jimmy Butler. They review it. It was goaltending. Foul on Norm underneath now on Potts. They had a foul to give. But now there's a foul out of the inbounds play, and this was critical, done on Jimmy Butler for an and one. The contact looked marginal. Coach Lou uses his timeout, his last one, to go for that review. They win it. They get the 2 points, but he doesn't get the foul call, so there's no and one. Clippers are still up by 2 at 121 to 119. But then Kawhi traveled on the other end. He lost the basketball. First got to touch it afterwards as he was going up for the shot. It's a travel. Draymond Green, though, missed a layup as Kawhi was there with the defense. Clippers ball. 2-second difference between game clock and shot clock. Norm fouled. They got a side out here with 7.7 seconds left. They had a foul to give. They're trying to get it to Kawhi to go to the free throw line. They do. He gets fouled up 2 with 6.1 seconds left. He misses the first. Unbelievably. Felt like Game 6, 2013, against the Miami Heat in the finals. He missed a crucial free throw there, unfortunately. He hits the second, though. Clippers are up 3, 6.1 seconds left. Golden State Warriors with the basketball and a timeout. What are they going to do? I'm screaming, you have to foul. Do not let them get up a three-pointer. Well, Steve Kerr drew up a great play knowing that they would foul, and Buddy Hield got a decent look, a late contest off the lob pass basically to the left wing to Buddy Hield curling off a screen to get a three-pointer off with Norman Powell right there. He got it off. It was well contested. He misses. James Harden gets the rebound, gets fouled, goes to the free throw line, hits both. Clippers win in OT 124 to 119 over the Golden State Warriors. They move on to a first-round series and a matchup against the Denver Nuggets in the 4-5. They'll be in Denver to start off the series. Quick timeout. We'll get to your phone calls. 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 is the phone number. I'm Adam Osland. The Clippers have a 50-burger in terms of wins this season. Unreal. What a year. And now a first-round series awaits them in Denver. You're listening to the Los Angeles Clippers Audio Network and the Patriot AM 1150. All right, guys, we're going to go quick here. So I'll take your calls on Clippers Talk After Dark coming up. Clavon, hold on. Tejas, hold on. Morris, hold on. Mark, hold on. Ray, hold on.
So get your tickets to see all the action at LA's sickest new arena. It all starts with buying verified tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the LA
How we gonna do
Clippers
it?
and the NBA. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can watch every highlight in
I
person.
mean, I can come back and go right to the timeout, but I'm just saying it still might be close. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
We have two
get
more
tickets
after
at
this, right?
Ticketmaster, because there's
Yeah,
no
two more
better
after this.
brag than saying you saw it live.
Kia is the official automotive partner of the NBA. Maybe that's why we think about basketball a lot. The plays, the swagger, the glory, the game. And when we're not thinking about basketball, we're thinking about things that elevate our own game. It starts with a lineup of star players, like the 2025 Kia Telluride X-Line, with capability that takes us to another level. The best seats in the house, all separated. Ground clearance that propels us even higher. And available dual panoramic displays that steal the show. These are the things
Guys,
that occupy our minds. And
I'm
honestly,
going to take a couple quick timeouts. I will get to everybody. We're going late here. Clippers Talk overtime. We'll be with you. I'll be with you for the next hour or so. Don't worry about that. I'll be with you till at least 5:30. We'll go to 5:30 Pacific time, all right?
I love this team. I never miss a game. You're listening to LA Clippers basketball. Free ball. Yes, sir. Right here on the LA Clippers Network.
What a game. Clippers winning in overtime, 124-119 in Golden State. Up next, a 4-5 matchup in the first round against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Clippers as the 5 seed will be on the road to start that one off next week. We'll come back after a quick timeout here. Clippers win in OT thanks to James Harden, who had 12 of his 39 points in overtime. I'm Adam Osland, and you're listening to the Patriot AM 1150.
The most American auto workers.
They did, outside of Chris Dunn, they did just a good enough job of not fouling in this ball game. Outside of, I should say, Bogey, they did just enough. And, like, if you're going to soft switch like that, Jimmy Butler's just going to keep hunting out Bogey. I didn't love how they played that. If you have a guy that you don't even have to guard that closely on the perimeter like Jimmy Butler, just fight through the screen. That was something I didn't like. Obviously, the turnovers. Outside of that, though, I mean, it's a hell of a performance by the Clippers. How many more timeouts do we have here?
We have one more after this.
51 rows of uninterrupted seats in the wall.
Just one more? Oh, we'll be all right then.
Experience the NBA IRL like never before. It all
Maybe.
starts with buying verified tickets to the next Clippers
Lakers get Minnesota in the first round. Yep.
The official ticket marketplace of the LA Clippers and the NBA.
What a season.
Ticketmaster.
I'll let Chuck in once we get off air here because we're running out of time on the radio side.
Sneakers, tweets, celebrity sightings, and trip checks. So get Clippers tickets at Ticketmaster. Whether they're here in Into a Dome or on the road, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes
Why
to
is
scoring
re-rolling
tickets.
hating like
And there's
this?
no
Why?
better brag than saying you saw it live.
The home of the Clippers.
Listen, there's 24
Why hate?
hours in a day. Only so many
Appreciate.
of them can be filled with
Hey.
Clippers basketball.
Challenge
That Warriors defense, number one defense in the league the last 30 games heading into this one.
Best sports talk. The best lineup at your fingertips.
What were they with Steph and Jimmy Butler available? 25 and 5 or something? That was incredible. That is one of the better teams in the league. That's one of the best play-in teams now ever, Golden State.
Los Angeles. Clipper Nation. This is your home. You on the iHeartRadio app.
Clippers winning OT and Clipper Nation, some of them losing their minds. Rightfully so, I guess. Clippers win 124-119. over the Golden State Warriors in overtime. They're in a 4-5 Western Conference first-round matchup starting in Denver next week. I'm Adam Osland. What a ball game. What a victory. Kawhi with 33. Big Zoo with 22 and 17, and James Harden with 12 of his 39 points in OT. He also had 10 assists, 13 of 23 shooting. You want to talk about efficiency? 39 points on 23 shots. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back. We'll close things out. Clipper Nation, how we feeling going up against the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic in a first-round matchup? More coming up next here on Clippers Talk on the Patriot AM 1150.
Employs the most American
Hey,
automakers in the US.
beggars
They
cannot
also
be
sell the most
choosers.
vehicles in the US. Ford's
The
commitment
Nuggets
to
have disarray. Do they still worry me? Of course, they have Nikola Jokic. This is it. If Ivica Zubac is ever going to get his respect, and he has been the last couple of weeks finally, but if he is, I mean, he was solid against Jokic in the bubble. When he was out there, they were winning those minutes. That's something I'm going to research coming up here, just where the Clippers were in that bubble series when Ivica Zubac was on the court. They didn't lose that series because of Zoo. Those comebacks didn't happen because of Zoo.
Dunks, dimes, and no looks are great on TV, but nothing compares.
And now he gets a shot against Nikola Jokic. Yeah, I'm definitely saying Clips in 6 because they need to close that out at Intuit Dome. You don't want a Game 7 on the road in Denver.
You have to see to believe, including the Halo board and the wall, which includes 51
Free TV deserves to be in timeout for this comment. He's been wrong consistently for 2 months, and now he just continues to troll. You know what? I'm going to leave him in, though. You guys can deal with him. Handle his ass.
Someone's going to have the music underneath real quick.
Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can watch every highlight in person. From seeing your favorite Clippers up close to hearing
Ant versus Luka. Yeah, that's something.
Ticketmaster, because there's no better brag than saying
Guys, we'll get to your phone calls, I promise.
Here we go, Clips fans.
I'll be with you for the next hour. We'll have Chuck on as soon as we get a break here. And then I'll get to your phone calls, and we'll listen to post-game audio.
Clippers Talk, wherever you get your podcast. Clippers. I love this team. I never miss a game. You're listening to LA Clippers basketball. Free ball. Yes, sir. Right here on the LA Clippers audio network.
An improbable season from the Clippers to reach 50 victories. And what a way to do so. Up north against the Golden State Warriors. They win it in overtime, 124-119. They head to Denver next in a 4-5 matchup in the first round. Before we get out of here, I do want to thank the Clippers organization, Ralph Lawler, Brian Seaman, Noah Eagle, Carlo Jimenez on the call, Big Brother Jake Warner, we'll see you soon, Chris Taylor, our statistician, Joey Kimball, Daniel West, our producer back here in the bank. I'm Adam Osland. If you're watching on the YouTube side at Clippers Talk, don't go anywhere. We got some OT for you next.
I'm not going anywhere. What up, guys?
AM 1150, an iHeart radio station.
We're staying with you for the next hour here. We'll get to phone calls. I screened the phone calls. I said stay on hold, guys, and I'll get to you. But some people dropped anyways. I don't know. Look, there is a fire that's been lit under the Denver Nuggets because they fired their head coach, of course. But the roster is the roster, and they do have some flaws on that roster. They're also still incredibly dangerous and have championship pedigree. So this is going to be an absolute war. No matter who they played in the first round, it was going to be a problem. Houston would have been the same. Timberwolves would have been the same. Maybe Denver has the higher ceiling, but the lower floor also of those teams, you could say, because they have Jokic. But yeah, it's going to be hell at times. Can we? Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, join the show right now from Clips and Dip. Big Chuck Mockler is here. Chuck, how we feeling? Is it feeling like it's our year?
I feel great, man. I feel a lot better than I did after the Sacramento game and this morning, now that we saw what we saw from the Clippers' big three. But I feel phenomenal. 50 wins in the 5 seed is well over my expectations. And we get a team in the Nuggets that I feel good about it in the playoff sense, if that makes sense. Like, it's still Clippers in 6. It's still going to be a difficult series, but I feel good against this Nuggets team.
Yeah, they are beatable. They have flaws on this roster. They haven't played well. They look like a team that shouldn't be able to be great on the defensive end. They just have too many issues there. They don't have the bodies. They don't have Bruce Brown or KCP. They have Russ now. I mean, there are guys for the Clippers to go after. I think Aaron Gordon is still so good on that end, and I've always said I think he is, if not the best defender against Kawhi, he is one of the best defenders in the league against Kawhi because he cannot bully him. The Clippers will be trying to hunt to get Aaron Gordon off of Kawhi all series long, but let's still, before we dig in, as we have a week to prepare for that series, let's celebrate what just occurred in overtime. And this was a playoff game. For all we've heard from people about James Harden, show me when it matters most and all these things, or do it against good teams, he just led them to one of the bigger victories really in regular season franchise history, you can say. I think that's fair. This is now the best the Clippers have ever looked heading into the postseason, winning 18 of their last 21, 8 straight games. They've never been this hot. And a lot of that is because James Harden, his efficiency has gone way up. And this game, obviously, just indicative of that.
Yeah, this was kind of the James Harden season. If that Kawhi was out for so long, James Harden put this team on his back. The 50-point game on the second night of a back-to-back is when the season turned around. You look at how the Clippers played directly after that game and that performance, and it's just better. He put the entire team on his back from the beginning of this season, I think. We saw the training camp stuff with the young guys at Rico Hines. They had the ASU workouts. Like, James Harden brought a presence to this team that everyone was able to rally around, and he backed up everything he said. And yeah, I don't think the Clippers have ever looked better in recent memory, or, knock on wood, healthier. Nico aside.
Yeah, Nico was missed in this ball game. It was their starters pulling them across the finish line. That's what it's going to be most of the time in the playoffs too. You lean heavy on your starters. This was an unofficial play-in game, basically. You know, they needed to win to stay out of the play-in. Now the Golden State Warriors have to deal with Memphis at home. They'll likely win. That'll be interesting to see. But the Golden State Warriors have a legitimate case for playing at the highest level in the NBA over the last 2 months. And the Clippers, it wasn't like they got a team that just came out flat or was cold or didn't play to their level. Golden State was going band for band or punch for punch with them. Like, the way Steph Curry dropped 21 points in the fourth quarter and overtime, they absorbed that and still fought through all of it to get this win. Like, this is one of the better wins you can have also heading into the playoffs. I think this is better than blowing them out. I think this is a gritty type of playoff win that you're going to look back on and say, you know, we can draw from a reservoir of confidence now because we've been through some of those tough times.
Yeah, and not only was this game hard, they only beat the Kings by 1 point on Friday. Like, we've had 2 games that the Clippers, every single game has been must win. And these last 2 games, it was just incredible to see the resiliency. Someone in the other stream said this was a mature win from the Clippers, and I thought that was a great way to put it. Like, they had some missed calls. There was some wonky things here and there. They got no help from the bench, but they were able to answer the bell when they needed to. And yeah, I mean, you said it, Harden, Kawhi, and Zoo just dragged this team because that is what was supposed to happen, right? That the intention has been set so well by this team all year that when you get to a point like today's game, that's where you see that really pay off. The Clippers played so well the first 6 minutes of this game. So they really got bad the 6 minutes right after that. Being able to see that early success, I think, was huge for them because they could go back to it and say, we know what to do. We know that we can score and beat these guys, while even during some stretches they were playing some bad basketball, because there were some stretches of some bad basketball with some unforced turnovers and stuff like that. But they were just able, resiliency and maturity, I think, are the best way to describe this win.
Yeah, I think this season at times, too, is we kind of just put a bow on what we saw with them getting to 50 wins. And this being, yes, I think James Harden has been their best player. He's been the MVP this season. You can make the argument for Zoo, but that's about it. I think you can make the argument also that James Harden has never had a counterpart as good as Kawhi next to him since he became a top-level guy when he left OKC. He's never had a running mate as good as Kawhi that he's going to have now in a playoff series next to him. He hasn't.
Yeah, that's a
3 is really good. He's not Kawhi.
That's a really good point. I mean, Russ and him were good together.
I'll take Kawhi also over Kevin Durant in Brooklyn.
Yeah. This version of Kawhi too is the other part, because Kawhi is at.
Oh yeah.
He's yeah.
Embiid was hurt. Like, with how they look right now, he's never had a guy this good heading into a playoff run.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. And how good? Where's Zoo ranking the best bigs that he's had on his team since OKC?
I mean, Harden kind of dunked on Clint Capella recently, saying Zoo's way more skilled.
Right, like he's the best big man he's ever had too.
Oh yeah, and Zoo is thriving. You know, even with a game where Norman Powell, I thought he looked sped up early on.
He was tense. I think you're right. He was like, there was a lot of energy out there from him, and it was not translating to buckets.
He had some bad turnovers, but he had ended up in the fourth quarter scoring some really big buckets for them. When Golden State and Steph Curry was doing that, I know nobody outside of James Harden scored a field goal in overtime, but in the fourth quarter, I thought Norm was really key, and that could be something he can take away from this ball game. The three-pointer he hit that in the half, and then that fourth quarter.
I was going to say, he had the three-pointer in the half, and then he had a late bucket in the third with like a minute left in the third. So at one point, his only 2 field goals were made with less than a minute on the clock. So the clutch gene was there, right? And we also, I mean, you were talking about him earlier. I talked about it a little bit on the other stream. This is Chris Dunn's best game of the year. He played great defense. He went 4 for 4, 3 for 3 from 3. Like, I don't know if we're not going to – I'm so happy we didn't waste the best Chris Dunn game, I think. Total game from Chris Dunn, because he was good against Curry in the third. But, yeah, hats off to Chris Dunn.
I know you guys are worried about me tempting fate talking about how well he's been shooting it from the outside, but I am of the belief that the players who put in the work decide if shots are going in or not. And he went 3 of 3 from the outside. And look, he's not going to be able to shoot it as well as he has over the last month from 3. But you could say he started off the year shooting it hot from 3. Then he went into a deep funk, kind of got out of it, then got into another funk. He's at least trending in the right direction at the right time for him to have confidence to take and make those open shots now when they're going to need him to in a playoff series, because it's going to keep happening where teams leave him open.
And he made good passing decisions. There was a couple times where he was left just in the middle of the paint, basically, when it was very clearly he had the decision to make, and he made smart decisions out of the short roll and stuff like that too, which I think, to your point, goes to the confidence with the shot. Also, people are saying I forgot about Embiid. That's probably the best big that Harden ever had.
I said him. Well, but Embiid in a playoff series was like never healthy for James. The Boston series is not healthy. I'm talking about healthy, primed, thriving heading into the playoffs. He's
not
never really had a team and a counterpart that was that good. This is, you talk about proving the critics wrong and going back to Media Day. And I recently revisited the audio from Media Day of everybody saying the same stuff, that they're picking us to be 12th. And that's wild. I mean, Norman Powell, right before he said the addition by subtraction, they went at the media and that discussion. Like they use that as bulletin board material. So props to them for following through on all of it during a season where you still only get 37 games from Kawhi Leonard. We talked about coming into this season, Chuck, can it be a 2018-2019 type of vibe this year from this Clippers team? And I think for the most part, it's different, but there was a lot of that. There were a lot of like great, encouraging games from this team. Even when they lost, there weren't many games where you felt like they just came out dead on arrival tonight. They just didn't have it. Or they didn't care.
They showed up to every game.
Season.
We got the preseason talk from Van Gundy, from Ty Lue, that this is going to be a defensive-minded team that was going to, commit to the boards. That was something they backed up every single thing they said. They said they were going to take the regular season seriously. They did. Like you said, there's only like 4 games where you can really be like, wow, we showed up and just didn't seem like couldn't get into gear. This team has the same vibes as 18-19, but in much better roster. So it's an even better feeling going into the playoffs, right? Like this roster with just this camaraderie and knowing where the guys are going to be and just feeling comfortable together on the court, even with a new guy like Bogey.
You could say the ceiling for the 2018-2019 team is the floor for this team. That actually has their own ceiling that's much higher because Kawhi's back now playing at this level. They have James Harden. But they scrapped. They were gritty. They were tough. They played great defense. Maybe some of the 21-22 season vibes in there too, except they always had James Harden. What did he miss? 3 or 4 games all season long? In this game, he ends up playing 48 minutes. He played 50 on the second night of a back-to-back right before the All-Star break in that game against Utah that they obviously had to have. We always focus on, if they just won this game. If they just won this one. It's like, guys, they won some games that they probably shouldn't have, that the other team is saying the same thing, that, we should have won that game against the Clippers.
Totally, yeah.
It evens out in some ways, but they never gave in, even starting 6 or losers of 6 of 7 coming out of the All-Star break, Chuck. When it looked DOA, and you remember
rough.
what everybody was saying on the shows.
Yeah, it was tough because you're like, man, I don't know what this team's going to like. We got to – and then there was that back-to-back, and everyone was like, I don't know if Harden should play in this back-to-back, myself included. It was kind of like, okay, I guess let's do it. And then he goes out, and the season legitimately changed from that point. And credit to Ty Lue, credit to Brian Shaw, credit to Van Gundy. The whole coaching staff has been phenomenal. Also, Justin Russo pointed this out on Twitter. Shout out to the coach who does the challenges, like who decides if the coaches should challenge.
Yes, his name escapes me, but 2 critical ones in this game.
Chris Holguin. Sorry. Yes, they won. Chris Holguin. The Clippers won 2 challenges, saved 4 points in this game. The whole everything top to bottom has been great for the Clippers this year. We don't talk about the coaching staff a lot because obviously, for no disrespect to them, but they have done such a good job at having the guys prepared, and that combined with the preparation that James Harden is putting in has collided into this. I haven't felt this good about the team, not in an arrogant way, just feeling confident about what they're going to be able to execute, what they want to execute on both ends in a really long time. And it's a testament to every single person who was on the roster or the coaching staff.
Yeah, and I think the good vibes are also partially because they've overachieved.
Yes.
And they also have a chance to continue to overachieve and continue to surprise people. I don't know what the odds are going to say in this series. You would think Denver is going to be favored because of the 4.
I don't know, man.
But considering how they've looked as of late versus how the Clippers have looked, it's going to be really tight. A lot of people are going to pick the Clippers to beat Denver.
And once the bets come in, the lines themselves are going to move a ton. Because I think the Clippers, I know this isn't a betting podcast. I don't know a bunch about betting, but I bet you that's going to be a popular bet when those are the Clippers.
Yeah. It's just they never let go of the rope. And it wasn't perfect. They had injuries. They had some downswings this season, but they always battled out of it.
Yeah.
Even when they probably could have given in and said, maybe we've taken things as far as they could go. And no, this team is like, I think we got more. Like the fact that James Harden was able to turn things around like that after that loss to Phoenix the night before, up by 23, and him looking tired and gassed, and we all thought that this is it. He's hitting the wall.
Here's
the
the
team
wall.
is hitting the wall. Maybe Kawhi isn't the same. A lot of that talk was out there. And the very next night, he drops 50 on a team that had been playing great defense in the Detroit Pistons. Unbelievable. That is something born out of this game. I think that might have been it, Chuck.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we absolutely gave that a shout out as well on one of the pods, that something was born from that game. Well, and the overachievement thing is funny too, right? Because obviously you look at the win streak, and the win streak's been phenomenal to end this season. It's the longest one of the year. And it's the results, maybe it's like, okay, it's a lot of wins in the row. It's sometimes that's going to stop. But the level of play has been so good that now the expectations have shifted, and I think rightfully so. Because of how good this team has looked with everyone healthy, again, knock on whatever wood you can, like the results, they're not incredibly surprising. We're not shocked. Like we're very happy that this team has won this many rounds, but we're not entirely shocked if you've watched the trajectory they've been on over the last month and a half.
Right, because it just goes back to the simple fact of if you have a healthy Kawhi and he's right, you have a chance against anybody. It's the same thing that a lot of people thought before the season, like, oh, okay, what if you get Kawhi healthy? But I think we needed to see early in the season it was, oh, the defense is this good. They're not just top 10 without Kawhi. They're top 5 level. I didn't think they could be top 5 level without Kawhi.
Right, of course. That's a fair thing to think.
Once they established that, that's when I was like in late November, if Kawhi comes back and he's the same guy as he was last season, maybe all of a sudden you're pairing a top 5 defense to a top 10 offense, and you're right there. You're right back where you were last season, where you feel like you can beat anyone.
And we said we wanted a top 5 offense and an average, or top 5 defense and then an average offensive rating. They finished the season 16th in offensive rating. They went top 5 in D, perfectly average offensive rating. The last month they've been like 4th or 5th in offensive rating or something.
That's how it got up to 16 by the end, but yeah.
Exactly. So everything is trending in the right direction. I know we've been here before. We've had the other shoe fall, but right now, as of 4:47 p.m. on the 13th, it feels good to be a Clippers fan right now.
So let's take things down a notch. They have to play the greatest player in the league in a 7-game series where they don't have home court, and it's a team that beat them down 3-1 in the bubble.
Well, the guy in charge during the bubble is not in charge anymore, so that feels good. That does make me feel a little better.
I'm going to find where they were plus-minus wise with Ivica Zubats when he was on the floor in that series. I'm pretty sure they won his minutes.
They did. They won his minutes and they lost all the Trezon Jokic minutes because anyone with one eyeball could see that was not going to work. But we have the wall, which is going to be fantastic. We haven't had something like that, which I'm so happy for the fans that the first series at Intuit is not against the other team in LA. But I don't know. I'm worried about the bet because I'm obviously worried about some things. I hope Bogey can get it going. I hope Nico's healthy.
I'm not doing this whole Bogey thing again. He just shot over 50% from 3 his last 23, 24 games.
His defense was horrible. No, I'm not worried about the offense. It's the other side.
Well, he's not going to turn into a different defender. Like Bogey has deficiencies. If you let guys soft switch onto him like Jimmy Butler, that stuff is going to happen. That's not going to change that much.
And their depth isn't as they don't have someone like Jimmy Butler who you know what I mean? Like their depth is an issue on Denver, which is what I'm also feeling pretty okay about.
It really comes down to how healthy is Jamal Murray. Like if Jamal Murray isn't playoff Jamal Murray, and that guy has been a problem, if he can't move, because to start off this season, he wasn't moving that well.
I didn't think he looked great in the Olympics either for Canada. And then he kind of found himself near the end and then had a hamstring injury over the last month.
Yeah.
So the timing wasn't great. He was 6 of 16 today in that game against Houston where the Rockets didn't do the Clippers any favors. They looked pretty DOA. I thought they were playing their guys. I thought they were going for it.
I did too. I checked the score at half and I was like, oh, they're up 30?
Yeah, why is Utah closer against Minnesota than you guys are against Denver?
Yeah. But yeah, and they just don't like defender. Like, look at their starters. Like defense, who were the okay? So Gordon is good on Kawhi. We acknowledge that. That will be an issue. Who's guarding Harden? Who's going to give Harden a bunch of trouble with the pick and roll?
I'm guessing Christian Brown.
You know what the Clippers tried to.
Yeah, they since they just fired Mike Malone. And all the stuff coming out from that was saying that he was playing Russell Westbrook too much. Like, are they going to lean on some of the younger guys? Are they going to try out some of the younger guys more now under David Adelman? Are they going to switch things up? But they started their usuals in this game today. It's Christian Brown, who's been the starter pretty much all year, Jamal, Nico, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon. I don't know if Jalen Pickett's all of a sudden going to start getting minutes. Peyton Watson, he's probably too long to guard James Harden, but I would think it's Christian Brown. And that's not
a pushover, absolutely.
But Harden can push him around some. He should be able to.
And if we're running the pick and roll so much, like we're putting Jokic in motion too. So now you're getting the benefit of making Jokic work a little bit on defense or making Brown have to try and make up for the work that Jokic isn't able to put in on defense. I like how the Clippers stylistically match up with the Nuggets personnel.
They have a lot of guys that you can get loose against. And I think we felt like that last season against Dallas. It didn't really happen. It happened for like a half for Paul George.
Well, they had Derrick Jones Jr. Now
James Harden, though, was solid in that series. They didn't have many guys to guard him. Yeah. More of the focus maybe was on Paul George. But when you think about it, Denver's top two guys are somewhat liabilities defensively with Jokic and Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
You can absolutely make them work on that end. And that, to me, is the biggest key to everything. Make those guys work.
And Murray's going to have to work. And Murray's going to have to work extra hard on offense because Chris Dunn is going to be playing like a lunatic out there. And I respectfully.
The best kind of lunatic.
Yes, there's not going. And then we have Zoo in the post on Jokic, which I'm sure we're going to talk about that a bunch tomorrow with you, me, and Will. But there's no easy routes against this Clippers team with the starters. Like Zoo is great. Zoo is a great defensive center. Dunn is a fantastic point of attack defender. We have Kawhi out there. Like it's going to be very difficult to get runs and stuff against this Clippers
It's like
team.
The difference between the Clippers defense and the Nuggets defense is much wider than the difference between the Nuggets offense and the Clippers offense. Not that the Nuggets aren't very good offensively,
100%.
but the Clippers are right there with them over the last month and a half.
Yeah, I love how you looking at it like that is like, yeah, like this is the Clippers are closer to what like their offense can be.
They have a better chance slowing down Denver's offense than Denver does slowing down the Clippers offense. You would think. Now there are guys though on Denver that make
on paper,
Denver has tough shot makers though is the problem. Like Jokic is an all-time tough shot maker. Obviously, ask the Lakers, ask AD. Jamal Murray is also that. Michael Porter Jr. can rise above anybody from three, and Aaron Gordon. Open Aaron Gordon knocks down his threes and knocks down big threes. He's not necessarily a tough shot maker, but he also is very reliable if you leave him open. And that connection he has with Nikola Jokic, where he uses him as the dunker, it's incredible. So they have some unsolvable problems out there.
Absolutely. And that's why it's still I think the Clippers in 6. I feel good about the Clippers, but it's still probably a 6-game series. With how these things go.
I would sign up for that. They're not getting rid of them faster than 6, and they could still they could lose to them in 6. Like it's that close.
Yeah. And we had more length this year. We added Derek Jones Jr. Like, we're going to see. I won't be surprised. I mean, obviously, if we go down 0-2 or something, we will see a starting lineup change from Ty Lue. I don't doubt that. Maybe it happens before if he notices something halfway through game one. Maybe we see something like that. But I'm not worried about the adjustments because Ty Lue has proven that he's made good adjustments. Like, he has some clout with that. He has some savings built up with his playoff adjustments so far. So
he was good today.
Yeah, I feel way too optimistic.
He just said,
well,
that lineup he started with the fourth quarter that got them the lead with Ben Simmons out there had not played together before with James Harden and Kawhi. And I think it was Bogey and DJ maybe. They hadn't played together before, and it worked. The only thing that didn't work was Steph Curry going nuclear for a second, but you expect that. That's going to happen.
Was brewing. You could see those clouds forming. Like, when he was taking he didn't take the first half off, but he was saving a fully healthy thumb for later in the game. You knew that he was going to go off at some point. So, they weathered that well. They're able to answer the call whenever it's been, phoned in this season, which again gives me confidence because the Nuggets will do some weird runs. They'll answer your buckets too. Like, the resiliency has been great from the Clippers, and I'm assuming that will carry over next week.
I think James Harden versus Nikola Jokic in his career is like 16-10. I don't know how many of those came back when Jokic was still on his way up and James Harden was in his prime, but I think there's something to it. The Clippers were better this year against Denver, and really they were up 2-1 in the season series before they had to play an extra game. And they had a game against them after the fires in Southern California that a lot of people believe shouldn't have even been played. But getting him involved, as somebody else I think pointed out here, getting him in the pick and roll often and making him work like that, because those unsolvable problems and the tough shot making he has on the offensive end, there's not a lot you can do. You can do everything and he'll still hit the shot. The idea is wearing him out on the defensive end so he hits less of those shots, so he doesn't have as much energy to expend on the offensive end. That's what it always is with Jokic. And they have the guys. Not only do they have a great guy to guard him the best you possibly can, and the numbers coming into this season in points per possession and isolation, Jokic's numbers were so much lower against Ivica Zubac than the second best guy.
Yeah.
Not only do they have that guy, but that guy can actually punish him at times on the other end too. Zoo is the perfect guy for Jokic.
And someone just put in the chat, they said the lineup with Harden, Dunn, Kawhi, Nico, Zoo will be great against the Nuggets, because then you have another pretty good defender against Jokic, as far as those things go, as in Nick Batum. So you can really confuse, Zoo is the ideal center right now with the momentum he has on both sides of the ball to be going against Jokic. You're totally
Something
right.
I've been saying for a few months, going back to the trade deadline and them not getting that power forward. And I kept making this point, guys, in a playoff series, don't be surprised if Nico Batum starts. Like, what if they went up against Denver? You don't think he would start in that series? I think that's on the table if Nico's healthy. Now, they may not do it game one, but that is a real option against Denver.
Well, let's watch what the second. I mean, again, getting a week ahead of myself here, but let's see what the lineup looks like coming out of the second half of game one or game two, right? Like, that's when we'll see, I think, some adjustments as well that might carry over the starting lineup. Like
you don't think Nico could start in place of Norman Powell? Because I don't think Chris Dunn's coming out for Nico.
No, and they shouldn't, because again, then you keep Dunn in the starters, because then you have the point of attack guy right there, and then you have Kawhi and then Zoo. The three of Dunn at the top, Kawhi in the middle, Zoo down low. You don't break up that defensive. It's just not. It would hurt my brain if they broke that up, because the game gets slower, the court gets smaller in the playoffs. That is an incredible 1-2-3 for the Clippers defense.
The scariest thing to me about Denver is it's the intangibles that their stars have with championship pedigree.
Absolutely.
It's not
home court advantage is big.
It's not just that Denver has had a proclivity to making big shots in the playoffs. It's that they have done so at the highest level and have gone on to win a championship because of those big shots.
Right.
And they were doing so even before they won a championship. All those guys had something different about them. They were built different or had a different DNA. They're that guy in a playoff series. Jamal Murray in that first series, I remember in the bubble against Utah, and I know it was the bubble, but I think it's translated pretty well outside the bubble for the most part, especially against the Lakers. He showed right away who he was in those moments. Those multiple 50-point games back and forth with Donovan Mitchell. And then you can say the 2 game winners against the Lakers last year, what they did against the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals the year before. They have a knack for showing an incredible amount of calmness in those big moments and guys that are going to have you stressed out the entire time, just like Steph Curry had us in this game. It's going to be the same stuff with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic late in games. And even somebody like Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon, those guys can hit big shots.
I mean, there's also the ultimate chaos in Russell Westbrook. For both sides, obviously. But I wonder too, like the late season, I know it's just the coach or whatever, how they're going to react to kind of real adversity when they get to the playoffs. They've been playing a little more inspired from everything that I've just been reading from other Nuggets people since the firing. They've won some games, obviously, but what's it look like when things get playoff hard for this new coach and stuff like that? So I think that just that question mark, I'm not saying it's going to be bad, but that question mark is an extra thing you have to deal with. And the Clippers have a lot less extra things they have to deal with heading into this series.
Yeah, there's no real tape on how David Adelman is going to coach or his coaching style and who he's going to use in rotations. While a lot of these guys are well-knowns and you're very much informed on, and they are somewhat of a well-oiled machine, because the thing with Denver is all season long, when Jokic is off the floor, they're like a bottom 5 team in the West.
They're bad. Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason they fired Mike Malone. It's like, what are you doing with the other guys? Like, we know Jokic is the one running the show here. It's not necessarily you so much. I think that was their argument. I'm not saying it was fair or not, but you're going to show your worth by what you do when Nikola Jokic is not on the floor. And while it may only be for like 6 minutes a game in the playoffs, you can lose a game pretty quickly sometimes if you beat up on them in those minutes. Like, that's where
almost happened on the Clips today, right? With the reverse.
Yeah. They almost lost a game where they were winning the Steph Curry minutes because the backups did not do a good enough job. And I also didn't feel like how many times I need to see Bogey getting picked on by Jimmy Butler? Like, what are we doing?
And Amir had to play. There's no way he was fully ready.
He had a miserable turnover. Yeah. That's an interesting wrinkle too, Amir. Like, so we heard he was out of the playoff rotation. Well, if Batum's not healthy, Amir is back in. The hope is, a week off can do wonders for Nico Batum, because he said post-game that he was fine after he heard it, that he felt good. Now, you can wake up the next day and it can be totally different, but maybe they felt like we have a chance against Golden State without him, and if we had to have him for the play-in game, he'd be available for that. So maybe that, the hope is that a week off, he'll be 100%.
Yeah, we're all going to be 100% with this week off coming up. I'm very happy they get it. I actually have to head out, though, because I have to prepare. What a season. I feel great. Thanks for letting me come on and talk about this. And me and Will are going to talk about it more tomorrow.
Sounds good. Let's go, Clips. What a season. What a year. It's still our year. It's still our year is on the table, guys. All right, speaking of, I'm going to switch to the other side of the table so I can take your guys' phone calls. 877-520-1150. I'll be with you for the next, 45 minutes here. I was hoping to get to the gym, but that may not happen today. That may not be in the cards. But that's okay. This is a big day. Clippers get to 50 wins. Who would have thought? I think I said, around 45. I didn't have them at 50 wins. And that was before we knew Kawhi was going to miss as many games as he did. Kawhi played 37 games, and they still won 50 games.
Just unbelievable. Unbelievable season by the Clippers. They deserve so much credit. Lawrence Frank, Coach Lou, the players, Chris Dunn. Check, 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 check. Back with you now, guys. Chris Dunn, DJ for having a career year, as more people are starting to call in. 877-520-1150. This was just a remarkable season. And the Clippers, you're going to remember this team for a long time. Now, yeah, James Harden was their MVP. James Harden was the MVP and was in this game too. Ben Simmons unplayable. Ben Simmons can definitely be used against Denver. This guy is an automatic timeout for spelling his name wrong or thinking he's related to Brian Seaman. But I mean, the amount of people I heard, I think I got a spicy tweet that it might be time to unleash it. You guys want to see a bookmark I had waiting? Uh-oh. Here's some old takes exposed. I'm a bad guy for this, but I think it's time. I think it's time for a retweet here. This is Carmichael Dave with the Sacramento Kings, who I do like, but I don't think he knows ball or the Clippers very much. I'm going to retweet this right now. If you guys go to @followAdamA, here was Carmichael Dave, and I'll show you guys the tweet, saying this at Media Day. After James Harden said on the new look Clippers style of play this season is definitely going to involve a lot of me. There was talk when I was in Houston, you can't win like that. You just saw a guy in Luka Doncic last season make the finals playing the exact same way I played. Carmichael Dave said, LMAO, Clips are cooked before the season even starts. Sure about that? You sure about that, my guy? Good luck to the Sacramento Kings in the plan. I keep the receipts. You guys know this. A lot of people thought that was pretty funny. Come outside. How is it now? Other people on Twitter saying I see a lot of clips in 6. I'm with that, but if the Denver Nuggets win in 6 with the best player in the world, like, they're favored. The Denver Nuggets are favored. So the Clippers can definitely lose. All right, Ryan in Santa Anita. Ryan, you're on Clippers Talk with Adam Austin. Ryan, what's up?
I've been on a good amount of times. That's Santa Ana, bro.
Santa Ana.
No, great time, great win for the Clippers. They had us expected at 35 wins. We surpassed that, 50 wins. I'm so excited. I think Zoo's gonna showcase his defense and why he should be defensive player of the year against Jokic. Excuse me. And if there's any X factor, maybe for the Nuggets, maybe it's Braun, or I don't know. But I feel like it's Clips in 6 out of respect for the Nuggets, for the Nuggies, actually.
The Nuggies, you're calling them? The Huggies, the Nuggies?
Yeah.
Is anybody already getting some chicken nuggets at McDonald's or anything like that after finding out the Nuggets are your matchup? Or are you going to wait to see if the Clippers win the series first? maybe wise.
Wait for the Clippers to win the series.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, guys. Like, while this may have been a better option even than Houston, maybe, I don't know, it's kind of a coin flip. You're taking on Nikola Jokic, even with having the best guy for him in Ivica Zubac, and he is without a doubt the best cover for Nikola Jokic. In fact, I think I have an old post talking about that. Yes, I can show you guys this too here in the chat. Ryan, you got anything else to say about the series?
Yeah, one more thing. Just I wanted to get your thoughts. You think it'll be Nico over Ben Simmons because Simmons hasn't shown up the last 2 games.
You say what?
Simmons hasn't shown up the last 2 games. Like he's passed up like opportunities at the basket just to give up that pass again.
I mean, he got a huge rebound and threw a lob to DJ in this game in the fourth quarter.
Nico could do that too.
That was a pretty big game. Well, obviously, I don't think he's playing over Nico. Nobody's ever said that.
No, I know. I understand.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the phone call, Ryan.
All right. Thank you very much.
Where's Rick? Where's that guy, Rick, who was talking all that junk and, this isn't, championship level team. A lot of people now are saying this Clippers team could be a contender. They're the dark horse to come out of the West. I've heard all that. But regarding Ivica Zubac against Jokic, now this was coming into this season. Check this out. Defending Jokic one-on-one in isolation or in the post. Ivica Zubac holds him to 0.68 points per possession. The next best center against Jokic coming into this season in isolation in the post was holding him to 1 point per possession in Nurkic. Like, it's not even close. Jokic last season had his 2 worst games, arguably, of his career against Ivica Zubac. Now, I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting Jokic to have some 6 for 22 game against Zubac in this series. Jokic is an all-time great player, guys. All-time. Some people are already like, is Jokic like a top 15 player ever now? Is he that good? If they went on another playoff run and won the championship, I'd say he's a top 10 player ever. Like, he is that unbelievably skilled. He is the greatest passing big man ever, and maybe he has the best touch, I think you could argue, on offense for a big man because of his three-point shooting. Guys, throughout the first 2 months of the season, Jokic was shooting 50% from 3. I mean, for over 2 months, he was shooting 50% from 3. He averaged a triple-double this year. Jokic is like that. He is that talented. He is the best player in the league. I know SGA is likely going to win the MVP this season. Jokic is still the best player in the game. The most unstoppable player in the game. Now, he has some deficiencies on the defensive end. And I referenced a couple games last season against Zubac, where he got the best of him, where Jokic went 8 of 23 in a game and 9 of 32 in a game. I think that's his worst shooting game, 28% in his professional career. That happened last year, back in December of 2023. But I'm not saying, Ivica Zubac owns Jokic or something like that. That's crazy. I'm saying he's probably the best option in the league against Nikola Jokic. But nobody can stop Nikola Jokic, even Ivica Zubac. He could have a game just like he had against Rudy Gobert last season in that second round series where he tortures Zubac. He's that good. Trust me. Do not underestimate this Denver Nuggets team just because they have had, a downswing where their coach got fired. Jonathan Johnson is saying, calm down, Adam. Have faith. I'm not big on how I feel about the team, good or bad, doesn't affect the outcome. If you guys are into that stuff, that's cool. But I give the players the credit who do the work. I don't think if I sit in my lucky chair, this guy makes a shot or anything like that. I don't think that's how anything works. But Nikola Jokic is going to have his hands full with Zubac on the other end too.
It can always be worse.
He's Dirk Nowitzki with way better interior game. That's who he is. And Clay Vaughn is coming on, guys, before we're done here. Believe that. But if you guys want to call in, 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 is the phone number. We'll take your calls for another 20, 25 minutes here. If you guys want to get on, I got to get it running. I ate like crap today. Why? Because this game was stressful. Emotional eating. That's what I do best. There was a bunch of people I couldn't get to earlier as I was doing the game recap. And if you guys call in, I will, without a doubt, get to you right now. 877-520-1150. Jonathan in San Diego is in. Jonathan, how we feeling? Clippers win 50 games this year.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. I was a little stressed out during that game against the Warriors, and my wife was like looking at me like I was crazy because I was just frantic.
Yeah, the Clippers will do that to you. Cardiac clips, and so will Steph Curry.
Yeah. No, I'm like, I think there are some people who are like in the chat who were saying like Steph was injured, giving them the excuse, but like Steph did not play like he was injured.
Was he injured in the fourth quarter? Like, wait a second. So
yeah,
he got healed by the time the fourth quarter came around and he was making all those shots? Really?
Yeah. I'm like, come on, guys.
F out of here. I'm not hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing that. I'm sorry, but that is weak.
Yeah. Like, I think is the Clippers' approach to these last two games, especially in Sacramento. Like, I think it was the Clippers played businesslike. They gave the respect to the opponent that the opponent deserved, and didn't mess around and try to find out. Like, yeah, there were mistakes, but like they executed down the stretch when it mattered the most. And I think this is probably like the highest IQ Clippers team in the last like 5-6 years.
That's a good point.
Collectively.
That's a great
like,
point.
I think once we got
you know what Kawhi said after the 2020 bubble? You remember what he said post game? He said we need to get smarter.
Yeah.
He said that after the bubble. Like that's always been an issue.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the like there's been growth like this earlier this season, especially even the Phoenix game like that we lost we lost a lot of games because we blew leads and we couldn't figure out how to hang on to them. And then Orange Frank cooked at the trade deadline, like getting rid of KPJ, who is our biggest inhibitor of our collective basketball IQ, and bringing in high level IQ player like Bogey. Like I think that was the trade that basically increased our ceiling. And I think like this time I feel more confident going into a matchup with the Nuggets because we have Ty Lue as our coach and not Doc. And also like it's just we don't have that loser Paul George anymore. Like Paul George was gonna kill us because whether or not he felt like playing, like he was just gonna float. But we have dogs on this team, and it's a sight to behold.
They have dogs on this team. They said that they had guys that wanted to prove people wrong before the season. They've done so.
Yeah.
They backed up all the talk completely. That's what's so impressive to me.
Also, another thing, Kawhi's wish list, was it not this past offseason, but the prior season before, his goal for the team was to have a top 5 defense.
Yep.
Didn't work out last year, but we got the top 5 defense this year.
Credit Chris Dunn, DJ Batum, and also Jeff Van Gundy and Coach Lue.
Yep.
And you know what? There were some great I said it during the recap. I highlighted those plays. There were some great defensive plays in the second half from James Harden in this game.
Oh yeah.
There were.
He was in good rotation. Like I think he put in the effort. Like I mean, he got blown by a couple times, but he funneled the guy who blew him by to Zoo, and like the defensive rotations overall were great. Like the Warriors, ever since they got Jimmy Butler, and for like everybody clowning the Warriors, it's just like you have to give them the respect they deserve because they're a drastically different team. Defensively, they're great, and like Jimmy Butler is a matchup nightmare, and Steph is the greatest shooter of all time.
Yeah.
So like it wasn't an easy win by any stretch of the imagination. It wasn't a cupcake win. The Warriors are a legit team, and like they were in the thick of the playoff hunt for a reason. And I think for and a lot of guys in the chat right now, they're looking past the Nuggets to a second round matchup with OKC. It's just like, you got to give the Nuggets the respect they deserve. Like, I'm personally not scared of the Nuggets, but like, if I'm going to analyze it, like, we have a good shot, but like, Joker's the best player in the world, and because they have Joker, like, the Nuggets have a higher floor than most teams. And the scary thing is, like, if Jamal Murray's right, like, he's their ceiling raiser. So like, they have a really high floor to begin with, and they can have an absurdly high ceiling if Jamal Murray's right. So like, I think we're really equipped to take them, and like, between Derrick Jones Jr. and Chris Dunn, like, we have the dogs to not even. We might not be able to shut down Murray, but at least slow him down, and then Zoo's going to work to slow down Joker, because no one's shutting down Joker.
No, like, I brought up his worst game ever on high volume with him shooting under 30% last season in a game against Ivica Zubac, but that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in a playoff series. Like, if you hold him under 50% shooting, you're taking that. Like, that's the expectation. Like, that's a good game against Nikola Jokic. That's how good he is. Hold him at 48%. I want to say Zubac in 2020 held him to like 48% from the field or something like that. And when Montrezl Harrell was on the court, Jokic shot like 70%. And that was the difference. But
that bubble series was Joker's coming out party. Like, I think the time off during the hiatus, like, Joker lost a lot of weight and got into really good conditioning, and like, that was what propelled the Nuggets in the bubble. And he's kept his conditioning up and like gotten a lot better. And they're a matchup nightmare for a reason. I'm not sure how David Alleman's going to coach, but like, by all accounts, he's played Russ less. Yeah. So like, if we win the minutes Russ is on the floor, like, I asked this in the chat earlier. I was going to ask you, Adam, like, what's the over under on Russ smoked layups?
I don't know, but I'm still worried about a Russ game where he hits some ungodly amount of 3-pointers to burn the Clippers, because Russ plays with emotion, and it's just really high variance with him all the time. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really bad. Like, there's usually no in between with Russ. He's just a very erratic player, but that also means there's some good too. So you have to be careful. He can ignite them. He has at times this season. I know what happened against that game in Minnesota. And look, I think overall, he typically hurts you in those big moments. But like last season, he ended up going 8 for 42 the last 5 games of that series against Dallas, and he was smoking all kinds of stuff. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen again. That doesn't mean Russ can't have his own little revenge series when he's out there.
Right. Low key though, I think this game against the Warriors was actually a pretty good tune-up, I guess, to kind of use as a practice game against the Nuggets, because the Nuggets run a lot of cutting offense off Jokic run at the high post, and you got the Warriors run a lot of motion, and like Steph Curry kind of like Dunn is ready to go after guys who are just moving constantly. So I think this is actually a great game to have as your final game to work on some things, especially with off-ball cutting.
Oh yeah, this was the perfect dress rehearsal that also had stakes to it. You know, it was that type of game from the Clippers. They needed it. They got it. It was hard fought. It wasn't easy. And it's the type of game they're going to have to reproduce in a 7-game series now against Denver. Jonathan, you got anything else?
Yawning tears, if you're listening. We didn't mess around and try to find out in the play-in, so there you go.
Thank goodness. They need all this time off with the minutes they've been playing as of late. Like, this, hopefully, is exactly what they need to make sure that there's less of a chance that they have a flare-up with Kawhi, because, guys, he just played, 43 minutes and now 47 minutes his last 2 games. So that stuff, you can be, I understand why you have to, but you're living in the red a little bit there. You're revving the engine pretty high up. So a week off to reset. I hope that will do wonders for Kawhi, but my God, he looked amazing in this game, by the way.
Yeah, and
He hit
I'm
so
gonna
many
I'm gonna
clutch
finish my
shots in the
workout for you,
fourth.
Adam. So I'm gonna finish my workout for you. So I'm getting them gains if you don't have a chance to go to the gym today. So
All right, my loss is your gains.
Peace.
Jonathan, love you, man. All right, be good. We got somebody dropped off on the 818. I will get to you if you call back, I promise. But I want to give people time to express themselves here because, you know, we're not on the air. You can talk as much as you want. You can say whatever you want. This is basically Clippers Talk OT, Clippers Talk After Dark. We got somebody from the 713 here. I want to save Clayvon for last because I know he's going to kill his call. But somebody from the 713 is calling in. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Steph from Houston, Texas.
It's Steph?
Steph.
As in Steph Curry?
Yeah. But I was Steph before Steph Curry.
Oh, okay. You taught him everything he knows, right? I appreciate you calling in after a loss, Steph. It's really great to have you here. What do you want to say about this Clippers team this season going up against the Denver Nuggets? What are your overall thoughts?
First off, I want to say great win tonight or today. It felt like Game 7 for real. It's probably the best game I watched all season. Back and forth. Kawhi being Kawhi, Harden stepping up big, Chris Dunn playing the game of his life.
I hope it's not the game of his
doing what he
life
does.
because I still feel like Chris Dunn can give us a couple more games like this in the playoffs. I do.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But I really got to get to the elephant in the room. Ben Simmons. Man, he just frustrates me so much because
why in this game particularly though? Like I don't think Ben Simmons had a bad game. He was in that lineup to start the fourth quarter that did some work.
It's multiple instances in the game where I see him with the ball. He's either driving to the hoop or he gets a pass somewhere around free throw line, and he's not even looking at the rim. And a lot of times he's either wide open or he's right at the rim where he could just lay the ball up.
Well, I get that. No, I totally get that. But you knew that coming in. Like you knew that with Ben Simmons.
Yes, and I feel like that might be an Achilles heel. When you talk about that run that they went on, that was largely with Ben Simmons in the game early in the first half. And we, don't have any answers. We're looking for somebody to score. It's like stretches of the game where he's the biggest guy on the floor and he's not even taking a shot, and his potential. It just frustrates me so much.
I get it, but I mean, Ben Simmons, he's going to play like maybe 10 minutes a game at most in the playoffs. Like you're not living and dying with what Ben Simmons does. And I still think overall, I felt like he was a positive in this game, but I love that rebound that he got in scrap for to throw that alley-oop to DJ in the fourth quarter. That was a massive play. Like I don't think he hurts you that much.
That was a good play.
Like Ben Simmons, no, he may shy away from taking shots. He may not be as aggressive as you want him to, but he's not out there making a ton of mistakes either. I don't think he hurts you that much. Like his floor isn't that low. He may fade out at times offensively with his lack of scoring appetite, but his defense is solid. He brings the ball up the floor. He makes the right passes out there. He's not killing you.
I guess my expectations may be just a little too high for him.
I mean, it would be nice if he was still all-star Ben Simmons or if he progressed, but he's also been through a lot, a couple back surgeries. He's not the same player athletically. I think you got to reset expectations.
Accept that. Yeah, and I'm not expecting him to be all-star level Ben Simmons, but it's just like, if you could just give us 6 to 8 points, and because it's just so many times where I see, okay, man, you got a lane right there, you go take it and just go straight to the rim. right there. You're the biggest guy on the floor right now. But like you're saying, he's not terrible out there. It's just my expectation may be a little too high.
Yeah, he's closer to a finished product at this point. How old is he? 28. Like, this is who he is. He has some drawbacks with his limited scoring game out there, and he does, too often. He's not even out there looking at the rim at times, and that can be frustrating. But you already know that going in. I don't know. I'm accepting that part and just looking at, okay, is he overall being a net positive out there? Is he defending? Is he getting them up the floor and into their offense quickly? Is he making good passes? That's the stuff I care about, because they got plenty of guys that can score. They don't need a lot of scoring out there.
Right.
It would be nice. It'd be a nice bonus if he scored a little bit more, but I think of it as a bonus.
Yeah, I just think it would make them just so much more unstoppable if he was in attack mode.
I mean, we can't ask him to be a different guy though at this point. But Steph, you got anything else to say?
I would say Bogey as well. I feel like this game, it really showed some of his flaws, and I feel like going forward, I know this is a road game. We expect road players to play better at home and in the playoffs. So hopefully, this is just an outlier for him, and he can be a little bit more consistent, especially offensively. If he can give us anywhere from 8 to 12, that would be good too.
Bogey is a rhythm shooter guy that is going to have some down games like this, but then some scorching hot games as well. And then you just live with the averages in the end. But defensively, I'm not surprised that in a game of that magnitude, they tried to test him on the defensive end to great success, with Jimmy Butler continuing to ask his man to come up to set the screen so he could get the switch onto Bogey. And I think the Clippers have to be aware of that and who the personnel is in Jimmy Butler and be like, no, fight through that screen. You can. Jimmy Butler's not a great outside shooter. It's not like he needs to jump up and hedge and be there immediately to stop a shooter. It's Jimmy Butler. Like, if he gets that shot off there because his man is fighting through a screen to get back to him and he gets a cleaner look, okay, he's still not a great shooter. So I think they do need to be a little bit more in tune with how they're playing that, because teams are going to hunt Bogey on the defensive end.
Definitely. I think if he can find a way just to be a positive for us, and his shooting on the offensive end can offset some of his defensive liabilities, then we should be okay.
I'm with you.
But yeah, I'm ready for this first round matchup against Denver. We got to right the wrongs of what happened in the past.
Yeah, I would love for them to get some revenge on what happened in the bubble, giving up that 3-1 lead where it looked like they had complete control of that series. Steph, become a regular caller here on Clippers Talk, okay?
All right, I got you.
Appreciate the phone call. We got a mystery caller from the 818 here on Clippers Talk. Welcome in. I'm Adam Moslin. 818. State your name. Where are you calling from?
What's going on, Adam? It's your menace, Mr. Quentin Cornett. What's going on, baby?
Oh, no. Quentin Cornett is in here. The man who said Ivica Zubac's only dunks, even though he just had over 200 hook shots this year, and that happened for the first time in the NBA in like 30 years. Quentin Cornett is in here, guys. Get ready. The guy who wanted them to trade for Jimmy Butler, who they just beat in this game. Quentin, is this the apology tour? Does it start now?
Hey, listen. Like I said, I've been a Clips fan since the 84-85 season, man.
Okay.
I'm 53 years old.
Okay.
I love my Clippers. I've learned when you're wrong, you have to admit you were wrong.
All right.
I was wrong about Big Zoo. I was wrong about him, okay? I'm glad he's doing his thing, man. I'm just so excited about our team, to be honest with you, Adam. I love our depth. And my man that just called in before, he has to realize, I hope we sign Ben Simmons in the off season so he can have a full training camp because he has to regain his confidence offensively, but defensively he can still help us. So yeah, man, I'm just excited about our Clipper team. I'm just excited about them.
How do you feel about going up against Denver in the first round?
I'm not concerned about. And listen, if we're healthy, if the claw is healthy, and the way James is playing with our depth, I don't care. I don't care who we go up against. I don't. You know. One thing about
I understand.
Yeah. One thing which already you have to be confident in your ability. We have great depth, and it seems like we're staying healthy. And one thing about sports, when it's your time, it's your time. That's it.
I agree with you. We'll see if it's the Clippers' time. I like the time they've been on right now, having won 18 of their last 21 games heading into the playoffs, having won 8 straight, and winning in this manner against this Golden State team that had been playing great basketball, that gave the Clippers everything they could handle and then some with Steph, and the Clippers still won in overtime. Unbelievable victory.
We still won. And Adam, I'm going to be honest with you, that game against the Kings, and I believe I heard you say that Sacramento was your hometown.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know. So I don't know if you were a little conflicted with that.
Hell no. Hell no. My Sacramento Kings team is from the early 2000s. I have nostalgia for C-Webb, for Peja, for Bibby, for Scott Pollard, for Rick Adelman there.
Okay.
My allegiance is with the Clippers now. Things have changed.
Outstanding. But that 1 point win, that was a gritty. Now see, those are the type of wins that can propel you, and I'm gonna say it, that can propel you to championships. Okay, because that was a gritty win, and if you remember, they had a chance to score and win the game, and we played defense on it. It was Zubac played great defense. He just put his hands up and made sure he didn't foul DeRozan. And I don't know who was guarding DeRozan. Was that Chris Dunn?
It was yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And see, it's so easy to get a foul on a shot like that. And I'm proud of Big Zoo. Adam, can you imagine in the off season if Big Zoo develops a 3-point shot?
Quentin, let's enjoy what he's got right now.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Quentin, he's already a top 5 player. He's a top 5 center, a top 5 center.
Yeah, no, he's a top 3 center. Okay, Zubac is.
Oh, you really come around then, Quentin. You really come around, huh?
We're not even gonna play around with it. Zubac is a top 3 center.
From Saul to Paul, he's made you a believer.
Hey, you know what? I did a 10 touch today. I was a touch today, all right?
Hey, maybe that's why they won.
Outstanding, man. But I love my Clippers, man. I'm so proud of them. I'm so thankful for Mr. Ballmer, Coach Ty Lue, Coach Van Gundy. Man, I'm just so excited. I'm expecting them to win, and this series, I don't know, 6 games. I expect us to win the series, Adam. I do. I expect us to beat them. I know Joker's the greatest player on earth and all that, but I expect us to win this series. I do.
Well, they're not favored, and they're going up against the best player in the league. But I agree with you. I feel like with the momentum the Clippers have, I'm also expecting them to win this series. But if you lose to Nikola Jokic and he's just that good, I also would not be shocked.
Yeah. There's no shame in losing to him.
Right.
But I believe it's our time. Everything that we have been through as an organization with Kawhi and the injuries and the stuff in the bubble and PG, acting out and all being the little brother to the Lakers, and when we finally have our stadium now, I just believe it's our time. I believe it's our time. So that's just me. But I want to make sure. You and I are good. You and I are good. All right.
Not as good as the Clippers.
Zoo. Go Big Zoo. I'm gonna give me a Zubac jersey, Adam.
Oh, that is good to hear. Quentin has become a believer in Ivica Zubac.
Yeah, Woo. Hey, I'm gonna let you get to your other callers, man. Thank you so much for taking my call.
All right, Quentin. Appreciate you. You're a big man for calling in and admitting you were wrong. Not everybody does that, so it's all love here.
All right.
There goes Quentin. I got another call from the 818 to get to, but I got to cut some liners here, and I'm just going to do it live while we're doing the show because I got to send these to Bob Smith so he can cut Clippers promos for this week. I got to send these over to him quickly. So if you guys will bear with me, obviously I'm doing a little bit of acting here, but Bob Smith has asked for some specific verbiage here. So I'm going to cut these liners really quick. I don't think you guys will hate this. This team has gotten hot at the perfect time. There's one. The Denver Nuggets have fired their head coach and the Denver Nuggets have fired their head coach and general manager on the brink. This doesn't make sense. This seems dated. Huh? How's that going to work? All right, I'll do whatever you say, Bob. The Denver Nuggets have fired their head coach and general manager on the brink of the playoffs. The Denver Nuggets have fired their head coach and general manager on the brink of the playoffs. It's the best player in the world versus Nikola Jokic. It's the best player in the world versus Nikola Jokic. I think he wants to make a zoo joke here. Hey, you know, it's the best player in the world versus Nikola Jokic. Last one. It's time to get ready. It's time to get playoff ready. It's time to get playoff ready. It's time to get playoff ready. All right, I think that's what Bob wanted there. Hold on for me, guys. I'm going to send these over. Hit the save button real quick here. Hot at the perfect time. The Denver Nuggets have fired their head coach and Denver Nuggets. How's that going to work? I don't understand why he wanted it like that. This team has gotten hot at the perfect. Denver Nuggets have. All right. All right, let me save this real quick. We'll get to a phone call. Who's calling from the 818? Is it still Quentin? Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Yo, what up?
What's your name?
I'm Justin, calling from Sherman Oaks.
Justin, how you feeling right now, my friend?
I'm feeling great. This is a great season to tune into. I mean, I hadn't really watched the Clippers in a full season in like 5 years, really since the 2-1-3. Tuned in for the bubble, then was kind of turned off by how the whole Paul George Kawhi experiment was going. Once Paul George was out, I'm like, this is my time to lock in. Like, expectations were low. And I mean, it's been a fun season. But I went into a dome like on seven different occasions, moved to New York, saw them against Brooklyn and the Knicks. I mean, it's been a fun season.
We came into this year hoping it would be just that. The expectations were lowered because Paul George left, because we didn't know when Kawhi Leonard was going to be back. And I know a lot of people, when there's lowered expectations, it makes it easier because that's what they're used to with the Clippers, that it's all gravy when they win. Hope for the best, expect the worst type of stuff. But now, look, the expectations are going to be raised again, as they were earlier this season when you saw how good they were going to be. And I would say, embrace it. You have to embrace it.
Yeah.
I know the Clippers are. They're not just going after everybody now as this gritty.
I mean, I think this team can really embrace it. They have every piece, every role player knows exactly who they are, exactly who they can be. People who can step up need to. Norman Powell, Ivica Zubac, and you got just James Harden willing our team to victory. I mean, in Kawhi, I mean, he's just looked insane.
What? Oh, he just dropped. Oh, did he not have the eye of the tiger?
Because it's that eye of the tiger. Yeah, I don't know the rest of the words right now, but shit.
Clayvon is coming up. Justin, is this you? Justin, you're back on. Oh, he dropped again. Prepaid? Justin, if you have the capabilities, call back. I'll punch you back up. You were rolling there. You were rolling. Justin, you're on Clipper Stop.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
We lost you. So
Yeah.
get straight back to your point.
I was just saying, Kawhi looks insane. When he went on his playoff run with the Raptors, won the championship, I wasn't really watching basketball at that time. I haven't seen Kawhi in his prime, and it's just been amazing to watch. Obviously you can't really count on him being healthy for a full series. I just hope we get to see that. Hope we get to see him play at home at the Intuit Dome. But it's been a lot of fun to watch. And the one thing that I got to say about us lately is it's funny because you get into playoff basketball. I know the ISO matters on offense. Kawhi going up against whoever, shooting mid ranges or contested mid range like their layups. James Harden going one-on with the step back. But I feel like we've had moments where just the ball was swinging around the court, crazy ball movement. 4 or 5 different passes before the ball even, is put down on the floor. And I think
you're right.
It's been a great development for us.
No, I think the ball movement was better in this game because a lot of the time with the Golden State Warriors, they have Draymond at the 5. They can switch everything. It turns into a lot of ISO ball when teams can switch everything like that. And you just got to beat somebody off the dribble. And people complain all the time about ISO ball. Like, guys, this is playoff basketball. That's what it comes down to. Everybody knows what you're running by the end of the series. And by the end of most games, even during the regular season, it turns into a lot of ISO ball. Just expecting there to be plays drawn up all the time, that's not realistic. And the thing is, they have, according to points per possession in isolation last season, Kawhi was number 1 and James Harden was number 2. And I haven't looked at what the numbers say now. I'm sure they're still pretty high up there. I know they were with James Harden, but Kawhi's only played 37 games. You have 2 of the best players ever in isolation. Of course you're going to play ISO ball. How do you think James Harden got to 39 in this one? Like, the fact that he can go ISO and bend the defense and manipulate them and then find the open man where he had 10 assists in this game, it's an advantage. Don't look at it as such a downside to everything. Oh, why do we play isolation basketball? It's like, because you have isolation players that are great at it. That's why you lean into their strengths.
Yeah, I agree. Bottom line is we're finding ways to score, and we're doing it consistently, at least in this stretch in the past 10, 15 games. We're looking good. But I have to say the point about Ben Simmons that the other caller was making, it's not trivial, I don't think. And I know there's not much we can expect from him, scoring the basketball. But you have to be able to look for a shot, to put a shot up. If you have a layup, you got to be, and I know that's Ben Simmons' thing, right? But you got to get over. Otherwise, this is a big part of the scouting report
But
I
do
know
you realistically
Warriors,
think he's going to figure it out in the playoffs? Like he's going to become a different player all of a sudden?
No, I don't think he's going to become a different player. Literally, what I would need to be satisfied is him to put up, I know he's only going to get 10 minutes, whatever, but when he's in the game, he's got to be looking to shoot. I don't care if he ends up with 0 points, but you have Draymond who knows that he's just going to pass the ball when he has it, and he got a hand on it every time. I know he had a good, he had quality minutes in the second half, Ben Simmons, but in that first half, he was giving the ball up because they know exactly what he's going to do with it.
Oh, to be fair, a lot of guys were, but yes, it would be awesome if Ben Simmons would look to score a little bit more. I know who he is as a player. If it happens, if he just averages 8 points per game, that would be great. But if he's only playing 10 minutes per game or less in a playoff series, even asking for 8 points is too much. Just if they give him the driving lane, if they give him opportunities, if he's in transition and he has the ability to push it and look for your own shot, that would be great. But I just think we need to understand who we're talking about here. That's his big bugaboo. He can't be something he hasn't been all of a sudden out of nowhere when this is who he's been throughout his entire career. I'm not saying you can't get a game. There could be a Ben Simmons game in this first round series against Denver where he makes a couple of critical plays in limited minutes that help you swing the game. I think that's very possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's the ideal scenario, I guess. Because I mean, the thing that's missing from this conversation is Nico Batum. I mean, I think we just need Nico.
Man, they
in
need
a bad
Nico
way. We need
today.
him to
They
be
needed Nico
healthy.
today.
Yeah, yeah,
They were lucky to
yeah.
get by without him.
So I don't know what the latest on him is. If we were just, giving him one extra day, even though this is like, this is an extra play-in game. If he was able to play, he would have. But I mean, hope he has a week to rest. Hopefully he's back by the time we have game one.
I agree with you. Justin, you're a good caller. Don't be a stranger
Thanks,
now.
Adam. Nice to talk to you.
Call in more often, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Justin calling there. I think he said Sherman Oaks. 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150. I want to hear some post-game audio. I don't see any yet from Coach Lou, but I do see some. First of all, I think Kawhi Leonard was interviewed post-game. Let me see if I can find it here on the Clippers official Twitter account. Clippers Twitter. Sorry, guys. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. It's been a long day, but I can figure this out. I can multitask here. Let's see what we got. I know it should be up. Oh, we got some good audio for you. Oh, yes, we do. Let's get to it.
Minnesota.
Here's James Harden.
Let's go to Katie standing by with James Harden.
Thanks, Dave. James, it seems only fitting that this game would go to overtime. What allowed you guys to outlast the Warriors and clinch a playoff spot?
We had to be the tougher team, man. That's an unbelievable team. Obviously, with the addition of Jimmy, Steph got hot. We just kept our composure. You know what I mean? Like, we knew it was going to be a hostile environment, and the main goal was to win the game, and we did that.
You willed your team to victory, especially with your play in overtime. What was your mindset in the final 5 minutes?
Win the game. Whether it's scoring, whether it's playmaking, I know we had to get stopped, so trying to get a couple deflections. It's whatever it takes. At this point, the playoffs is whatever it takes, and so just trying to be aggressive.
Preseason, you guys were selected to finish in the bottom of the West. Now you're the 5 seed. Why were you guys capable of doing so?
We're a good team. And we're excited to show the world, but we're a good team.
Best of luck against Denver.
There was James Harden on ESPN. What about Kawhi Leonard post game on FanDuel TV with Christina Pink?
Send it down to Christina.
Thank you, Brian. Kawhi, overtime, back and forth battle, playoff berth on the line. There was a lot of intensity throughout this one. How would you describe the battle we saw here today?
Intensity, playoff basketball. We both wanted to get in. It was a great game. Went into overtime, and luckily we got the win.
You guys get the win. You had 33 points, but the shot making throughout, James, Steph, we saw it in this game, but how would you describe the way you've been able to elevate your play at the time the team needs it the most?
Just sticking with it. My teammates trust me. The coaching staff trusts me. And I'm just going out playing and having fun.
You guys will be headed to Denver as the 5 seed. I know you're still trying to digest this one, but how can you guys continue to keep rolling in the playoffs?
Just doing what we did to finish the season. They got a tough team, MVP caliber players, and we just got to stay locked in.
All right, thanks so much, Kawhi.
Thank you.
There was Kawhi Leonard post game with Christina Pink on FanDuel TV. It's because I'm the receipt master. Yes, I may have been retweeting some people here. Who else do I got here? Oh no, who do I got? I already got Carmichael Dave with a retweet earlier. I got somebody else that said Kawhi Leonard is washed, I'm afraid. Oh, Lynn Reacted says he's trolling the chat. Should I give him a timeout, guys, or should we see what happens here? We already got the Denver Nuggets fans in here. It starts. It has begun. We'll see how good they are. But in going back to the conversation about Ben, look, I understand what you want from Ben Simmons.
Get out there, Ben, and put that shit up, dog. Put it up, Ben.
You want Ben to put it up?
Put it up, Ben.
You want him to put it up?
Put that shit up, Ben. Put it up.
Let's hear from Clavon from Michigan. Call it in. Post game after the Clippers win in OT and get to 50 victories on the season. They're taking on the Denver Nuggets in the 4-5 matchup of the first round. Clavon, you're a legend. People were asking for your post game. You're called in. Give us that good Clavon pep talk.
First of all, Adam, they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Woo! Let me tell you something, Adam. First of all, I have a sermon to deliver on the Clips Talk. Amen. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
We handed St. James the ball, and he put it up. He didn't put it up not one, not two, but 3 times. Can I get a witness? Woo! And we handed James the ball, and he led them up the court the same way he's done all season. And Kawhi Leonard was right behind him with a mean-ass 33-piece. I'm just getting started. And if Chris Dunn comes in, and you're done, son, 3 for 3. Amen. It's on. Look, man, it's divine timing, Adam. All right? Can I get a witness? It's divine time. It's our time right now. We came out. We held it down just like we knew they would. We have too many weapons. And hey, I respect my man from Texas, Steph. Yep. I feel you too. Hey man, put that shit up, Ben. I think that's gonna be a secret weapon for us. What we have is a whole squad of clutch players. Everybody on our team is clutch. So when one is down, somebody else is able to take that juice on. You feel me? Pause. All right? But they able to take it and they able to fill in those positions. That's what we have. Okay? So when one player is down that one game, bogey. No, man. That's all right. Guess what? Everybody else was able to compensate. All right? And bogey's going to be up one game and somebody might be down. Every team goes through that. Every team goes through that. All right? And Nikola Jokic, he's a machine. But damn, his team is going through it. See, we operate better in a chaotic environment. All right? We do, because we've been through it. Look at what happened with the Nuggets and the situation they're going through right now. That's stressful, and it's not just like Nikola Jokic, he a machine. He's going to put his points up. But that's affecting everybody in their own ways, man, even Westbrook. And I agree with you, Adam. I do fear that nightmare of Westbrook coming out. He just put up ungodly amount of threes. I'll be like, well, what the fuck? Wait, hold up. Where was you at? But he does play with his emotion. He plays with his heart. And I respect that, man. It's always going to be respect for Russell Westbrook. And I think that, that's going to make the series that much harder because you're going to have.
No, I have no ill will for Russ. Like, of course, I want the Clippers to beat him. And, yeah, I brought up how poor he played in that series against Dallas last year. And Russ stands, they're nuts. And they think, if you criticize him at all, you're a hater and you're damned to hell or something like that. But Russ is a wild card. Like, you never know. Wild card, bitches. You never know how it's going to go with Russell Westbrook. It could go really well. It could go really poorly. Speaking of chaotic, I mean, that's a guy where he can work for you and against you. So we'll see how it goes with Russ, but I'm expecting him to play with passion out there, of course, at all times.
Hey, that's all we ask, Adam. Right now, when everybody's at this clutch moment in their life and their career, it's like, get the ring or bust. When I start looking at Carmelo Anthony and I start looking at Allen Iverson, they have this one regret. They have all of these great accomplishments, but they don't have that ring. Right now, we got
That's why I love that Post Malone song. I love that Post Malone song, White Iverson, that ring I never got. I love that song.
Hey, that shit is cold, for real. And it's like, damn, you cold as hell, but you didn't get that chip. Yo, that affects them the rest of their life. Who was that, Jerry West? Man, when I looked at that Lakers, that little Lakers show series they have, I was like, damn, dog, I know that's gonna haunt you. Like some cats, man, that destroys their life. But the passion right now is real. Nikola Jokic, he's gonna put up his numbers. It's up to everybody else to fall into place, just like with the Clippers, man.
Yep.
Look, Kawhi Leonard has 2 rings. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's so genuine and authentic. He just want to see another city. Like when he took it to Toronto, he loved the underdogs, man. You know what I'm saying? He's not one of the cats that's trying to go to the coldest team and try to jump on their bandwagon because they got a nice little lineup. Kawhi is like, that's what makes him a great leader. You know what I mean? It's inspirational leaders, and you have motivational leaders that have great speeches. And I will say this too, Dunn, yes, his defense is better than Patrick Beverley. I used to not be able to stand Patrick Beverley. His head be all nasty when he was on the Rockets. And then when he came on the Clippers, I understood. I was like, he was just playing with passion. He get in your head, kind of like Roberto Duran. You know what I'm saying? Getting in Sugar Ray Leonard's head. He get in your head and shit. And that's what he lives rent free. And so that's what Chris Dunn do. And then he put down the 3 for 3. Damn. Look, we don't expect him to do that every game. Yet when we have a game where Nico Batum isn't out, once again, he is a clutch player. Some players just play way better when it's crunch time. All right? They'll look at everybody in the season and they'll be like, oh, well, they didn't do much, you know what I'm saying, in 50 games or what have you. But then you stop and you look at it. A lot of them have not been to the playoffs. This is where they're at a late point in their career. They hungry, dog. They hungry like these young dudes. They hungrier than these young dudes. They way hungrier than them because they like, dog, shit, this might be my last chance. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to go through that, man. You know, and when they have all these documentaries with these players, these big players that never got their ring, man, everybody's looking at that. We didn't have that back in the day. Now you're seeing that stuff with Jordan and all these players and the documentaries. You know, it's real. And they don't want to end up like that. So right now, I think this is refreshing for the NBA, Adam, because this is much needed, right? Because, we tired of seeing the same team win and go. And, it's good for that city and shit, but it doesn't shake up anybody. That's not like, man, this is the difference. When we start seeing the West shake the lead like it is, it's going back and forth. The Thunders, they look like they damn near look like they invincible and shit. But that's all right though. We've played some games that really put them to the test, and everybody's like, oh well, they were, you got to think they was, they had this and that person sitting down. It doesn't matter because we adjust well under chaos. We have a lot of veteran players that are able to adjust underneath that pressure, man. I think that's what's killing the Rockets too. The Rockets gonna fuck up and blow up on the launch pad because they have great youthful players, but they don't have a great mix of veterans being on the lineup to help control it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a difference when you have a balance in your lineup, man. And I think that, man, we have 3 coaches that can arguably be a coach in themselves on any separate NBA team and do a good job. You know what I'm saying? Jeff Van Gundy, B. Shaw, and Tyrone Lue. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even according to the rest of the staff, the training staff. Like, man, everything is just on divine time right now, right? And right now it's looking so good. Everybody is taking notice. Everybody's taking notice. You see how everybody talking? Look, they didn't even realize the Clippers, after this game right here, man, I'm telling you, your ass don't want to get hit by a Clipper. It's going to cut you in half, dog. Real talk.
You mean the Clippers ship? Joke. The Clippers ship will cut you in half.
Yeah. I love that logo, dog. That shit is so hard. Got the clip because I didn't know what the fuck a Clipper. You know, you from the hood, you think some Clippers, man. These niggas like some hair clippers, you lining you up and shit, like some Andes or some walls or something. Like we ain't know, you know what I'm saying? So I still love the Clippers since I was young, and all my family was some Lakers fans, and they looking at me crazy. Because I didn't know what the hell the Clippers were. I thought it was literally some Clippers lining edge your hair up and cut your hair. So when I saw that logo, man, we should have been and did that. That's cold. I'm like a Clipper, and then you look at the history on the Clipper, you know what I'm saying? And that's dope. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think they should have did that shit a long time ago because a Clipper cut you in half. It cut waves and water in half. You could get hit. Look, you walk up on the ship. Because I used to live in San, because I'm from, and Adam, I'm from Cali. I just live in Michigan. I'm from the 7-1 forever. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, for real. I'm not just a fan, it's in my blood, you know. But when you go down to San Diego and we stay near Seal Beach and you look at them ships, man, them ships are big as hell. And the front, it looks sharp as hell. When the Clipper hits you, it's going to cut your ass in half. And right now, I think we have the potential to cut the whole West, the whole league in half. We show we can handle Cleveland. I wouldn't doubt in the finals it fuck around and be the Clippers versus Cleveland. That'd be cold because we already showed we can beat them, and everybody tired of looking at Boston and all that green. Let them go somewhere. Let the damn Celtics and the Lakers go somewhere. Y'all got enough titles throughout history. We tired of seeing all that, man. And then we seeing a Cleveland without LeBron James go hard. Everybody thought, oh, LeBron's gone. Cleveland ain't gonna be good. Yeah, right. Cleveland cold, man. So I could see the Clippers versus Cleveland in the finals, and the Clippers taking it, dog. Real business, Adam. Like, for real. We could do it.
Oh, I know you believe.
Man, shoot, if they can't believe, man, ain't none of them watch Disney, man. Shit, you better motherfucking believe, you know what I'm saying, on a wishing star or whatever, cuz look, us and believe. We got it. Like, look, everything is happening, and it's unfortunate. Sometimes things got to happen to other teams. Somebody might get lost, or you know, somebody come up injured, or coaches get fired, and it throws off the tempo of the team. However it may happen, but shit, that didn't happen to us. How long? We got a whole damn career going. Look, since the team was established. That's been our story. All right, so some unfortunate things had to happen around NBA for the Clippers to be where they need to be. That's the day. That's divine timing, all right? This person and that person wasn't there. How long has it been that way for us? Too long. Now it's our time. Now it's Cliff's time. And we're going to cut the whole division in half. You understand? And this is our time. So stop. So get off of Ben. Ben gonna look, he a secret weapon. Watch. Bet you. He's a clutch player. He's motivated like, unfortunately, the way it looked for him, he's like, man, shit, I ain't gonna never get to the finals. I ain't gonna never be in a great position. But now that he is, he's like, shit, man, everybody wants to be there. Everybody on the Clips team wants to be there. I know the locker room be lit as hell. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be there. And I think that's gonna be the difference. We are hungrier. All right, Thunder's going through it in the locker room. Nuggets going through it in the locker room. Hell, even the Lakers be going through it in the locker room. I think the locker room, that's where the chemistry starts. You know what I'm saying? Because if your locker room is secure, everybody, that confidence, chemistry, and that cooperation, them triple C's, I won't always say it. I'll say it again, that confidence, chemistry, and cooperation. Three C's is with you, you can do it. And if it's not, you can put up a good show, but at the end of the day, you're going to get conquered, you're going to get crushed, and you're going to get cut in half by that Clipper.
Is that the new Clippers tagline? We're gonna cut you in half. I don't know, man. Like that may be a little bit too violent, Clayvon. I don't know about that.
Well,
how about
Adam,
we'll cut your shooting percentages in half? You're gonna shoot such a low percentage.
Right. Hey, everything, Adam. Like, look, and then you can take the logo of the team that they playing, and you know the Clippers should be cutting through the waves. It'll cut through the team logo. You know what I'm saying? And it just like the wave. You know what I'm saying? Every team is a wave, an obstacle. We just cut through them. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Clippers do, right? Or am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
I don't know.
You're not wrong. We're cutting through the waves than anything else in our path, apparently. Oh, sorry.
Coach Lou's reason.
I don't know why this is coming up here. Clayvon, continue. Cook.
On some real business.
Christopher, call back. I'll get to you after Clayvon here. I had somebody on hold who probably just gave up because, you know, Clayvon starts rolling and hey, you cut the show in half. You cut right through me. Like I'm cooked. Like I ain't even got to say anything else. Clayvon gets started and I just rev you up and let you go.
Hey, I apologize to y'all on the phone lines. You know what I'm saying? Mad loves Cliff down. And on the comment boards, real business. So this need to be heard, dog. Why? We need to put the spirit. Hey, they got all the talent. They got all the hype. But, yo, they need the spirit. Because you got to understand, a lot of people don't know why it's so hard playing at home and away games for players, man. And I have to bring that example up one more again. All right? What happened? is a Japanese scientist did a study and found out that the body is, yes, made up of 64% water, right? Actually, I think it's 74, but regardless, they spoke positive words over the water. Just some regular old ass water, okay? And they spoke positive words over it, and they froze the water, and the water had beautiful ice crystals all throughout it. I'm talking about each one of them was different, beautiful, vibrant colors. You can look it up, right? And then they spoke a lot of negative words on some different water, right? And they froze like I hate you and I can't stand you ain't shit and all kind of different words, right? And they froze it. And when it was frozen, all the crystals formed some ugly, disgusting, dookie green colors and you know what I'm saying, the ugly formations. It looked terrible. But the point in being, yo, when you put this, like, even saying, you know what I'm saying, something little put it up, Ben, or whatever y'all may say, and seeing those signs, that has an effect on the water in their body. Every word has an effect because what water vibrates. So, yo, keep putting this motherfucking positive energy out there. They need it. That's why they going so hard into it, Dome. Yo, it's different. We got something now. We got our own. You know what I'm saying? And now that we have our own shit, they playing with passion. Something that I think the league has been missing for a minute, especially with the same franchises winning. That shit is just, you know, that gets boring. Nobody wants to see the same team going and shit. You know what I'm saying? We shaking it up, and it's like, man, it feels different. But I will say this: hopefully, I'm praying that the Clips win it. But I always said this when I was a child. I said, man, if the Clippers win, well, when the Clippers win, I said it's gonna be the end of the world. So hopefully, we'll see how that goes. Because you looking at the state of the world and shit, yo, it is what it is. You see it, you know what I'm saying? But yo, the Clips, this is their year, man, and it's time to get it. We gonna get it. We going for the win. All right. And for them that's talking about Chris Dunn and thought that was a bad trade, you done, son. You done, man. Yeah. Yeah, Dunn out there playing that lockdown defense, man. Look, we was out there getting awesome offensive rebounds. Damn. Kicking out, we get a second chance, third chance shots. Oh, hey, man. And Bogey came in, he put up the same stats as Norman Powell in half the time. So when people saying, oh, well, he didn't do that great, he still, for the little bit of time he was out there.
All right,
he still
Clayvon.
did some good bits.
You got 30 seconds. Give us your best. Give us your motivational speech leading into this series against the Denver Nuggets. We need it.
Check this out. We're going into the Denver Nuggets. Get your Cavaliers, get your ammunition, and go out there and support the Clips. It's going to be a battle. We're going in 6, going in deep. Pause. But guess what? We're going to come out on top, and we're going to take it to the next round. And we are going to tell Ben to put that shit up, Ben. And we're going to tell Dunn, keep getting them steals. And we're going to tell Kawhi and James Harden, keep doing that Hall of Fame shit. It's time. Clips Nation. We in there. Let's get it.
There goes Clayvon. Are you guys pumped? Are you guys ready for this series? Are you ready to call in? As long as you guys keep calling in, I'll keep going here. I know it's a big day. I want to make sure everybody is heard who wants to get on. Clayvon, though, has become a staple of this show. So I wanted to make sure we got him in. 877-520-1150. Christopher in LA was on hold, and he got cut in half by Clayvon there. But if you call in now, you get full time. I promise. I ain't got nowhere to go because my gym closes at 7. So I'll get that. I'll probably do a half marathon tomorrow. Because today I was bad. And I got to lean out before this playoff series. I got to get in better shape too. And you're going up against Denver. It's playoffs. It's time to live right. It's time to do this the right way. Get that optimum nutrition and the right state of mind. Somebody's saying Clayvon is talking Straight physics. Clippers will cut through teams in half like a ship cuts through the waves. I mean, he said it. I got it right here.
You don't want to get hit by no clipper because it's going to cut your ass in half. You don't want to get hit by no clipper because it's going to cut your ass in half.
That was the first time he said it a few days ago when he said this.
We are divine opportunists.
Divine opportunists. I do want to hear some post-game audio, but I want to play something for you. I played it the other day, but never been more appropriate than right now to hear again from the guys at Media Day. This was, 8 months ago? Them coming in with that underdog mentality, with everyone doubting them, with everybody saying that, oh, this Clippers team, they're going to finish as a bottom 4, bottom 5 team in the Western Conference. Starting with James Harden on Media Day.
I love everything that we're doing. You know, a lot of outsiders or people that are analysts or whatever you want to call them don't really have high expectations for us, but we have high expectations for ourselves. And me individually, I've never missed the playoffs my entire career. So I feel like that our entire team, we got a lot to prove. You know, for me, like as a leader, there's been a lot of situations where teams where we quote unquote wasn't good enough, but we made people believe in us. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is another opportunity for we got a lot of guys in this locker room that's on that mindset. So
Yeah.
They made Clipper Nation believe this
as a
season.
leader, there's been a lot of situations where teams where we quote unquote wasn't good enough, but we made people believe in us. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is another opportunity for we got a lot of guys in this locker room that's on that mindset. So
Yeah, and outlets like the
Norm
write us off because we don't have PG anymore and losing Russ, so it's like we're 12th or something, which is crazy to me. But I think that's what happens. You know, you lose a guy like PG, and then everything goes up in flames. But I've been on a team where we lose a superstar guy after coming off a championship, and we're still top 5 in the East. When
all the
Terrence Mann
finish wherever in the West, might not make playing, whatever is all BS because we're all competitors and we're ready to go, and we see this stuff, so we're hungry, and that's a scary team when everyone's hungry like that. We got a lot of people who want to prove people wrong.
Nico,
for the first time in a couple of years, I don't think people expect anything from the Clippers, so that can be good as well for us to be in that position to surprise and shock people. So yeah, it's exciting to be in that place for sure.
I love everything that we're doing. You know, a lot.
They tried to tell you all before the season. They said what was going to happen. And this was with the thinking that, Kawhi will play 50 games. Coach Lou said at one point who this team and when they expected Kawhi Leonard to come back. And he was also expecting him to come back sooner. It didn't happen. It didn't matter. They still got 37 games from Kawhi and won 50 games this season with just 37 games from their best player. James Harden turned into their best player this regular season. He was the most impactful guy on this team consistently. Incredible. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I will. Let's see. What can I play for you? Well, I head to the bathroom. I don't want to play something I got to come back and listen to here in a second. What can I play for you? What do I got? I'll play this. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers talks the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts. Clippers.
This is Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers Talk's the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts.
Clippers.
Now, I'm a bad person, and I kept the receipts and a few bookmarks. And yeah, there were some people out there that were hating before the season, that didn't see the vision, that didn't understand what this Clippers team was trying to do. Who's this guy? Oh, I think he was a Russ stan that was coming after me all the time. Sub-Zero. PG left the Clippers, and y'all fan base took a massive hit. LOL. Oh, and y'all not going to make the playoffs. Never again, too. PG will. So, yeah. Thanks, Clippers, for letting PG go. Now I don't have to watch weak-ass Zubats drop every pass ball. Oof. Oof. That's a big oof. That's a big oof right there. That is rough. People in the comment section need an update, little bro. Hey, come outside. Let's talk. You want to talk about it? I didn't forget. I did not forget about that one. How's that aging right now? Who's this guy? 6'9". Look, I know you're horny to see a full season of James Harden on your roster. No guarantee, but don't act like you know the new additions. See, I was talking about Derrick Jones Jr. And how good he had looked. Okay. By November, you're going to have no Kawhi or James. Poo-poo you. Have fun covering another year of Terrence Mann as your most played Clipper. So, I wrote that one down. This is too fun. Somebody said Militant Mind. Now, I like Militant Mind. But he said, I hate to say this, but Kawhi looks washed on February 20th. I said, heard this before. He said, really hope I'm wrong. He was. And then I reposted the underdog mentality clip that I played for you guys. At FollowAutomay, if you want to get to me on X. Jermaine said, this team is legitimately a title contender, notwithstanding the complete great seasons of the Thunder, Cavs, and Celtics. Yes. This Clippers team can beat all of those teams in a 7-game series. Not as a fan? What do you mean not as a fan? You're not a fan, or? That Sub-Zero tweet is just an all-timer. I can't get enough of that one. If you guys want me to keep going, you're going to need to call in. If you want me to keep going, on the day where the Clippers clinch the 5th spot in the West, last day of the regular season, win it overtime, and make it 50 wins this season, you're going to have to call in. 877-520-1150. Let's hear from Kawhi Leonard postgame.
You've been a part of some pretty significant games in your career. Some pretty significant games in your career.
Right.
Where does that one kind of stack up as far as the intensity, what was on the line and everything?
It was a great one. It was the one that put us in the playoffs. I think I went through this before, like 2015. Something like a little similar.
Wait a second. 2015. He's talking about the very end of the season where the San Antonio Spurs ended up the 3-6 matchup against the Clippers. They were the 6, Clippers were the 3. That's 2015.
We won 55 games and we went to the 6th seed.
Yep.
But the last game, if we'd have won, we went to, I think, the 2nd seed or 3rd seed. So,
hey, Kawhi, don't forget.
Similarities right there. And, tonight I was able to get the win. Last one I lost, so I'm happy.
You guys were down 12 in that second quarter. What allowed y'all to kind of get control, or not even get control, but get back into the game to give yourself a chance in that second quarter?
Man, down 12 in the second quarter. Of course, Law Murray asking the right question. The game could have gotten away from them right then. It didn't look good, guys. They were down by a score of 37-25 in the second quarter. They had gone over 6 minutes without a field goal. And Kawhi immediately hit a three-pointer right after they went down 12. Big, big shot. Bogey made a 3-2. That was big to get him to within 8. This really was a turning point. Now, they went down 11 after Buddy Hield hit a three-pointer. Kawhi, layup. Buddy Hield, layup. Avisa Zubats, dunk. Chris Dunn, three-pointer. Zoo Hook, 4-point game. From, let's see, they're down 12 at the 9:41 mark. They got it down to 4 about 4 minutes later. They cut into that lead, but here was Kawhi on that sequence.
We start getting our spacing right. Golden State did a great job defensively, crowding the paint and, making us get turnovers. And we were able to stop that and get some looks at the rim.
That you're able to get to this point after last year, like now that you're in it, like how does it feel to have that accomplishment of being, getting your team into the playoffs this year?
It's great. Now you got to stay the course and be able to feel how I'm feeling now and try to keep that moving. Like I said, I want to have a healthy offseason. And, that's what I'm striving for.
One of the things that's Kawhi is all about having a healthy offseason. That would mean he finishes this season healthy.
I talked about just on a personal level how happy he was for you knowing that you have been patient enough to trust the process with your rehab and coming back to have a game like tonight where you played 47 minutes and compete the way that you did. Just how good did that feel knowing what this process has been like?
It felt good. I'm happy that I had a great organization behind me to allow me to, get healthy and know exactly what I needed to do. Them letting me reach out to, outside sources and, combining together and collabing. And like I said, it's not over yet. We still got playoff series to try to win. And just want to keep going from there, like I said, and just, have a good playoffs, have a healthy offseason, and just keep going.
What does it mean for this group to be in the playoffs, considering a few people thought this could happen? Paul's going, you're out for a while. I guess he's out because he's dealing with his health.
I never thought of it that way, but I'm happy that we're in it.
Wait, I want to hear this again.
A few people thought this could happen. Paul's going, you're out for a while. I guess he's out because he's dealing with his health.
I never thought of it that way, but I'm happy that we're in it. The last 3 weeks, I felt like we've been in a playoff mindset or environment, and we had to really win every game to get to this point. I don't know what our record was, but I think we lost 2 games in the last 3 weeks or something like that.
They've won 18 of their last 21 games at the end of the season. Never been hotter entering the postseason.
And I'm happy and proud that we were able to fight and, get into the playoffs without the play.
Well, when you look at this team, if I told you that you guys got 50 wins at the start of the year, what would you have said?
Me personally, I have confidence in this. You know what I mean? I didn't come into the year saying that we're not making the playoffs or this group isn't good enough to get in the playoffs. So, and then number one, the coaching staff and front office had the confidence early, and whenever they trust something, we all got to trust and believe. So, when we're healthy, I think we're a pretty good team.
Steph had his 36 points, 38 points, but he also had 8 turnovers. I think Chris did a pretty phenomenal job on him. What can you say about just the job that he did today?
What did Steph do?
I think he had like 36 or 38 points, but he also had 8 turnovers, 8 of their 15 turnovers. Just what can you say about the job that Chris did?
Chris been great all year. I for sure think he should be on the all defensive team.
Unfortunately, he didn't play enough games, didn't have enough games, a certain amount of minutes for the all-defensive team. But obviously, he's been playing at that high of a level.
Night in, night out, he's guarding the best players and slowing them down. And, you know what I mean? And, some nights they make shots, but he's doing it. I'll be surprised if he's not on one. Maybe he don't play enough minutes, or
Oh, Kawhi knows.
He actually didn't qualify.
oh, why not?
Not enough minutes.
Oh,
Not
shit.
enough
What is
20-minute
it?
games.
20 minutes.
I think he's like 50. Not enough minutes.
Oh,
Not
shit.
enough
What is
20-minute
it?
games.
God, I love Kawhi. God, I love Kawhi. Oh, that's not what he said, Mark Jag. Context, my guy. I've been over this. First of all, Mark Jag needs to take an L. This guy, Mark came in here earlier today and was like, Jimmy Butler's like a little bit better of an offensive Draymond. Jimmy Butler had 30 in the game. I kept telling you, you're like, he's only scored 20 points 2 times since he became a Golden State Warrior. He went 12 of 20 and had his 30 points. Oh, come on.
He actually didn't qualify.
Oh, why not?
Not enough minutes.
Oh, shit.
Not enough
What is
20-minute
it?
games.
20 minutes.
I think he's like 55 games of 20 minutes.
Oh,
I think he's a little short of that.
Oh, that sucks.
Okay. All right. I got a new soundbite from Kawhi. That sucks. That's the new one here. I'm about to record this.
20 minutes? I think he's a little short of that.
Oh, that sucks. But I guess.
Oh, this is good. I needed this. Oh, that's the new one here. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hold up. I think I gotta record this again. I need this soundbite from Kawhi. I need it.
20 minutes.
I think he's like 55 games of 20 minutes. I think he's a little short of that.
Oh, that sucks. But I guess, yeah, I mean, like I said, he's been great all year. He's going to only get better. And, yeah, I like having him on the team.
How impressed were you by James, especially in the overtime when the guys needed someone to step into that void?
I mean, that's who he is. He's been doing it all year, his whole career. And tonight he did it again. And, you know, just got to watch him play. Definitely a motivation for everybody on our team and, you know, people that's watching.
Your ability to make big plays defensively. I think the last Warriors possession of regulation, I think you got the steal. Steph was trying to make a play. Like, what were you trying to see on that play? Like, how do you feel like you progressed your game defensively?
How did I progress to the game defensively? I mean, I thought I played pretty well all game. At that point, you know, I think you got trapped or got baseline, so I'm just trying to see where the ball is and use my instincts and get it still.
You guys saw a lot of preparation ahead of you for Denver, but what are your early thoughts on that matchup in that series?
I'm just enjoying this win tonight. Glad we got.
Yeah, I didn't think Kawhi was going to answer that one. Oh, I love what I got here.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love these Kawhi sound bites.
That sucks.
They isolated here.
That sucks. That sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, this one is going to be useful.
That sucks.
All right, we got some more post-game audio for you guys, but if you want to call in, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. I want to hear from Coach Lou post-game.
I did.
First off, no, I just want to thank for our coaching staff. Like, our coaching staff this year has done a hell of a job. You know, like I said, JBG having time away, you know, myself having time away, and all these guys, you know, from player development to B. Shaw to BLC, Dante, all these guys held it down until we was able to get right. And so without our coaching staff, like I said, we wouldn't be here today, and a lot of appreciation for them. All right, BT, I'm sorry.
What does it mean to this team, this franchise, to be in the playoffs when the season started? No one knew, but everyone thought, no, Kawhi's out, no PG, new faces. Maybe you are a play-in team, but you're in the playoffs now.
All right, we got somebody calling in. If you call in, I'll get to you. We'll get it back to Coach Lou. That's on demand. But I don't want to lose somebody from the 949 here. Who do we got in the 949? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's up? This is Jeffrey. I have a 949 number, but I actually live in Phoenix.
Ooh, how things going there? Is everything all right with the Suns, or?
Well, Suns fans are pretty depressed. I'm not going to lie. I work with a lot of them, but I try not to get too down on them or try to bully them too much.
Oh, I'll shut up then. Because they definitely wouldn't do that to the Clippers. It's all in good fun. It's sports. But, oh, my goodness. I don't know how you explain away a year like this with Phoenix. That was unbelievable. But anyways, Jeffrey it was?
Yes, that's my name, correct.
Jeffrey, what do you got to say about this Clippers season, the win today, going up against Denver?
Oh, my God. So first of all, I want to start off with the quote at the beginning of the season from Norm Powell, addition by subtraction. You know, I know he got a lot of hate from that quote, but, man, I mean, it seems like, you know, that quote seemed to age pretty well, didn't it?
Yes, it did. It was prophetic. Prescient.
For sure. He had a great year, and, man, I'm just happy to be in the playoffs. You know, most people they said we wouldn't be here or even close, but I'm excited for the matchup. It's going to be tough. I'm scared of Jokic, but I think we have a decent shot.
I think they do. I saw the odds have them as like a plus 120 or something like that. So if you bet 100, you make 120. So it may get close to a pick'em type of series here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Jokic being the MVP and the Finals MVP in the past, he's the thing that scares me the most. But I think our team is probably the more complete team. I'm definitely not sleeping on them. I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk by any means. It could be probably 6 or 7 games.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you, Jeffrey.
I'm very excited to watch, no doubt about that. And I'm very just proud of my team this year. I love the additions we made in the offseason. Chris Dunn, Derek Jones Jr., Bogdan Bogdanovic in the middle of the season. Our GM deserves a lot of credit, and we had a great year, and I'm definitely just proud of our guys.
Yeah, Lawrence Frank deserves a ton of credit. I don't know if some people were giving it to him, even at the trade deadline. Some people were like, oh, we shouldn't have traded for Bogey and all these things. Like, what? He cooked. He got Bogey and 3 seconds. I love Terrence Mann forever, but that was the right move. Jeffrey, anything else?
No, I mean, you know, just super excited and ready to get to the playoffs, man.
Let's go. Jeffrey, make sure to be a frequent member here on Clippers Talk. Appreciate you calling in.
Will do. Yeah, have a good one, man. Go Clippers.
Go Clippers. We got somebody from the 909. Somebody from the 424 called in and then dropped off. Just if I throw you on hold, just wait. I'll get to you. We got somebody from the 909 here. What do you want to say here on Clippers Talk?
Hello, I'm DD Molly in the chat. I'll be here like on and off.
Wait, what's your name?
DD Mari. I've been in the chat.
DD Mari, I see you here. I see you.
Yeah, it's Damari. I just want to say, like, you know, thank you. You've been keeping my energy up throughout like this season and stuff. And I'm just happy for the Clippers. You know, just super excited. I just have one question. Like, the Jokic is the best player in the world. You know, and like,
oh, I know.
Like, if we lost, like, I don't think we're going to lose the series. I think we'll win in 6. But if we were to lose, would it be like a disappointment or anything in your eyes? Because, you know?
No, I think the Clippers to some degree are playing with house money. They got into a playoff series. They got to be the 5 seed. They got to 50 wins this season. They have given us a ton of memories during this season. We'll never forget it. They've overachieved. They have.
Yeah.
If they play hard and they lose in 6 or 7 games to the best player in the league, there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that.
Yeah.
I know people will still be disappointed, and I feel confident they can win this series, of course. But if Jokic is just that good, there's no shame.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. But yeah, just thank you. I just wanted to check in. Like, you've changed my point of view on a lot of things. I used to think Ty Lue was a bad coach until you said like a bunch of things that opened my eyes. I used to think the GM was a bad person making those trades, but look, you know, it helped us out at the end of the day. Like, it's way better.
Oh, a believer now,
Yeah.
DD Mari. I appreciate you being open to some of those thoughts. Like, I know a lot of people that are going to change their mind about the players on this team, the job the front office did, the head coach. They have done a fabulous job winning 50 games. I mean, I think the over-under was somewhere around 38 coming into this season.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Give everybody their flowers.
Yeah, like I love KPJ's game, but like people don't understand that like his game doesn't fit with the Clippers. Like, you know, like it doesn't fit our system.
I'm not sure it fits winning basketball, to be honest with you. I hope he becomes a player that can be a winning player, and he's had some good games with the Milwaukee Bucks, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a winning brand of basketball. We'll see. I'm not rooting against him or anything like that. We'll see, but I think it was the right move, and I agree with what you said.
Yeah, I think so too. Yep. All right, thank you for taking my call, Adam. It was nice talking to you.
Nice talking with you too, DD Mari, in the chat here, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. More from Coach Lou postgame.
It feels good. You know, it feels good. And I think our group has been playing with a chip on the shoulder all year because of that. And, you know, we just found ways to win. We found ways to win. No matter whose night it was, we kind of just featured that guy, played hard defensively. We competed, and we played together. And so, you know, on nights like this is when it really means something because, like you said, you make it to the playoffs, all the hard work you put in throughout the course of the season is huge when it comes down to this point. And so I'm just proud of our guys, like you said, being counted out and staying the course and playing with that chip on your shoulder all year long.
To your first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I've seen y'all have to clinch this spot before, and to
say it again.
I've seen y'all have to clinch this kind of game before, to go on the road and to do it again. Like that overtime period. Like when did you know that like you had control of this game? Was it not until that Buddy Hield attempt at the end, or like how did you feel about how that overtime went?
I thought we was in pretty good shape when James made those 2 threes to start the overtime.
And that's Steph.
And then Draymond hit a big three to cut it to 3, I think, with 2:12. And so we just had to lock in, you know, defensively and just telling our guys, like, no threes. Like, make them drive to the paint. Zoo's there to clean it up, guarding Gary Payton. And
that's why you got upset with Ivica Zubac there on that late closeout on Draymond that cut it from a 6-point game to a 3-point game in overtime. They had already said no threes, and Dre had already hit 3. To let him take that 3-pointer now.
Hit a big 3 to cut it to 3, I think, with 2:12. And so we just had to lock in, you know, defensively and just telling our guys, like, no threes. Like, make them drive to the paint. Zoo's there to clean it up, guarding Gary Payton. And everybody else stay at home and take away the threes. I thought we did a better job with that going down the stretch.
I asked you before the game about poise. Steph goes and has that fourth quarter to give his team a chance and everything. Like, how did you just kind of reinforce? Like, what were you feeling from the team? Like, I know how you want to project to the team. What were you getting from the team as far as how to control the game, even right down to those last possessions that your team had in regulation?
Don't forget to subscribe to The Athletic for Law Murray. My man's been doing work all season long. He hasn't missed games on the road. Like, he has been so consistent. He's been so necessary for this coverage. He came on with me pregame. He's been coming on with me pregame all season long. He's been coming on Clippers Talk for so long, guys. Just please show our media people, show our reporters the love they deserve, because they've done a great job chronicling this journey and this Clippers story that has unfolded.
Yeah, we got down 12. You know, I just told the guys, stay the course, and we talked about it before the game. We got to take care of the basketball. We can't allow this team to get out in transition, get pick sixes, and get easy baskets in transition. And so we started the game off, like I said, turning the ball over. They was able to capitalize on that.
My keys to victory were taking care of the basketball, because Golden State, the last 30 games, have been averaging 23 points per game off of turnovers. Guess what they got in this game? 23 points off the Clippers' 16 turnovers. Unfreaking real. I knew it was going to be tough.
And I just told the guys, listen, if we just settle in, no offensive rebounds, take care of the basketball, we're in good shape. All right. Being down 12 is not a lot for us. If we can just do what we're supposed to do what we're capable of doing. And our guys did that, you know.
I love that. Being down 12 is not a lot for us. This team has a belief that they can come back on you.
For the rest of the game, I think we came in and had the lead at halftime by 1, and then just kind of as a back and forth game.
All right, we got somebody calling from the 614 here. 614, what's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clippers Talk.
Hey, my name's Ollie. I'm calling from Melbourne, Australia.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I am not joking.
Well, your accent speaks the truth. What's your name? Was it Ollie?
Ollie, yes.
How do you spell it?
Ollie.
Ollia, calling in from Australia. What means did you use to call in? Is this Skype?
No, just the mobile.
Well, then Sebastian Schweinsteiger has no excuse when he says he can't call in from Canada. Ollie, it is great to have you here on Clippers Talk. This is the furthest anybody's reached out to call in to come on the show. What do you think about this Clippers season, the game today, and how they're going to be facing the Denver Nuggets now in the first round and how that could go?
To be quite honest with you, the start of the season, I was thinking, what's going to happen with this team? As the season went, I was excited. I was excited how it was going with Harden running the show. Then Kawhi came back, and I was thinking, it's looking a little bit rough. But over the past, just after that stint, after the All-Star break, it has been amazing.
Wow. I agree with you. They've won since that 50-point game James Harden had against the Pistons. That was the turning point. That was something was born out of that game because they've won 18 of 21 since then, and they have won 8 straight. Ollie, how do you feel about? First of all, I got to ask you this: how many Clippers fans do we have in Australia? Who else do you know?
Not many. It's a Laker town over here.
Oh, that makes what you're doing even more special. When you say not many, you have some mates who are Clippers fans as well.
We only interact on air.
Say that again.
Outside of that, I've never met them in person.
You've never met anybody else that's a Clippers fan in person in Australia?
Not at all. And a big time fan. I'm talking tattoos all over the body. I'm talking, Lob City, Blake Griffin, going all the way back.
Wow. That is fascinating to me. You got to hit me up on Twitter with some of those tattoos at Follow May. Send me some pictures. I'll give you a retweet because I think you may have a few more friends, a few more members of Clipper Nation, hopefully after this playoff run that'll be joining you there in Australia, that'll be with you. You won't be surrounded by Lakers fans.
I hope so. And with the new Intuit Dome, I think everything's coming together to, get rid of these Lakers fans and start making LA a bit more of a Clipper town.
Let's go, Ollie. Any more comments about this Clippers season or the upcoming matchup against Denver?
I'm looking forward to this matchup. I think it's a good matchup for us. In the past we have had our trouble versus Denver, but this season so far, we've had their number in a lot of games. I believe we lost the last one, but the first 2 we did win. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's exactly correct. And, they played that game the night of the fires in Southern California that a lot of people obviously were focused on that. And it looked like they didn't have it. Even post-game, the guys were like, that was one of those games that probably should have been suspended or canceled because right afterwards games were pushed back. But that hurt them with the tiebreaker. But you can't look back, obviously. And this Clippers team still has a great chance, like you mentioned, against Denver.
Norm went off in those games, so we need a big series from Norm.
Hell yeah. Where specifically in Australia again?
From Melbourne.
Melbourne? Okay.
Yeah.
You say it better. I love the way you say it. Are you what's your name in the chat here?
Probably.
Say it again.
Probably.
Probably?
Yeah.
Probably in the chat. Okay, I see you in there now. Yeah, you said what's the number? Got it. And here you are. This is really cool. We never had anybody call in outside of the US. I haven't even gotten a call. Well, we gotten calls from Hawaii, so that's still within the States. Nobody from Alaska. but this is a treat. Ollie, did I say your name correctly now?
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right. And what do you think of Kawhi entering, this series? Since we haven't played with them, have we played them with Kawhi? That last game we did, right?
Ooh, this is a good question. I was thinking about this earlier, Ollie, and I couldn't remember if the last game against Denver they even had Kawhi. No, I don't believe so because he stayed home because he was worried about his family and his place in the Palisades. So I don't think they had Kawhi for any of the 4 games against the Denver Nuggets this season.
There we go. So Kawhi coming in. Hopefully we've got Batum back and we can be fully healthy through this run. I just hope that we have a healthy run. That's all I care about. Like, give us a chance. Like, we've popped it enough. We've had enough heartbreak. We need to have one healthy playoff run, and that's all we need.
I agree with you. People very far away from you also agree with you. So it's good to have you here in the chat. A lot of people are saying you got plenty of mates now. You got plenty of Clipper Nation support here with you in Australia. But hopefully the fanship is able to grow during this. We're hoping for a long playoff run, of course. Ollie, thanks for calling in all the way from Australia. This is really a treat. I appreciate you.
Yeah, we'll speak again.
Say that one more time.
We'll speak again in the future.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Ollie, thanks again. Really cool. Clipper Nation, somebody calling in. See, I'm glad we've gone 3 hours and 25 minutes now. We had a call from Australia. And yeah, the call may have been a little bit more muffled because he's calling from so far away, but it was successful. That was pretty cool. And probably is his name in the chat here as I put it on the screen, guys. So show him some love. Clipper Nation is ubiquitous. They are everywhere. More from Coach Lou as we continue here. I'll keep going as long as you guys are calling, no matter where you're calling from. But I know it's a special night.
If I was to tell you before the season started, knowing what you knew about how you were going to start, that you would get 50 wins, what would you have said?
I would have said I'll take it. And like I said before, like, a lot to our coaching staff, those guys in the locker room. You don't get to see a lot of them. They don't get a lot of credit, but they mean a lot to me. And how I'm able to get to this point, over the years is just, having great assistant coaches, guys behind the scenes, the video guys. All of us play a key part, in getting to this point. But to get 50 wins, with Kawhi playing, 37 games this year, it's a huge accomplishment. It's a lot for our guys in the locker room. Our players are just staying together, playing with that chip on their shoulder all year long and getting to this point.
I know Steph did what he does. He does this regularly, but I feel like the job that Chris did was just phenomenal, keeping contact with him the entire time, making just life tough for him. What can you say, even though Steph got his, what can you say about the job that Chris did defensively, just making life incredibly tough on him?
Yeah, we put Chris in a bad position. Me, myself personally, just over the game plan, I thought we could have did a better job of when the 5 enters the ball to try to top block so he just can't come off, free, because Draymond and Looney are 2 of the best screen setters in the league. And so I thought in the second half we did a better job adjusting, did a little better trying to get to his body and force him down. But just, letting Steph come off to the ball, that he made us pay tonight. And so we had to adjust that in the second half, and we was a little bit better. But when he gets it going, like you said, he's one of the best in the world. And I've seen it firsthand in the Olympics. I've seen it in the finals. I've seen it, throughout his career. And so when he gets it going, it's hard to stop him. So I'm just glad our guys stuck with it, fought through it, and was able to come up with the win.
All right, we got somebody calling in from the 323. I will prioritize you guys if you call in on this night where the Clippers clinch their 50th victory of the season in Game 82, winning an OT up north against the Golden State Warriors. 323 number. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is David, calling from LA.
Okay, a little bit closer than Ollie from Australia.
Okay.
But
Absolutely,
we appreciate
absolutely.
your call just as much. What's up, David?
Oh, here's what I want to say, and I'll be brief. It's the fact that I was just literally flipping through YouTube right now, and I saw Clippers Live or something like that. So I clicked on it, and I saw that it was an actual call-in show. So
as soon as the number flashed across, I was like, okay, look, I'm just going to call in and say a couple things. Number one, support to everyone who supports the Clippers, whether you are a day one fan or you've been a fan for, just the last couple games. It's all good. That's first and foremost. Second, I would say is this, that the thing that frustrates me is that for the last 2 months, let's say, when the Clippers have been on this run, the media coverage of what the Clippers have been doing has been really muted. And what I mean by that is that no matter who the Clippers have beaten, it seems that all the media covers. And I listen to Bill Simmons. I listen to the ESPN, the various podcasts that they have, and even the Athletic, when they have a daily NBA kind of like an hour or a half hour kind of update, no one gives the Clippers the props. They always will talk about the team that the Clippers beat. They'll focus more on that team than the actual team that actually won the game. You know what I mean? So that frustrates me.
I'll say this. You're not wrong,
go ahead.
but there have been a few members in the media who have come around. Kendrick Perkins has been saying he's their team to come out of the West now. There have been a few people that I think part of it is they just want to look smart and be a contrarian and go against what like Stephen A is saying. So they'll take the Clippers. But there are some more believers out there than there were. A lot of people have been saying for a couple of weeks, look out for the Clippers. That's a dark horse.
Yeah, but I would say I would agree with you there with Kendrick Perkins has come on, but he's been off and on for the last 5 years.
That's
if you
facts.
go back and you could check any YouTube.
Oh, I agree.
Clip
Oh,
from
you don't
like
think I've called him out on Twitter? I have pulled receipts on Kendrick Perkins many times, my friend.
So if you go back to the last 3 or 4 years, he says the same thing around the same time. You can go back to any YouTube, just date a YouTube clip from today's date and just go back to 2000. You go back to 24 to 23 to 22. He'll always just say the Clippers with that master Ty Lue, or all that. He says the same kind of thing where he jumps on and just like, okay, then he'll jump off, but that's fine. But so that's just to shelf Kendrick Perkins, what he says.
No, you're right.
But again, if you listen to I don't want to. I'm drawing a blank right now because I'm just.
Well,
just
look,
in
David.
free thought
Would
right
we
now.
have it any other way? Like this is where it is. Clippers versus the world. Like I don't want some of these people to jump on now. Like I'm sorry, stay on your side. You want to jump on now? Like what's the little red hen fable or whatever where she's cooking the bread and all the other animals don't want to help, but then by the time the bread is done, they all want to eat. It's like no. You weren't here. You weren't here during the hard times.
I'm not even asking people to jump on. My only thing is just give credit where credit is due. You know what I mean?
I'm with that.
That's been my biggest thing is as the team has been getting better and as everyone wrote the Clippers off the beginning of the season, we're just like, oh, why didn't they re-sign Paul George? It's like, have you been watching the team? Those who have watched this team, even let's go back to even during the Doc Rivers phase when Doc was the coach, and the nucleus of the team was pretty much the same. Right when they signed PG and Kawhi, the nucleus of the team has kind of been the same. Zoo's been with the team for I don't know how long, and then even when PG and Kawhi came on board, it's basically the nucleus of the team has been the same. But you've seen, as you've watched the Clippers throughout the years, you could feel like, okay, well, we really didn't need to sign Paul George to the max. Why? Because it wouldn't give the team a lot of flexibility to get the role players that we have. So once PG left, and it was like, oh wow, they're going to be garbage. They're not going to be that great. They're only going to win 30 games or 35 games or whatever people have been. But if you watch the team and how the role players have accepted their roles, and they've really just been in a dogfight. Even look at the game. Here's what I point. What a lot of people don't give the Clippers a lot of credit for. Go back and watch when they played against Cleveland. Not the home game, but when they actually went to Cleveland on the road.
When Norm
On
dropped
the road
34, they almost won. They almost came back late.
Without Kawhi Leonard. So go back and watch. And even when they played against the number one team with OKC at the Clippers Arena, if it wasn't for a blown Zubac foul call that they didn't get, they go to the line, they ice the game. My opinion of what would have happened.
True. But let's be fair about the OKC game. They didn't have Chet. They didn't have J-Dub. If you're gonna say for the other one, the Clippers didn't have Kawhi, you got to admit they didn't have a couple guys too.
You know what? Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I totally forgot about that. So I will give you that. I'll concede that point there. But yeah, man, that's all I've been really, really fighting for. I've been a Clippers fan since '84, since they were playing the sports arena, bro. Ooh. So I go back that far. I could tell you all the coaches we had from Cotton Fitzsimmons all the way up. I can tell you when the team really started to turn the corner, with Vinny Del Negro when he was the coach. And then that's kind of like when the team was really cooking. But then they got rid of Vinny and then brought on Doc and so on and so forth. But I say all that to say this. It's beautiful to watch. What really was totally awesome is if you go online and you look at the Clipper fans that were outside the arena watching the game. You know what I mean? For those who say that LA doesn't have a team, that LA, it's mostly a Lakers town, which I will agree with.
Apparently, it's mostly a Lakers town in Melbourne as well, but I don't like hearing that. But that'll change.
Right, but look how beautiful it is when the Clippers are on the road right now, fighting for whether they're going to be in the playoffs or the play-in. Look online and look at how many people on social media were into it outside watching it at their new arena. That I think was crazy awesome. And I think that won't get any coverage. That won't get any shine. That won't get any of the love. But again, it's a ground movement. If it's a stock and people have just been jumping onto it, I'd say buy.
NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA.
Exactly. So that's basically all I wanted to say. I mean, it's beautiful what you do. Keep up the good work you're doing. Keep, promoting the team. Keep just highlighting, the ups, the downs. Because again, it's a beautiful story. If people are really into good basketball, if people are really into a team that doesn't have a lot of great bells and whistles, but it's a really, really solid team. And I think they can go all the way. I don't fear any team that's in the Western Conference against the Clippers. And again, as a Clipper fan, I say that because, a couple bad calls can go our way during the series and they can be out in the first round. That could happen, but that could happen with any team. But I feel really, really great about the team, the chemistry of this team. I think it's a really, really awesome team to follow. So I'll leave you on that because I'll go on for another hour just ripping. So
I know you've been spitting. You rolling here. We got another. Clay Vaughn's got competition. This is your first time listening to Clippers Talk here, David? This is the first time you found the show?
First time. I've never even heard of you guys before. I literally was I turned on YouTube right now because I was trying to catch some highlights because I stopped. I had to leave and go do something, so I didn't get to see the overtime. So I was trying to find where I could just watch the overtime portion. And your as I was flipping through, yours was like the fifth one in my feed on YouTube here, my Apple TV. And I was like, oh, live. I'm like, what is this about? And then I heard the guy I caught the last little bit of the guy from Australia. And then I was like, wait, this is a call? Are they actually live? And I looked, and then as soon as the number popped up, I was like, just grabbed my phone and then just like, okay, look, let me just contribute my 2 cents into the conversation.
What's your name in the chat? What are you going to be in the chat?
Oh, I don't have anything in the chat like right now. So
Okay.
it's I don't even know if my name is even in the chat or something.
Well, hang with us. I hope you become a consistent listener because I really liked your opinions here.
Thank you, sir. I will. You have my word. I will subscribe to the YouTube channel and I will log into the chat.
Subscribe and like, please. Subscribe and like.
I got you, bro. I got you.
All right, David. Appreciate you, man. Nice talking.
Pleasure.
I believe we got Alfonso and San Dimas here on Clippers Talk. Well, they're rolling in now.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Adam?
Alfonso, how you feeling?
I'm like off the roof, man. My heart's like out of my chest. I'm so pumped up from the Clipper win today.
Yeah, I'm pumped up, and you guys are keeping me going here. We're at 3 hours and 39 minutes post game.
Oh, no, I just noticed that I was off and on doing some errands. You know, daddy daycare, as always, never stops. But what I was talking about, jumping off the guy at the previous call, man, I think I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think this Clipper team is better built and a better team overall, even better than the Lob City team, which should have won a championship, and the PG, the 213 Clippers, which should have won a championship as well. But I think this team built with the defense and how the defensive team started to carry the team in the beginning of the season. Then Kawhi jumped on board, and we brought Bogey and Ben Simmons. I'm like, oh man, everything just like connect the dots. It's just
coming together.
Got together so great. So I think this team can go all the way as well. And not that any first round matchup is the easiest, but I think the Denver is, in my opinion, is the easier matchup out of the top 4 or 5 seeds outside of OKC. But I think OKC is probably the toughest team in the West. But I got confidence in this Clipper team. You know that they could, with the veteran leadership, with Kawhi playing out, Kawhi doing again, top 5 player in the league. I think they could do it, get it done.
I agree with you. Like, I actually think, be careful what you wish for. But out of all the options, I probably would have said, yeah, I guess Denver or Houston are the best 2 options left. They're not good options, but they're probably the best of the worst. So I don't hate this. And then I know people are complaining because, that means you're going to get OKC in the second round. Oh, well, if they can get past the first round, then bring on OKC. If they can beat Nikola Jokic, then sure, then we can talk about that. You can only, path of least resistance is the thing in the playoffs. It matters who you play. But I don't hate this path because that would put the Lakers are on the other side of the bracket. And if there is a battle of LA, it'll be in the Western Conference Finals. How about that, Alfonso?
Yeah, of course, I agree. And then I think the other side of the bracket, I think if Golden State wins the first play-in, I think that side is outside kind of like a little tougher between those 4 teams than OKC. But that's in my opinion. But yeah, I'm trying to be at least 1 playoff game per round, try to be into it, and be rocking with my Clipper stuff and the wall possibly, and I just can't wait. So I think it's great that they get the week off. So for the veteran team, that was a big key.
Oh, for sure. If they had to play another game on Tuesday night, even at Intuit Dome, with Kawhi having to play another 40 minutes, with James Harden having to play another 45 minutes, you could be playing with fire. When it comes to Kawhi, unfortunately, the reality of the situation with that right knee is last season, we didn't know there was anything going on until all of a sudden it just flared up. So it's unpredictable. So the more games you play, the more stress you put on it. I tend to think that's, not necessarily a great thing. That high intensity basketball playing 40 minutes, that probably leaves you more open to a flare up situation. So I didn't want to see them have to play another game to get into a first round matchup at all. You take Denver and you run. You take Denver in a first round matchup where you get a week off beforehand and you run with it and you see what happens. Let the chips fall where they may.
Most definitely. Kawhi and Batum. No one's really talking about Batum. Batum,
yes.
We're going to need him. So that week off, we're heel, baby, Batum, because we're going to need you against Jokic and Gordon. And, of course, OKC, they got a big front court as well. So, we need Batum back. So with that week off, that'll hopefully he'll be back for game 1.
I agree with you. Alfonso's a great phone call. Have you called him before?
Oh, yeah. I called like once before.
I thought so. Okay. I know you sounded familiar. I appreciate you being a loyal listener here and being a part of Clippers Talk. All right.
Yeah, no problem. I'll keep listening on YouTube and
what's your name in the chat?
When I get a
What's
chance.
your name in the chat, Alfonso?
Well, Well, the thing is, like, I usually catch you guys on my phone, but
Okay.
I don't think I could do the chat on my phone. But then I had to use my kid's iPad, and then I was able to jump on there. But then it was registered under my daughter's name or something, and I had to change it to, I think it was Ramos last time. I think you responded. I just put Ramos, my last name.
Okay. So it wasn't like no longer pretty pink unicorn ponies or anything like that from your daughter?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she's like an 8-year-old that's into like Harry Potter. So I don't know what. It's some weird stuff.
Well, you're being a good father and a good Clippers fan. We appreciate you.
All right, man. Thank you.
Be good, Alfonso. 877-520-1150 is the phone number if you want to get on. More from Coach Lou postgame.
So Kawhi has been building towards this all season long. You guys have been patient. I know he's been wanting to play more, but you guys have stayed the course with his development. Just on a personal level, knowing everything that he's been through this year to get to this point, how happy are you for him that he was able to play 47 minutes and perform the way that he did on a night like this?
I'm very happy. Our medical staff did a great job. Maggie Bryant and, Todd Wright, Jason Powell, those guys did a great job of just getting Kawhi to this point where he's healthy, where he's trusted, where he can go out and perform at a high level for 47 minutes and going 13 for 19 for 33 points, 7 assists. Like, that was huge for us. And so I give the medical staff a lot of credit, just being patient, not let Kawhi skip steps, like making sure he checked every box before he came back. And now we're here.
Ty, at least with the media, James is always trying to defer to his teammates, how well they play. But tonight, he was really at his best. What do you say about him and what he's done, not just tonight, but all season long?
He's all-star, all season long, being able to carry the load, be able to make guys better, be able to score the basketball. And then tonight, like you said, playing the whole second half again, to bring us home, was huge. And he likes to compete. He loves to play. But have 39 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds, that just means that, we needed every bit of it to get to this point, and he did it, and he delivered. And he's been doing it all season long. And so, like I said, let's glad we got James on our team.
There was Coach Lou postgame. James Harden is a tank, played the entire second half into OT and had 12 of their 13 points in overtime. Christopher calling in from Los Angeles. Christopher, we missed you earlier. Clavon was rolling. Now it's your turn.
Hello, Adam. Can you hear me?
I got you, Christopher. What do you want to say?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've talked to you. Actually, last Saturday, Sunday, when I saw the Clippers move up to 4 at the time, or 5 after the Warriors lost. I mean, that was just, it caught me off guard. And I am so proud of our team, on making it to the playoffs. And I was dreading them getting into being moved to the play-in, because whenever that game's going to be played, I'm going to be at the Dodger game, so I didn't want to, miss out on anything.
No, I get it. There's competition in LA, but
yeah,
Clippers in the playoffs, it's on.
Yep. Yeah. So, one other thing I was going to ask you, who do you think will be the 7th seed in the West?
Oh, I think Golden State's going to beat Memphis at home. I think Golden State will end up being the Memphis. They'll beat Memphis, and then they'll probably beat Houston, but that will be interesting. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, and really, it's like I like the seed that we got. I really don't fear Denver at all. I think back to that regular season game where I think Zubac had 50, but we lost by 2, I think. But he was able to, keep up with Jokic.
Well, Ivica Zubac, he had a game against Jokic where he had 34 points. It was his career high. That was a couple years ago against Denver. He's always had some of his best games against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Now, since then, he's gone for a new career high, and that happened against the Phoenix Suns in that game. They blew the 23-point lead in where they stopped going to him down the stretch before the Clippers beat the Pistons the next night this season, and James Harden dropped 50. So, yes, Ivica Zubac has always got up for the matchup against Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
All right.
And just like, I was thinking you mentioned this before, but I kind of hated the Clippers having to play that third game in Denver.
The fourth game.
Back during the tournament. Yeah.
No, that
So
I knew that was going to come back to haunt him somehow. I didn't know how, but unfortunately, that was the difference between them having home court and the Denver Nuggets having home court now. Anything else,
Yeah.
Christopher?
So yeah, just wondering if next season, if the league will do us a favor if we have to play Denver 4 times, that they'll give us 3 home games against them.
All right, Christopher, I like it. Let's just hope that they end up taking away home court advantage within the first 2 games in Denver. Got to get a victory there to start things off.
I think that's a real possibility.
Oh, yeah. Christopher, good
Yeah.
phone call as always. Thanks for calling in again, my friend.
Okay, you're welcome, man. Have a good evening.
You too. We got somebody from the 858 calling in before we get to somebody from the 909. 858 number. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yo, Adam. Can you hear me?
I got you. Who's this?
It's Christian Abuan from the chat.
Christian on a Sunday calling in after the Clippers do what they did.
What up?
Oh, how you
I just
feeling?
want to congratulate you, man.
I didn't do anything.
Thanks for like a good season. No, you've been covering the Clips since like before preseason. I've been watching you on the YouTube and stuff. But yeah, it's been great.
I appreciate that, man. How about this Clippers team getting a victory like that, getting to 50 wins in the way they did? They get 37 games from Kawhi, and they still get to 50 wins. Just incredible.
Dude, yeah, it feels great. Kawhi's healthy. I'm really happy for James Harden though. Like he made the playoffs again, and like just watching him from the beginning of the season, just like struggle with the team, and like sometimes he wasn't so clutch, and like sometimes he is, and it's fucking great.
I can hear in your voice you really mean it. No, I couldn't be happier for James too. I mean, nobody was better than James Harden in this ball game. In a game with Jimmy Butler, with Steph Curry, with Kawhi Leonard, James Harden was the best player on the floor. Period.
Oh man, yeah, it's cool. This year's been crazy. Like it's almost feels like a pivotal year. As far as like the older players like LeBron and Steph Curry, and like it's like a changing of the guard almost.
Or the last gasp from some of those players. which means like there's a sense of urgency. Those guys are still trying to win a ring or one more ring.
Yeah. So true. Hey,
I agree with you.
I hear like some people. I remember at the beginning of the season, people were saying like, James Harden and Kawhi were like the worst duo ever. But in my opinion, they're kind of like the best duo. They like really complement each other, don't you think?
I agree. My guy BJ Matthews was saying otherwise. I don't know why, but I think they complement each other very well, especially in high stakes basketball like today.
Oh yeah.
Like this
and even
is
like personality wise, right?
Oh, well, apparently they get
like-
along so well they hang out off the court too. Like they're boys. But what's good about that is they have said they don't have to pardon the language, pussyfoot around anything. They can be very blunt, very frank when they talk to one another about what they need from one another out there on the court, and they have that level of respect, and they're close enough to be able to have those hard conversations in the moment and move right past it and adjust. I love that.
Oh man, I wish we could hear that, like James Harden mic'd or something, or like Kawhi mic would be the greatest during the game.
You're not going to get a lot. A lot of board man gets paid. Like, come on, Apple time. Yeah, you're not going to pick up a lot, but no, I agree with you. Like, I do think that would be fascinating. And Kawhi, I joke. Kawhi is very vocal on the court. Actually, I think that is a misunderstanding people have about him.
No, yeah, well, like when he's getting fouled, you can hear him on TV too. Like I think you could hear Zoo the loudest, and like Kawhi getting fouled. And one.
No, that's a pretty good impersonation there. Yeah, Kawhi will let you know. He's sometimes, he's very vocal when he's asking for a call, and he hasn't got.
But yeah, I just wanted to call in and thank you for the great season. Like we've been through a lot, since the beginning of the opening of Intuit Dome, the fires, like Kawhi coming back. Like there's just so much drama, it seems.
Yeah, it's been a saga. It's been a heck of a year, and it's not over. And hopefully, the best is yet to come with this team. And it's a good time to be excited about Clippers basketball and to have that distraction out there. When I hear you bring up the fires, it's like we're still dealing with all this, the fallout. It's not over. My guy Dime Dropper, I'm watching him on, Locked On Clippers, and it's ongoing. Like it's not going to be over for a long time for a lot of people. So we shouldn't forget about that fact, because obviously it affected a lot of people in the basketball community that we know very well. All right.
Oh, that's true.
Everybody affected within Southern California. It affected our city. So being able to use the basketball platform to kind of rally around and help one another, because we know them through this sport, like that's what it's about in the end. But I appreciate the phone call, Christian.
Thanks. Yep.
Who do we got here? J-Dog on hold, but we had a caller from the 909 we got to get to first. 909, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Am I on?
You're on, my friend. What's your name?
Oh, so bad. Yeah, Jesus Laverne.
Jesus.
California.
Well, Christian,
Hey,
and now
first of all,
Jesus calls in. I like it.
There you go. First of all, obviously it's cool. I'm just listening, cleaning up my yard, and I heard the guy say something about Vinny Del Negro, and he said that's when it started happening, and I had to call. Because that's my first memory right there. Obviously, watching Clippers on KTLA, and then I remember that went off, and I was like, I got to call. Definitely was. That was a really great season, and like everybody's saying right now about you, it's really great that you're doing this thing that you're doing, which is like like people are gonna have memories about you going like, hey man, this guy's been doing 82 games every single day. It's amazing. It really is. You're gonna be one of our one of our guys,
I hope so. I'm not going anywhere until the Clippers kick me out. I'm very passionate about this team and this fan base. It means a lot to me because I've always kind of liked the underdogs growing up. I was a Sacramento Kings fan, and I mentioned the Green Ranger analogy all the time with Kawhi Leonard, of course. But that was, I like some of the lesser known people, players, sporting teams, because it means more when this team wins. Like there's an old line. I remember I grew up in the town of Loomis in Northern California, and they said a small town is like a big family. And while this Clippers fan base is growing very rapidly, compared to the Lakers, who have the history, it's different. It's more intimate. Like the relationship with Clipper Nation, it just feels like you're closer with these people because, let's be honest, there aren't as many of us as there are Lakers fans at this point. They have the history. They have the past. We'll see who has the future. And I know Clipper Nation, now that they have their own home with Intuit Dome, it changes everything. But it still feels like sometimes that small town, like a big family with this group. So people a little bit more. It makes it cool. It makes it very special.
You know what? That's really true. Like I said, right now, I'm like about 30 minutes out of LA, downtown LA, and I'm calling in to call. I know you guys did the show on 11:50, but usually it's 5:70.
Right.
And it's crazy that I'm able to get on, and you got so many repeat callers, and it's like you kind of know each other.
Yeah.
Like this is like the third, fourth time I called in. You guys probably don't remember my name or anything like that, but I've heard you guys know the guys. So it really is. It really, really is. And long story short, I think you got the calls. People really, really appreciate it, and it means something.
Well, I appreciate you calling in today, Jesus. Doing a little bit of yard work out there. No carpentry from Jesus on something. No, a little.
No. But like I said,
I
earlier,
mean, because
of Vinny Del Negro.
Jesus was a carpenter. Petros would always say Vinny of the Black to translate Vinny Del Negro, and he got a bad rap. He did good work with the Clippers, so I appreciate you bringing him up.
Oh no, 100%. That's I remember that. Like it's like that's one reason I called. I'm just doing a yard worker here, and the guy was like, "Yeah, that's when they really started going off." And they really did. They really, really did. I remember that. I'm just kind of stuck on stupid on who was on the team. 36. So that was early 2000s. So I was like early teens, mid teens. But yeah,
They
but yeah,
made it
I remember that team.
back-to-back years against the Memphis Grizzlies. They won the first year against them. They lost the second year, and Blake was hurt. And he got let go after that. They made the move for Doc Rivers. But if Blake's not hurt, they might have won that series. I don't think that was on Vinny. And it was curious to me, he never got another head coaching job. And I always wondered about that because I thought, he looked to be one of the better young coaches in the league with some early success with the Clippers. It was kind of a weird thing.
No, definitely. Yeah, and I do remember I think it was him or Dunleavy year right before him that they were like, no, I think that was the
Dunleavy
the
moved
knucklehead-
into the front office.
Knucklehead guys. I
And
think it was a knucklehead year.
that's
so
early
with the,
2000s.
Darius Miles.
Yeah, Vinny
Yeah.
was around there 2010, 2011. We're talking rookie Blake Griffin. And yeah, he was overseeing that group
Yeah,
that
different
when they
guy, yeah.
got CP3, then they went 7 against Memphis in the first round in 2012. They won. And then they lost to them in 6 the next year. And the Clippers were, wouldn't you know, a little bit hurt in that series.
Yeah, no, it's two different times. But yeah, anyways, long story short, great times though.
All right, Jesus, I appreciate you. Be good. I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Thank you.
We'll keep going here. 877-520-1150. J-Dog is online calling into Clippers Talk. What's up, dog?
Well, what's up, Adam?
How you been? How you feeling?
How are you feeling, Adam?
How do you think? There's just no bad, like, I know if somehow they got swept by Denver, that could leave a bad taste in your mouth, but I don't expect that. But
no, not at all.
They've overachieved. They finished strong in the regular season. They've won 50 games. What else can you say about this team? They maximized their potential in the regular season this year and then some. That's all you ask as a fan. You got to be proud.
And overachieved to the media, right? Or like to the main media, because to us Clips fan, we all kind of figured we were at least minimum gonna be top 8, right? I mean,
I thought
at
they'd
least I did.
finish
I thought-
somewhere. Full disclosure, J-Dog, since you're bringing it up, I said on the high end they're going to be 6th. On the low end they'll be 10th.
I remember that. Yeah.
They were 5th. They were 5th all along.
and I never put it out because I don't like. I've been a Clipper fan for a while, and I believe in like jinxing the team. I don't know why, because I don't know. So
That's a part of being a
I don't
fan.
like to
Some
say-
people do that. I'm not.
Yeah, no.
I'm not a big fan of the jinx or the karma
No,
stuff,
for-
but I know some people do.
No, for sure. It's just from being a Clipper fan for so long. You get accustomed to that. But in the beginning, when I was listening to Clips and Dip and all you guys were talking about the season wins and whatnot. And a lot of people had us at I think FanDuel, where I was talking about earlier with Dime Dropper at Intuit. They had us at 37 wins, I think, in the beginning of the season, 38 wins at most, which is kind of crazy because what the hell with the team we got, it's definitely not.
A lot.
And we ended up at 50.
Look, if James Harden wasn't such a freaking tank,
My God,
if he
don't
wasn't
get me started on
so
him.
available, and think about this, with all the unfortunate injuries and guys having nagging chronic injuries with the Clippers throughout their time, throughout their entire franchise history, you get Mr. Reliable in James Harden, who's missed 3 games this season.
That's crazy.
It's crazy to have a guy that consistent, that healthy, that available as a Clipper. It is really nice to have
And
a guy that you can depend on like that. And that's no shade. They just have had bad injury luck.
Yeah. And it's about Harden too. The disrespect needs to stop. I know you say too, you always listen to BJ Pull-Up podcast, but
I love BJ and I love the Pull Up
I love his
podcast, but
take
it is an
sometimes,
absolute
yeah.
echo chamber for James Harden hate, for Coach Lou hate.
No, that thing. I got on it. I got on it yesterday, and they were trying to say that James Harden is going to be the reason why we don't make the playoffs or why we don't go far in the playoffs. I'm like, come on, guys. we're on the verge of getting into the playoffs. And
this was a playoff game.
This, by the way,
this was a playoff game.
And it's Clipper fans, own Clipper fans saying that, oh yeah, like watch it's gonna be James, but they just hate on James Harden. And they're like, oh, James Harden's gonna cost us the game.
Look,
but
here's what I don't like about that. Here's what I don't like about that. First of all, James Harden, J-Dog, has had his playoff lows. We know this, especially in elimination games. That is a fact. There's no getting around it. He's also had a ton of playoff highs. I mean, he's somebody who's averaged like 26 points per game since he became a number one option in the playoffs. He has had monster playoff games. That series he had in Philly before he came over, where he dropped multiple 40 balls without Joel Embiid there. But then, yes, later in the series, he wasn't as good or he didn't come through. It's like that's who he's been in the playoffs. He's been up and down. But don't act like he hasn't been up. Don't act like he hasn't had huge playoff games. And for the people who just want to kick the can or move the goalpost and say, well, that's great. He's having a great regular season, but let's see what he can do in the playoffs. I don't like that shit.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why I don't like that.
Exactly.
I'll tell you why I don't like it, J-Dog, and I'll let you roll.
What's up?
Because those same people would act like, first of all, they said he doesn't do it against good teams in the playoffs, and he's had multiple big games against good teams, like he just did against the Golden State Warriors, who were one of the hottest teams in the league. Oh, he doesn't do it against good defenses. The Warriors have had the best defense in the league over the last 30 games, and he was the best player on the floor in this game. So then what they do is they move the goalpost to, well, sure, okay, you had a couple good games, whatever, but tell me what you're going to do in the playoffs. And they try to hinge everything off that, because they just don't like him, and they'll wait for any moment where he has a bad game. He was good for them in the playoffs last year. In fact, he was their best player in that playoff series against Dallas overall. He had some low points, but he had some real high points, just like he's always had in the playoffs. So this whole conversation surrounding James Harden, to me, seems very disingenuous and seems very biased. And for the people who don't like him, they will always try to find something. Sorry, J-Dog, continue.
I agree. No, I agree 1,000,000% with everything you said. And then to offset what you said about him fizzling out towards the end of the series in Philly, he's never, like you said earlier, I think he's never had a running mate like Kawhi. Now he has Kawhi to pick up the slack when he can't get it done in the clutch, when he starts choking in the clutch. But is it odd that I kind of think all this experience, James Harden looks like a different James Harden to me. To me, it looks like, he makes his mistakes, obviously, of course, in the fourth quarter, sometimes, and it happens, right? But to me, some part of me is saying that James Harden, I feel like he's gone through so much situations, clutch situations, reading and breaking down defensive sets, like in half-court setting in the playoffs. I think he's taken all of that and matured from that, and probably, I don't think I could be wrong, but I think he could avoid a lot of the mistakes he's made in the postseason in the past due to experience and learning. I could be wrong, but
I hope you're right. I hope you're right,
right?
Because I brought it up earlier for a reason. He has someone very stable and consistently next to him in a playoff series in Kawhi Leonard now, like he hasn't had before. He's had good players. He's had good players, but Embiid was banged up. CP3 was very good till he got hurt and couldn't go the last two games of that series against Golden State with KD. Like, if he has a healthy Kawhi, I would argue that he hasn't had a player this good with championship experience like Kawhi to aid him now in a playoff series.
Yep.
And look,
that's why I feel so confident about this run.
I'm with you. I think there's a lot to like here. I think you brought up some good points as always, J-Dog. I know James Harden has had some bad moments. He's not going to be perfect. He's not going to ball out every game and be efficient out there every single playoff game. But when he's not, those people who don't like him prey upon that and jump all over it and act like, oh, that's who he always is. But just like last season in the playoffs for them, he has all those floaters to win them game 4. He has all those floaters to win them game 4. And then he had some down games efficiency-wise. But my point is, don't act like he doesn't have good games too. Don't act like he doesn't have some really stellar, great games too. So he's been up and down, not just down. That's how it should be presented.
I feel like we're going to get the good side of James Harden this postseason. But last thing I wanted to say, Adam, and I see a lot of people hating on him too. Chris Dunn, man, holy shit, bro! I'm a defense guy. I love playing defense when I play basketball. So
Same.
I was just looking at Chris Dunn on the perimeter on Curry.
Dude.
And a lot of people are not going to credit him for making him uncomfortable in a lot of those plays and a lot of those shots he tried to take up. That was all Chris Dunn. I don't care what no one says. Chris Dunn locked up Steph Curry. I don't care what no one says.
Watch Chris Dunn off ball when his assignment doesn't have the No. I know you do, but I'm telling people, watch in general him off ball when his assignment doesn't have the basketball, and look at all the work that he does. It's otherworldly. And I've been saying this for a while. I've been trying to tell BJ Matthews, yes, as a defensive specialist, he is slightly better than Patrick Beverley, and that's high praise.
Oh, yeah. A lot more mature, too. Doesn't gamble as much, like you said. I believe you said it before. He doesn't gamble as much on stupid plays.
He doesn't.
A little bit more mature. Doesn't make stupid fouls. So. And then I was going to bring up a play that I saw because I'm telling you, I pay attention to him. It was in the second quarter. He provided help defense. He hedged over and provided help defense on I forgot what it was. And he ended up intercepting the ball all the way back under the paint and under the basket. And he was at the top of the key on the perimeter. And that was in a span of 2 seconds, which is kind of crazy because he was just in the perimeter providing help defense. And then he ended up being under the paint, under the rim, intercepting the ball. That's crazy to me.
I think of him like Nightcrawler from the X-Men. If you played the arcade game from '92 from Konami, and his special ability was to just bounce all over the screen and be everywhere at once, that's Chris Dunn.
That's a perfect example. And it's not like Chris Dunn's an athlete, man. You could tell that boy's an athlete.
Yeah, he's a bad boy. You know what, J-Dog, this was a good transition because I want to hear from Chris Dunn post-game. I appreciate you calling in again, as always.
I got you, Adam. I lost my voice today. I didn't do it, but it's all good.
That's one of those good ways to lose your voice.
On that DJ Curry poster, oh my God. Adam, I kid you not, I probably broke a vocal cord when I said my tongue. I kid you not.
I lost it a little bit too.
Jeez. All right, Adam.
All right, J-Dog, be good. From one dog to another, let's hear from Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn post game.
Again, we talked about just the job you did on Steph today. He had 8 turnovers. I know he got his 36 points, but just what did it take throughout his shot making, the incredible fourth quarter he had, to keep going and keep making life incredibly tough on him?
Yeah, I think as a group, I thought we did a good job.
You know how hard that is? You know how deflating it can be when you play great defense and Steph Curry hits shots anyways because there's nothing you can do, and he's the best shooter in NBA history by far. And Chris Dunn just goes, next play up, next play. Coach Lou calls him and DJ as shutdown corners. Well, cornerbacks have to have a next play mentality because you're going to get burned sometimes, but you can't lose confidence. You just got to push through it. Chris Dunn does that.
I think as a group, I thought we did a good job. First half, we kept them, quiet a little bit. And, we knew second half he was going to come out there and rush us and make big time plays and work. But as a group, we just kept on fighting.
What does it mean to have boys as a defender, not just when you go into games, but as you mentioned, Steph getting hot like there, to continue that boys throughout the tough goals?
Yeah, you just have to. These players are too great in this league. Steph and others. You just got to have to keep fighting mentality. Keep trying to make it tough on them. Yeah, I think so. And, just make plays.
It's a rowdy locker room for good reason. The Clippers won a big game.
One of the things we all talk about it, Chuck and Shaq. You went through points in the season where you weren't shooting the ball well, but lately you've had tonight you made some big threes. Just how big has it been to have guys like James, guys like Kawhi continue to instill that belief?
Yeah,
how big is it when you go through shooting slumps to have James and Kawhi still believe in you to knock down those shots? A question from Joey Lynn.
As a group, I think, that's been us all year. We had a lot of ups and downs as a group, but we stayed resilient. We kept on fighting. And one thing about this team, we're going to put the work in. And we believe. Each and every individual believe when they check in. And then we got a good group, from coaching staff to the team to the front office. We all believe, and we just got to keep on fighting.
The belief in this team is unbelievable. All right, I'm getting tired. There's got to be a better way to say that. The belief that this team has is special. It is unique, uncanny.
Games at the start of the year.
We can do it. Country and that organization. That's the goal. We're not going to undersell ourselves.
Ooh, I need to hear that. I need to hear that again.
Country and that organization. That's this team would win 50 games at the start of the year. What would you say?
You believe this team could win 50 games to start the year?
We can do it. Country and that organization. That's the goal. We're not going to undersell ourselves.
When you look ahead to Denver now, I know you guys got a big win. You want to celebrate this, but it's also a pretty big matchup there with the Bull and Jamal. How do you kind of foresee that matchup going? What are some big points you're looking at with that team?
To be honest, I really don't know yet. But we're going, as the coaching staff and as a team, we're going to go over the breakdown of everything. But we just got to be us. When we play our basketball, good things happen.
We just got to be us. When we play our basketball, good things happen.
How do you feel?
That's something. What he just touched upon there is very meaningful. When we got to be us. That's a team that has an identity. They're going against a team that's identity is just, well, Jokic is amazing, but they don't have a defensive identity. They may figure it out. I ain't overlooking Denver. Yeah, Clippers could win 6, so could Denver. But the Clippers' identity, they knew that early on. We're going to be a great defensive team. And that gave them a certain floor, a certain baseline, a certain standard that they were at each and every night. And then if the offense met them, if the offense and the shots were falling before they got Kawhi back and they became a great offense, if shots were falling, you had a chance to win that night. But the defense always kept them in it. And they knew how they wanted to play on that end. And that is what made this season so successful in a lot of ways and getting to 50 wins, knowing who they wanted to be right away.
You're on a playoff team. I know you've been on a playoff team before, but you contributed to this team greater than those previous teams. It's good to get back there, and how does it feel when you look back at the season that it took for you to get back there?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't think, too many people know my story, but, when I was in Atlanta, I didn't play the whole year. I was injured the whole year. They went to the Eastern Conference Final. We had a really great group. This is my first go around. I'm super excited. This is big for me and my family, and I'm, happy to be, having this opportunity with this team.
First real playoff exposure here for Chris Dunn. Somebody's calling in from the 805. 805. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You know who this is, Adam.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I knew
Rousseau.
I knew the Terminator was back with Kawhi. I didn't know he was returning here on Clippers Talk, calling in. I mean, you could have just texted me, bro. Justin Rousseau is calling in. Justin Rousseau, Clippers reporter, is here. Maybe he wants to pick me up because we're at 4 hours and 17 minutes now with your Clippers postgame show. Justin, the floor is yours. What do you want to say about this team?
Actually, I want to talk about the team in a minute, but I actually wanted to commend you on the season that you've had. I don't think people understand the amount of work that you put in on a day-to-day basis and how lucky the Clipper fan base is to have you as an outlet that they can vent to, talk to, go to. Like, the work that you're doing is absolutely incredible. I want to call in and tell you that because every now and then I feel like you don't get told that enough, and I feel like you should tonight on a night like tonight where the Clippers rebounded to come back from down 12 in the first half to end up winning their 50th game of the year, getting a top 5 seed that, coming into the season, most people didn't think was possible. So I wanted to shout you out real quick.
Well, I could say the same to you, brother, because you've been doing big work all season long, making sure to ask the right questions pre-game, post-game, making sure to bring up some of the advanced analytics when Coach Lou is asking you for them. You've been on top of this team for so long, and please, guys, subscribe to Justin Rousseau's Substack for all the great coverage he does for this Clippers team. So, Justin, feelings mutual, my friend, and the fact that you've been coming on with me all season long and going back to the preseason and the offseason, it does mean a lot. I thank you, and I want to congratulate you as well.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's funny because thinking back to the preseason, I remember doing the podcast with you about like what this team could end up being. and look, no one – obviously guys in the locker room believe that this team could do this, okay? Because you have to have that belief if you're a pro athlete at any level. But when we talked, it was like, all right, could they get 43? Could they maybe even get to 45? They got to 50. And I remember when we talked at the All-Star break, you asked me what I think they could do, after the All-Star break. I said, maybe 16-12 gets you in. They went, what was it, 19-9? Like,
sounds right. Even starting off losing 6 of 7.
Yeah. And, this is part of the reason I also called in. Like, I was in Phoenix for that game in early March where I think that loss actually saved their season, as weird as it sounds. Because obviously the next night, James goes into a game in LA against the Pistons, drops 50 in front of Obama. And like, that's the big headline of the night. But I'll never forget being in the visiting press conference room when Ty came to talk, and just how top 3 angriest I've ever seen. I wouldn't even say angry. I would actually say seething. Like, he was so mad. He wasn't even mad. He was just, at that level that people can get to.
Apoplectic.
And yeah. And I remember going in the locker room post game that night and talking to players and asking them if that was the low point of the season, and getting the response I got from Ivica Zubac, where it was like, you could see it on everyone's faces. It was the low point of the season, and the way that they turned it around, it's honestly incredible. Going back, because I keep replaying that night in my mind, like how many different ways the season could have gone. It could have fractured right there, and you're not at this point.
Well, no, I played the audio of you asking guys about this the other night. You asked Kawhi this question post game if it was the turning point. He straight up said yes when he gave you his answer.
Yeah, I think he acknowledged it because, like, that's one thing I appreciate about Kawhi. Kawhi is very literal in a lot of the sense, so he'll just tell you. But also, like, I think guys realized that night something had to change. They couldn't, as Ty says, in terms of Kawhi getting on the floor this year, like, you couldn't skip steps. And I think that night they realized, and that loss made them realize they can't just coast through games no matter what the score is. You have to just, as Ty calls it, play the right way. And I do think that ultimately changed the season for them, because it led to what it led to, and I don't think anyone can really complain about that.
No, there was a reason for a lot of different things. First of all, starting with Paul George wanting the full max. Clippers offered him apparently 3 years, $150. He wouldn't take it. Turned out to be a blessing in disguise. They pivoted. They immediately bring in DJ, then Chris Dunn. Nico Batum comes back. I think the fact that they had to get by for so long without Kawhi Leonard brought this team closer together, and they figured out ways to play and how they had to be on the defensive end, Justin, because I was just talking about it. But this team had an advantage over teams in some ways just by knowing how they had to play each and every night early on this season.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think the fact that they knew who they were, there was no illusion as to the team that they had to be. It was just, look, we're not going to have Kawhi for however long we're going to have him. So this is exactly what we have to do every night. And it's kind of funny because I do think at times it weighed on them to where you could see that they got drained throughout like certain points of the season, at least early on. But, he came back, and I think guys understood that, okay, we're okay without him. So just add him. It's going to take some time, but when all systems are going, we're going to be a good team. That's what they turned into. I mean, they ended up going I forget what the record was without him, but I remember
they were 4 games over 500. I know they were 4 games over 500 before he returned.
Yeah, so they were 26-11 with him, so that's what, 24-21.
Sounds right.
Yeah, I mean, they go 3 games over 500, which, look, if you don't have your best player for half your season and you're at 500, even just a little bit above, you're doing something okay. There's the remnants of a good team in there. And that's what we've seen in this stretch. And we saw at times, even early on when he came back and he wasn't playing full minutes, the remnants of that team, the vision of it was there. Does it mean that they're going to win a title this year? I don't know. Strangers happen, but they got the 50 wins, and that's a huge accomplishment considering everything else. And, it's kind of funny because post-game tonight, I watched the video of it because I wasn't there tonight, but, Ty ended up thanking and actually praising everyone else on the team.
Yep.
He praised James. He praised Kawhi.
Before he answered a question.
Yeah, before he answered the question, he praised the medical staff for getting Kawhi to the point that he's at. But then he also, at the beginning, as you said, he praised his entire coaching staff for the way that they held things together with him missing time, with JVG missing time, all the stuff that happened in flux throughout the season. This has not been a normal season for a team that won 50 games. It's not even just their best player missed half the year. Their coaching staff had people missing chunks of time as well, and you don't really see that leading to this level of success.
Yeah, I mean, they could lose in 6 games to the Denver Nuggets, and I'd be like, yeah, that obviously could totally happen. It's Nikola Jokic. And I would still say this was a successful season. I would. They overachieved, and they maximized their talent. And that's all you can ask for. If they play their hearts out and they lose to Denver, I'm not going to have many regrets. I'm not. I'm going to feel like this team did what they could. And we haven't always felt like that.
Yeah, it's actually interesting, right? Like, this is a Clipper team who probably of any team within, I would say, maybe the last decade, that like on every night you knew what you were going to get out of them. There wasn't an illusion of, oh, well, maybe they have it tonight, maybe they don't. Like, at least with this team, they're trying, their tails off every single night to at least get the job done in some capacity.
And now, and you did the research on this, Justin, and I quoted you when I went through the numbers that you posted. But if you go off of net rating, objectively, this is the hottest they've ever been heading into the playoffs in franchise history, right?
I believe so. I know it's under the tie, under the 5 years with Ty, it's been the best that they've been. And I think the last time they even came close was probably a random dock year early on, like in the first year or two of Chris and Blake. But they're at a role that you don't often see. In fact, I even posted it tonight. They went 18-3 in their final 21 games. There's only 6 teams in the history of the NBA in an 82-game season who did better than 18-3 in their final 21 games. 3 of those teams went on to make the finals, went on to win the finals, excuse me. The other 3 ended up making the conference finals. Now, I say that, and that sounds great. I will preface it by saying there were 3 teams in the NBA who did that. The Clippers were one of them. The Boston Celtics were another. The third is the Oklahoma City Thunder, who could be their second-round opponent.
It's interesting how connected all these things are. Justin Rousseau is our guest, as he called in impromptu after the Clippers win game number 50. They get their 50th win of the season in game 82, I should say, up north at Chase Center in a thriller where the loser would have been in the play-in. You knew after seeing the scores late in the ball game already what their fate would be. They didn't get any help from the Houston Rockets. They didn't get any help from the Utah Jazz. The pressure was on. If they didn't win, they would be in the 7th spot, taking on the Memphis Grizzlies on Tuesday night. I believe that game would have been held. Was there a time where your confidence in this team really wavered in the second half, Justin, where it just felt like, the onslaught from Steph Curry to put him, I think, up by 4 late in the fourth quarter? Like, it was going to be one of those things where you're going to have to tip your cap and say, well, Steph's incredible. He's the greatest shooter ever. And the Clippers played hard, but they ended up losing to a better team tonight.
It's honestly when Steph hits the 3 with 2 minutes to go and they go up 4. Golden State goes up 4 and he does this little shimmy. And you're just, the first stuff that goes through your head is, oh, I've seen this before. And you just know what's going to happen. But then James comes down, gets a layup. They get a turnover in the corner on a shot clock, essentially almost a shot clock violation.
Right.
Officially was a Pajemski travel, but it was going to end up being a shot clock violation. Then they get the zoo dunk out of that. And all of a sudden, you're back to even, and you just need to play from there. And they ended up getting a Steph turnover. I will say this. I think the Warriors greatly mismanaged the end of that game. I don't understand why Draymond took the foul to give at the end of the fourth quarter, because they were going to get the ball back. And granted, Kawhi didn't make the shot. I understand that at the end of the fourth. But also Golden State didn't get an attempt because of that. And then at the end of overtime, they just took too long to foul for some reason, which didn't make sense. But that's also the fine margins of a game like this, where you can sit there and look back in retrospect and say, possibly Golden State wasted 2 golden chances that would have possibly got them a win in what was the most important game in the NBA regular season.
And Draymond trying
and also, isn't that funny, though? You can play 1,229 NBA games, and somehow the 1,230th is the one that matters the most.
Adam Silver, the script was fire this year. Like, oh my goodness, the pen he was using was on fire. They got what they wanted. A bunch of teams wanting to stay out of the play-in competitive basketball at the end of the season, and then the very last game of the year ended up being as dramatic as it possibly could be. Yeah, I totally forgot about how the end of the fourth quarter ended there, because I was going back and I was like, wait a second. Did the Clippers get a miss, a rebound, and then they got that shot for Kawhi? Because there was like a 6-second difference between shot clock and game clock. And then, yeah, he committed that foul. That was, for a guy that obviously thinks of himself as one of the smarter players in NBA history, was that Steve Kerr demanding that? Did he say anything post-game to Draymond about that? Did you hear?
I honestly don't know if he said anything. I kind of read it as Draymond was trying to be physical and trying to possibly swipe at the ball to generate a turnover late in the game. It was basically, he probably knew they had a foul to give, so he could be aggressive.
That makes sense.
And I kind of just think that, I think it was just one of those situations. But also, I mean, you don't want a team to have the last shot specifically, or instead of yourself. So it's kind of interesting to see that play out the way that it did. The other thing is, I kind of also think the Clippers, the best thing that the Clippers had going for them on the last possession for Golden State, where Buddy Hield takes the three after the timeout,
right,
is I think Golden State knew the Clippers
they were going to
foul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I called for it on the radio side. Carlo asked me, like, what are they going to do here? Like, you have to foul. You cannot give up a 3-pointer to the greatest shooter in NBA history. And that play was pretty brilliant because they didn't have a chance to foul.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, Buddy Hield gets a pretty good look at this thing.
Yeah.
And he's been one of the best 3-point shooters over the last half decade, or at least since he came into the league. So, it wasn't like it was – I remember there was the game earlier this year at Into a Dome where Gary Payton II had a chance to win the game with a 3, and he didn't.
Right.
It
when the
wasn't,
Clippers
so it wasn't
had to defend,
Gary Payton.
The Clippers had to defend for a minute and a half.
Yeah, the possession that never ended. But yeah, so it wasn't like Gary Payton was taking the 3 and the Clippers were like, oh, whatever. It's still Buddy Hield, and he had a pretty solid shooting night before that. So it was a great developed play by the Warriors, but I also think it played into the Clippers' hands where I think they knew they couldn't get the ball to Steph going away from the basket, and it kind of led to what it ended up being.
Yeah, and James Harden had 12 of the 13 points in overtime, playing 47 minutes. I can't say enough about the season James Harden had at the age of 35. There have been so many people that were detractors of his heading into the season. There were so many people that were doubting him during the year and looking at, the raw efficiency numbers and like field goal percentage. And it's like, dude, look at true shooting. Like, I don't know what the hell you're thinking there, but it's a little bit antiquated. But regardless, this is an all-time season from a guy at this age, right, Justin?
Yeah, it's got to be up there. I mean, when you're considering what he was working with in terms of not having Kawhi for the first half of the season and what he was able to do, and then you got to see what he looked like, post All-Star break over 28 games. He averages, what was it, 25, 9, and 6? And he shot 44% from the field. I mean, you'll take that out of a guy who is 36 years old, is your primary ball handler, and you're asking him to do a ton.
Yeah, I couldn't be more impressed. He's the MVP this season, but Ivica Zubac does have an argument to me. He does have an argument, but I think I'll give James the slight edge. What say you?
Isn't it funny, though, that there's you can make a case for 3 different types of MVPs, where it's like James for the full season, Zoo for the full season, and then Norm for the pre-All-Star stint where he led them in scoring and on a lot of nights propelled them with 30-point scoring outings.
No, he was great. I would just make the argument he's more dependent on James than James obviously is of him. But Norm, Norman's a huge part of it. All three of those guys are really close to being able to do more than just tread water without Kawhi.
And I do want to say, because I know there's probably going to be people who probably poo-pooed on Norm tonight for like his overall shooting. He was 4 of 13, I believe.
What about that
But you
fourth?
end up looking at the four. Well, I was going to say, you look at the 4 baskets he made, 3 of them tied or gave the Clippers the lead. And not just the heave at the end of the second quarter. As you said, the fourth, 2 of his 3 baskets in the fourth tied or gave the Clippers the lead. And that's important stuff, especially late is when he did his damage. And he did it going to the rim, which, as we have talked about at times, that's his greatest strength to the team. I know people will say his three-point shooting is floor spacing, which is also true, but his ability to get downhill and draw coverage is so good. And you saw that when the Clippers needed a basket and he got downhill, good stuff happened.
Yeah. Norm making quick decisions is when he's at his best. I think that's why he hit that shot at the end of the half. He just didn't have to think about it. He just had to put it up. It wasn't his best, but he saved his best for last. So in looking ahead, and I know we have a week to overanalyze this, but Justin, I do want to get your early thoughts on this matchup against the Denver Nuggets and what you're looking for in this series, because typically playing who I think is still the best player in the league, and Nikola Jokic, even though SGA is going to win the MVP this season, I think Jokic has a case, and I definitely think he's still the best player. Typically, you don't want that matchup. But in this case, I think it was between them and Houston for the top 2 best matchups for the Clippers in a 7-game series in the first round. What do you make of Denver?
I think they're an odd team, and I mean that in a good way for them, for the Nuggets specifically, because they got rid of their coach, and I don't think there's a lot of stuff on kind of what they've really done with David Adelman to where maybe I mean, obviously there's a full season of stuff, and his stuff doesn't differentiate that much from Michael Malone's. But at the end of the day, like, they're still being coached a little bit differently. You know,
Rotations.
different rotations. Yeah. There's new things the team have to get used to in terms of scouting, and also how much do you take out of 3 games at the end of the season after they made the change? Like, it's hard to tell. What I will also say is none of the 4 meetings this year included Kawhi Leonard. He missed the first 3. The fourth one was when the wildfires happened in Southern California, and he had to leave. Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon both missed 1 game, but they also missed the same game. And actually, the Nuggets won that game. But there's just not a lot to take from it. The Nuggets are a very interesting team. They've had an incredible offensive year from Aaron Gordon, who I don't think people have really talked about enough as an offensive weapon for them.
Yeah.
His three-point shooting this year has been fantastic. We know what Michael Porter Jr. can do. I guess the wild card is, what is Jamal Murray like after dealing with what he's been dealing with? But he does get a week off, so maybe that helps. It's going to be a very fascinating series. I'm really interested to see how it goes, because I kind of think people could talk themselves into a wide range of series outcomes in this one, just because we've seen how the Clippers have been lately, but also the Nuggets, still have the best player in the world. And we saw this team, 2 years ago, win a title. So, it's going to be rather interesting to watch unfold. And we can't forget the X factor in this series. It's how much hatred does Russell Westbrook have for the Clippers, and does it matter in a good way or a bad way?
Can you
channel? I don't mean that as like a slight against Westbrook. I just mean like there is a certain revenge factor for him there.
Oh, of course. And typically I would say Russ running on emotions isn't a good thing, especially late game in situations like that. He can be a little bit discombobulated and chaotic out there, but he's going to have high moments too. I know last 5 games in that series last year for the Clippers, he was miserable. He was 8 for 42 against the Dallas Mavericks. But even though it looks like Adelman would play him less, I wouldn't give up on Russell Westbrook having an opportunity to flip a game in that series. I think that's possible if he plays under control a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And there's going to be plenty of players in the series that are like that. Obviously Russ on their side. And then you look at the Clippers, like, what do you get out of Bogdanovich? What do you get out of Derek Jones? How much does Chris Dunn play in certain, settings?
Let me ask you something about Bogey, because what we saw in this game is what worries me about him. Like in the second quarter and late in the first quarter, when they made their run, how they got up by 12, a lot of that was just Jimmy Butler hunting Bogey and them soft switching. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why soft switch there? Because even if it takes time to fight through the screen, Jimmy Butler's not a great outside shooter. Like if he takes that shot because he has an opening, I'm okay with that. Like, are they going to continue with this strategy, you think? Is this just too much of a modern NBA basketball where everybody does it?
I think it's just matchup dependent, perhaps, because we've seen them fight over screens. It also depends on who the guard defender is that has to get over the screen. Like Chris Dunn's going to fight over screens. Derek Jones Jr. is going to fight over screens. Bogey, probably not as much. They also messed up some coverages. Jimmy Butler got a slam dunk, I believe, in the second quarter, primarily just because Bogey didn't ice the screen like Zoo wanted, and you could see them going into the timeout. They had a discussion about it.
He wanted him to force some baseline or sideline.
Well, they wanted to force Jimmy more middle, and Bogey turned his back to the screener rather than turning his front to the screener to push him over the top. This way that, they could kind of corral him with Zoo.
Okay,
when Zoo came up to defend in the middle of the floor and Bogey was facing the wrong way, Jimmy just went right around Bogey and was able to get right to the rim. So like that, miscommunications can happen, like, in every game, no matter how locked in you are. So, I don't know how much to read into that. The interesting thing for me with Bogey is I think he does better with bigger players. And I know it sounds like oxymoronic, I guess, but bigger players who aren't as strong as like a Jimmy Butler is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That don't want to, bigger players that don't necessarily always play to their size.
Right, like Michael Porter Jr. in this series might actually not be a bad matchup defensively for Bogdanovich.
Yeah.
Squarely because he's not going to be overly physical to get you to the rim. He's going to most likely just try to raise up and shoot over you, which doesn't impact Bogdanovich's defensive ability at the point of attack as much.
Yeah, he's not going to bully you and use his size to his advantage. His size to his advantage is him just shooting over the top of you. That's how he uses his size.
What's the other fascinating thing with the series is Denver is a very good three-point shooting team. They just don't take a lot of threes. And I'm curious to see how much the Clippers lean into forcing Denver to take threes, even though they are such a good shooting team.
Yeah, that's always been interesting with them. They kind of bucked the trend when they won their championship. They were efficient, but they still didn't lean into it nearly as much. When you have Jokic, I guess you can get away with that. But
he lets you get away with pretty much a lot of things.
Yeah, it still feels like, are they optimizing things to the best of their abilities? And could that be a slight tweak that they make? Or are they like the Clippers where they want to take the right type of threes?
I mean, it's funny you mention that because I should mention the Clippers and the Nuggets are 28th and 30th respectively in three-point attempts per 100 possessions. So it's not like the Clippers jack up a ton of threes, and they both shoot around the same percentage. I'm not sure how much people realize the Clippers three-point shooting actually progressed in a massive way after the All-Star break.
Well, bro,
they finished at 37.
They're the best three-point shooting team. Yeah, they've shot 43% for the last now 21 games.
Yeah, it kind of helps that you get Kawhi Leonard back, who's not so bad at that department himself.
Here's what I worry about.
Bogdanovich, who can do it,
Tell me the other end of that, because here's what I worry about when I've been talking about. I think it's a little bit fluky that while at the same time that they have been the hottest three-point shooting team in the league, over that exact same span, teams are shooting their worst against the Clippers. Now, it didn't happen in today's game, and they still won, even with the Golden State Warriors being hot from the outside. But, Justin, they've been shooting 10% better from three than their opponents over the span of 21 games.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of variance in that, as we've seen, because remember, before this stretch, when they had their rough stretch of the season, there was like a 12, 13 game stretch where opponents were shooting like 43, 44% on threes against them. So in a lot of ways, that probably normalized. For the season, they're fifth in three-point defense. 35%, which it's hard to say how much of that is them actually shutting other teams' water off versus, some shot variance and also who's taking the shot specifically themselves. I do know that in terms of shot quality, I had someone show me this the other day. In terms of shot quality on average for three-point shooting for the Clippers, they are, I believe, top 5 in the NBA. The last time I looked that I was shown it, they're top 5 in shot quality for three-pointers. So basically, they're getting the shots that they want from the guys that they want to take them. They just have to go in if they get them, essentially. Whereas other teams just don't take enough or, don't take as much as the Clippers, even though the Clippers don't take a lot. So specifically in this case, Denver. I think it's going to come down to, obviously, there's the paint battle between Jokic and Zubac, and then there's the Kawhi factor where we know who's going to guard Kawhi Leonard. The series is not an illusion. It's going to be Aaron Gordon when he starts, and it's going to be Peyton Watson off the bench. Those are going to be the two guys who guard Kawhi Leonard.
I've always thought Aaron Gordon is one of the best defenders on Kawhi in the league. I've always thought that.
He's so good athletically and strength-wise that he's probably one of the very few guys who can stand up to at least a good degree in terms of Kawhi's strength and also get up to contest Kawhi's shots directly after contact. But Peyton Watson's very good as a defender. And so Denver does have two wing defenders against them. The Clippers' key will be, can they get Kawhi, kind of isolated more against the Michael Porter Jr.'s, the Christian Browns, who, while Brown is a solid defender, isn't as big as Kawhi. So, you're trying to work these little pieces around the floor to get the matchups you can exploit. And that's going to be the big key. Also, does Denver have anyone that can guard James is the other thing. Do they put Peyton Watson on James? This series is fascinating there's a lot of matchups where they seem to go hand in hand, obviously Aaron Gordon and Kawhi, Jokic and Zubac, James and Jamal Murray. But there's also do you really want those guys guarding each other all the time? Jokic and Zubac, of course, that makes sense. All the other guys, not so much, right? So it's going to be, I keep saying fascinating and interesting. It is, though, as someone who likes basketball, this is going to be quite an interesting series from that standpoint. And also, who does Kawhi guard? Because if he guards Aaron Gordon, maybe you can allow him to cheat off a little bit more, even though Gordon has been such a good three-point shooter.
That would be my guess. I also think
they need Nico.
I was just about to say, Justin, can they win this series if they don't have Nico 100%?
I think they can, but it would be so much better if they just had him. He fixes a lot of stuff for them bench-wise.
Do you think?
I don't think people understand how much that mid to high 30-year-old man matters for them in a lot of their lineup components.
I've been saying all season long to the people who are like, we never got the power forward. I've been saying to those people, guys, they have it. They have the power forward at home. They have it internally. They can start Nico in a series against certain teams, and I named the Denver Nuggets as one of those teams. I'm not saying he's going to start game one, especially if he's not healthy. Hopefully a week changes everything for him. But, I mean, would you be shocked if, I don't know, not for Dunn, but for Norm, Nico started?
I'd be a little bit shocked because I do think that Norm – I've never felt that Norm's spot in the lineup is ever in question. Maybe I could be wrong.
But what if they're down a game,
I just think that they need Norm's offense so much as not even just scoring. They just need a floor spacer that much that I kind of just think that they will convince themselves they need to rely on him as much as possible. And I don't think they're wrong in that context of we need a third perimeter guy who can second side create if things get wonky.
But what if Norm still looks to be up and down with this play? What if it's the Norm that we have gotten as of late? And I'm not saying it's been horrible. You look at the numbers, guys, he's been shooting 41% his last 14 games from three. It's not that bad, but what if he just seems a little bit inconsistent out there and they're down a game? You think there would be a better chance that they take out Dunn before Norm for Nico?
Probably. And it's funny because Dunn's spot has always been the lightning rod amongst debate, right? It's oh, what's going to happen if teams just don't defend Chris Dunn? And we've seen what the answer to that is you just invent new ways that they have to defend him, especially as a short roller, which we saw a little bit today. And I kind of, it's an interesting conversation. I just don't think they can afford to take Norm out, because while you are adding Nico to the equation, and he is a quick ball mover, the ball doesn't stop with him. He's able to do all these multifaceted things. I think Nico has become such a fulcrum of their second unit, and that he can play with the starters in place of Dunn in like really limited minutes. We've only seen 5 minutes of that lineup this year, by the way, of James, Norm,
I know.
Kawhi, Zoo, and Nico.
You should listen to the show I did where I did a search live while it was happening. I'm like, let's see how many minutes they played. And I just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to try to find that lineup. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's not a lot, you know? So, but they know what they have. They've had him before, so they know what they have. And I think it's going to be that Norm just stays in because he is so valuable to them, even if he's not making shots. Just because of the mere presence he brings. You can't double off of him. You have to close out hard, and he can drive the closeout and get to the rim. There's other factors that make him so playable to what they need. I will say this in terms of Chris Dunn. You know what's wild? And I know you talked about this before. The last 13 games, this includes tonight, the last 13
22
games,
of 48.
he's shooting, yeah, 47% on threes.
Oh, that's higher than I got. I got him at 46.
Yeah,
I'm counting 22 of his last 48.
The last 13 games I have is 22 of 47. It doesn't matter.
We'll trust yours. It's higher.
Yeah, there you go. He's at 47. Bogey's at 47. Kawhi's almost at 46. James is basically 41. And you got Norm at 39. I'm not saying Chris Dunn's going to shoot 47% from three, okay?
No.
I wholly accept that. If he can make 37%, it changes a lot of the dynamics. By the way, since we talked about him, over that stretch, Nico Batum, 57%. Although I think I tweeted out the last game that he played, he made 51 of his last 100 threes.
Seems good. I mean,
Nice to have that guy.
so many guys are peaking at just the right time. It almost seems too good to be true. But do you think
I hope not.
do you think there's anything? I was wondering about this earlier, and I think he's 16-10 in head-to-head matchups, but I don't know how many of those matchups Nikola Jokic was still a young player and on the come-up. Do you think there's something to James Harden being the difference maker in a series against Denver or in games against Denver by the way he plays, with getting him in pick and rolls, with getting Nikola Jokic having to work more on defense?
I remember the last time they played, I ended up tweeting out the statistic. I don't remember what it was. I'm actually looking for the updated version of this right now. But in his career, I just got it. In his career, they played 25 times, all of them regular season. Harden is 16-9 against Jokic. But as you mentioned, some of those are before Jokic became Jokic, essentially. But Harden has the style of basketball where he can hurt Jokic teams because you know that's who he's bringing up into the play. It's as simple as that. So, yeah, I'm really curious to see how Denver opts to defend Harden pick and rolls, especially when Zoo's the screener, because Jokic, for as much as people want to, take shots at his defense, and I perfectly understand that, he's a very smart player to where if you actually watch Denver at times, if a center comes up to screen, not all the time, but sometimes, if a center comes up to screen, Jokic will actually have the other perimeter defender come up to defend it so that he could stay closer to the rim. Yeah. So, they do some elaborate stuff, even if their defense isn't that good right now. So they found ways to kind of mitigate even more of their damage that can be done against them. Conversely, I'm curious what happens with Jokic post-ups. And I know people are going to say just, Zoo one-on-one is fine, but I also think you want to limit the amount of time Jokic is isolated against Zoo to where he can draw fouls or get easy looks. In this series, I know in the past we've kind of had the thing where it's like, well, what would you want to do? Do you want to make Nikola Jokic a passer or do you want to make him a scorer? Because if he's both, that's where you get killed.
Same with Doncic.
In this series, yeah, exactly. In this series, oddly enough, I kind of think you just want to make him a passer.
Because, but what if that makes them take more threes and the efficiency remains with their 3-point shooting on higher volume because he's more of a passer? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the game that would be the thing that I guess gets them out of doing that.
Yeah.
But also, you're not allowing Jokic to get going offensively as a scorer, and maybe on a night in which maybe those guys have an off night or something like that. Because as we've seen, even in the games where they lose, Jokic can drag that team with 50 points to actual competitive, advantages against an opponent where none of his teammates are doing anything. And I will say that should probably scare the Clippers a little bit more than Christian Brown going 3 of 4 from 3 or Aaron Gordon making 4 threes or whatever. Because Jokic getting going and also passing is what's going to kill you.
Yes.
I think they have to decide which one they're going to do. I don't know. Maybe they decide to just play it straight up and just, let themselves deal with whatever happens.
Well, unless Zoo gets in foul trouble, why not just play it straight up? Why double it all? Let's see what Zubats can do against him.
They could. I mean, Zoo hasn't done terribly.
Not done terribly. You've seen the numbers, right? Where coming into this season, in isolation points, in the post, 1-on-1, Jokic was only getting 0.68 points per possession against Zubats, which is like 0.38 better than anybody else, or 0.38 lower. I should
that's
say.
That's from Crumble Jumper, I believe, right?
It was Sport Radar, a graphic. I saved it. This was going into this season. Over the last 5 years, including playoffs, defending Jokic in one-on-one plays in isolation, he was only scoring 0.68 points per possession against Zubats, which is worlds different than the second best guy against Jokic. Now, he's had some good games. Continue, sorry.
And you know what's funny? No, that's fine. Because you know what's funny is I remember talking to Reggie Jackson when he was on the Nuggets, that game where Jokic went like 8 of 30 or whatever. It was a really awful Jokic game where Denver ended up losing by like 1. I want to say that was the game where PJ Tucker defended him at the end, if I'm right.
That game they lost in Denver last year, close. And people were complaining about Ivica Zubats not playing as much, even though I think, PJ actually had a couple decent possessions.
But I remember there was some game last year.
They won the game where they broke up. The pie pick and roll was perfectly defended by Kawhi on Jamal late and Zubats on Jokic. And it was the best they ever played against them. And that was at home, like in December last year.
Yeah, that's right. Was that had to be the bad Jokic game, right?
Jokic had like a 9 for 32 game. It was like his worst game when you account for volume and percentage. He shot 28% in that game. I'm not sure if that's the same one, but yeah.
I talked to Reggie Jackson after that game because he was on Denver, and Reggie and I were having the conversation in the bowels of crypto or Staples, whatever people want to call it. And I remember asking Reggie, like, have you ever seen Jokic like shoot like that before? Because he was so bad, like it was so bad, it was actually like jarring to watch because you never see Jokic shoot like that.
Yeah. He had 2 games last season against Ivica Zubats. That goes into these isolation point per possession numbers. 2 really bad games against him.
Yeah, that's right. He had the second one. I forgot that too. But Reggie tells me that they were in the locker room, the Denver locker room. He goes, basically like, and he tells me they were laughing about it, about how bad he shot. Basically just like wiped it off their shoulder, like whatever. Like we're never going to see him shoot like this again. And that's kind of the crazy thing with Jokic is like he can have that night and you're just like, that is so abnormal for a player like him that you just never expect him to ever shoot like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at numbers from Data Ball, and they have since 2021, which includes regular season and playoffs, per 75 possessions, Zubats guarding Jokic. Jokic has averaged 26.9 points per 75 possessions, which sounds like a lot, but for the Jokic that we're seeing, it's not that much. And he's averaged 7.8 assists per 75 possessions, and 4.3 turnovers. The key number here, only 4 free throw attempts per 75. True shooting percentage is 54.5. Look, if Jokic plays like that in a Clippers series, the Clippers have to feel pretty good.
I mean, he defended him well in the bubble. It was when he was off the court and Jokic just feasted on Montrez.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Well, there's going to be a lot of comparisons this week. I don't know. Can the Clippers get their revenge for what happened then? I know that was Doc.
I will say this.
It's different.
The series has moved from a ballroom to ball arena at this point.
Well done.
And with that, sir, I bid you adieu.
Right.
I'm glad to see you. I pulled it up on the TV on YouTube, and I saw you on there. I was like, he's still on here talking about this? And of course you are, because why wouldn't you be? So I figured I'd give you a call and see how you're doing. I can't wait to see you this week. Well, I guess the following week, maybe.
I'm actually happy not to have to see you this week, because that means they're not playing it into a dome.
So this is a little bit of a personal thing. I will tell you the main reason, and this is very selfish, the main reason I was rooting for a Clipper win tonight. I don't really root for Clipper wins or losses. I root for them to do well because professionally I'm able to cover them longer during the season. Like, that's my whole thing.
Sure.
As a beat reporter, you know. But selfishly, I was like, they need to win this game because Tuesday is my dog's birthday, and I do not want to go to a basketball game on my dog's birthday. I want to celebrate it with my dog. And so when they pulled the game out, I was like, all right, I can actually have Tuesday with the dog, and I can kind of just relax. But I am planning on being in Denver for the first 2 games.
Yes.
So there is that. So if you do go to Denver, on the off chance you go to Denver, I'll see you there. We'll hang out a little bit Mile High and, you know, see how this series unfolds. Look, I will say this about this series. I'm actually very excited for this series because I love watching Jokic play, and I think Denver has a lot of good players. I think Christian Brown's been very slept on by like the basketball public.
Yeah, what's he shooting from 3 this season? I feel like he's at 44% or something.
He could be. You could tell me anything, and I would actually probably end up believing you. I can actually look this up real quick.
Oh, I got it.
And he is 40% coming into today.
Okay. What a bum. No, I'm kidding. He's good. He's having a really good year.
He went all of 1 today, so he's a sub 40% shooter. We'll just call it that. But I don't think people know this about him. He's the best fast break player in the league.
Yeah.
Statistically, he led the league in fast break points this year, which for people who don't know, it broke a streak of 5 straight years that Giannis led the NBA in fast break points, and Christian Brown was the guy who broke the streak. So if the Clippers we know the Clippers are very bad at turnovers and getting back in transition. If they don't take care of the ball and they don't get back in transition, Christian Brown's going to eat them alive. But it's part of my larger point to say is they have good players, and I do think that structurally, these are 2 teams who you look at their bench units and you would probably say, not their strengths. The starters are the strengths. Let those 2 lineups just duke it out over, you know, however long the series goes. And to that point, Adam, I will tell you this. The Clippers starting lineup tonight played 35 minutes.
Oh, that's it?
It's the most they've ever played in the game since I started tracking their lineups.
Holy shit. Oh my God. I knew it was heavy minutes. It was necessary. I didn't know that.
They played 21 on Friday as well.
This is why we couldn't have a play-in game. This is why you could not have another play-in game. Honestly, that stuff adds up. We can't have another game where Kawhi and James Harden are playing 42 minutes plus.
I mean, what was Kawhi guy? 47?
Yeah, and James 48.
That sounds about right. What you saw in the last 2 games, Friday and today, those are the playoff rotations. People just need to get used to them. You're getting Kawhi for 42 minutes, and you're getting James for about the same. James played the entire second half and overtime tonight. He ended up playing like the last 36 minutes.
Yeah.
If you go back to what he did against Sacramento on Friday, he played the last 31 minutes of that game. Like, this is what you're going to see. James is starting. They're not having James on the bench to start 4th quarters anymore. His rest is to start the 2nd quarter, and they're just going to have to figure it out from there. The fascinating thing for me with Ty, And I think he's had a wonderful year. And there's like a contingent of fans who don't think he has, which is very weird to me. But I will say
Call it
this:
casuals, Justin.
I do think he needs to keep 2 of the 4 main guys on the floor at all times. You need to have 2 of James, Norm, Kawhi, and Zoo on the floor at all times. You can't afford to have lineups where Zoo and Norm sit alongside James to start second quarters or possibly even fourth quarter. They just 2 of the 4 have to be on the floor at all times. Specifically, 1 of Kawhi and Zoo have to be on the floor at all times.
I don't disagree, because at least with Kawhi, even if you don't have your traditional big out there in Ivica Zubac, his low man defense is so damn good still.
And you need the rebounding.
Yeah, his rebounding, that's when he knew he was feeling good. Coach Lou said it, but when he's rebounding, he's feeling real good out there. No,
but all right, my friend.
Wait. Just one quick
What's up?
question, because you brought that up about James starting fourth quarters. So what is the fourth quarter lineup? Because it looked like they had worked something out where it was Kawhi leading Simmons, DJ, Bogey, Batum. Who were the other 3 guys next to Harden and Kawhi starting fourth quarters in the playoffs?
I think you're going to end up seeing Bogey, Derek, and
Batum.
So the last 2 games they've been going with Bogey, Derek, and Ben.
Batum.
That's been their starting fourth quarter lineups. Tonight, it actually did okay. They went +3 in about almost 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to start the fourth. Against Sacramento, they were -2 in almost 3 minutes, and then you got to see Zoo came back in for that one. And that's kind of what you're seeing. You see like the slow matriculation of players that come back in at the start of second quarters.
Right.
But in the fourth, I think Ty's just like, you know what? You can't mess. 2 minutes at the beginning of the fourth quarter can kill you. So you're kind of seeing like a little bit of a differentiate. I can't even say the word right now because I'm tired. But like you get to see the difference in his philosophy from the beginning of the second quarters to fourth. So I kind of think those 3 are fine around James and Kawhi. You might end up getting no Ben. You might just get Nico if Nico's back.
That's what I kept saying. I think Nico would be in instead of Ben. I think it's Nico, Bogey, and DJ.
He could be primarily just because the fact that James is already the ball handler and he's on the floor with Bogey, who also handles, and he's on the floor with Kawhi, who also handles. You probably don't need the 4th guy, specifically because Nico rebounds too, and he's very good at the tapping of rebounds. So you might be able to just survive those without Zoo on the floor with Nico there.
Well, because
By
we're
the way,
also
shout out to Ben Simmons. I just want to shout out Ben Simmons. He had the clutch offensive rebound in the fourth quarter to feed it to Bogey.
Wait, I thought it was the feed to DJ for the big
was
dunk.
it DJ? I'm sorry. Yeah, it was DJ. That's right. Yeah.
That was a
that's right, when he
huge
dunked on
play.
Steph, right?
That was a huge play. He scrapped for that.
Yeah.
That was dirty work. I love seeing that. All right. So yeah, the other reason would be, it's not like we're talking about a hypothetical of who they're playing against anymore. We know who they're playing against. So if Jokic ends up playing one of those 45-minute games or 48-minute games, something fucking crazy, and you can't do it with Zubac, at least if you have Batum and Kawhi out there, it's not nothing.
Right. It's not nothing. And you have some actual length that can bother him. Not to say Ben can't do it. I don't want that to sound like what I'm saying.
No, he could be used
Nico's
too.
much more. He can be used. It's just Nico's much more up to speed on what the 5 is required to do in Ty and JVG system. So it'll be interesting to watch. I'm going to plug something real quick because I have a story coming out in the next couple of days, specifically about Ben Simmons.
Let's go.
I did the story about Patty Mills, and that was a full feature that I did, and I ended up loving doing that because Patty is an incredibly fascinating guy. By the way, I hope Patty's feeling well. He didn't go on the trip. Neither did Nico. Patty's been sick for the last few days. He wasn't even at the last couple home games. So there's that. But I'm actually writing a feature on Ben Simmons to where I do think there's this misconception around Ben Simmons, not as a basketball player, but as a person. And I did a series of interviews with him. So I have a story coming out this coming week, specifically about the fact that people just don't know who Ben Simmons is. And I got to know who Ben Simmons is. He's an oddly fascinating individual that I think people, if they actually had the chance to talk to him, they would actually come to like Ben Simmons as the person without even the basketball, kind of factoring into anything.
Well, I think that's great. I think shedding light on a guy who I think has been a little bit misunderstood, that is a much needed story, especially with the audience here on Clippers Talk, because they're obsessed with Ben Simmons.
Put it up, man.
We have a guy here who originally said this, Justin. Listen to this. This is our guy, Clay Vaughn, who will call in and give a pep talk, a motivational speech here. And he said this about Ben Simmons before.
Get out there, Ben, and put that shit up. No, put it up, Ben.
He has wanted Ben
That's
to be
incredible.
more. He's wanted Ben to be more aggressive offensively and have that confidence.
Put that shit up, Ben. Put it up.
So he's got legend because
man.
of that. So we love Ben Simmons
That's
here.
good.
I can't wait to read it.
Yeah,
Subscribe to Justin Russo's Substack, everyone.
I appreciate it, Adam. I hope you have a good night. Everyone have a good night. Sleep well. You don't have to stress anymore. You don't have to worry about a Tuesday game. You don't have to worry about even a Friday game. Just relax. Take a nice couple days. Do whatever you need to do, and then the playoffs begin.
Idle hands, man. What are we gonna do?
You know what? That's what I would advise people. I know there are. So here's the funny part. I know there are reporters who, when the regular season's done, and there's like those couple days before the playoffs begin, because now you get like that week off. I know that there's been reporters who go to like Hawaii for like 3 days because it's like, I just need to decompress real quick. And
let's go to Islands,
And
baby. Let's go to Islands Burgers.
there you go. So it's gonna be a little bit different going to the Mile High City as opposed to Hawaii, but it is what it is at this point. You take what you can get. I will say this too, as a person who's going to the game in Denver, or the first couple games in Denver, I'm just so glad it's not Minnesota. Getting to Minnesota is a pain, and I'm just glad it's not Minnesota.
But go Minnesota against the Lakers,
I hate the Lakers.
No. That is, I think, I will say this too. The NBA probably got lucky with how a lot of this stuff turned out, because Clippers Nuggets has such an interesting and fascinating and enthralling history to it.
But Justin, they wanted the Lakers versus the Warriors badly.
So I'm kind of of two minds about it, which is I think they wanted it, but also they know they're going to draw ratings regardless of who the Lakers play and regardless of who the Warriors play.
That's a good point. And they could still get it in the second round.
Yeah, so if you get Warriors Rockets, people are going to tune in to see the Warriors.
Yeah.
And if you get second round Warriors Lakers, well, ratings are going to go through the roof. So I don't think they're worried about, either way at that point. But I also think they're happy with how a lot of this stuff turned out, because Clippers Nuggets enthralling rivalry, even dating back to, was it 05 or 06 with the Reggie Evans Nuggets at that time, and Elton Brand and Sam Cassell and all them.
06, they took them out in 5.
Yeah.
No, maybe it was 6. It was 5 or 6, but they took them out.
The rare series where the team that won the division didn't have home court in the first round.
Did they change the rule after?
Yeah, because the Nuggets were the 3 seed at that time, if you remember, but they didn't have a better record than the Clippers, who were the 6 seed.
That was.
And then they ended up changing the seeding rules that division winners didn't get locked into seeds,
which is good.
Yeah, which to that point, the Orlando Magic are in the play-in under 500 and won the Southeast Division.
The Southeast Division was fucking trash then. I'm just playing.
It was not good.
I'm trying to stay awake. I'm trying to stay awake here.
You're good, man. But, so you got Clippers Nuggets. You got Lakers Timberwolves, which has the rather, just enthralling ability to have Luka Doncic against Rudy Gobert. But then you got Anthony Edwards, who has the chance to call another LA team old as he goes up against them. So you can't lose there.
Well, I hear he's a future Laker anyways, so he might want to get used to his new surroundings. No, I'm kidding, but that's how it feels.
We can't sit here and say and rule anything out about someone being a future Laker.
Well,
after what we saw
it
this year.
depends where Nico Harrison goes after he inevitably gets. You know what? I'm not gonna. I hope it all works out for Dallas. I hope it does. They can get out of the play-in and whatever.
But I feel so bad for that fan base. I almost said franchise, not the franchise, the fan base.
There is a difference. Yes, the differentiator. Justin Rousseau.
My friend, it's been a blast. I'm glad I was able to give you some happiness on the night after the Clippers did that this afternoon. And I'll talk to you over the next couple of days or something.
I love you, bro. Great work by you
Love you
all
too, buddy.
season long. And be good in Denver. I want to have you on. When you get to Denver, hey, don't be a stranger. Come on. Because I'm not going.
All right, for sure. I can for sure just come on. There's going to be nothing for me to do in Denver other than, you know what's interesting? Actually, here's the thing. There's a Rockies game that weekend that I might try to go to.
But why?
Because
you big Andres
I have not been to
Galarraga
a-
fan?
I have not been to a baseball game in like 4 or 5 years.
Okay. Well,
Actually,
you know,
not
we got
three.
some couple of baseball teams that are pretty close here in Southern California. I mean, there's actually 3 within an hour and a half.
Yeah, but I was an Angels fan, and they lost the one guy. They lost the one guy that I'd followed since he was 18 in Japan,
Sell
and
the
it kind of
team,
rubbed me
Artie.
the wrong way.
Sell the team, Artie.
Yeah, kind of killed it a little bit,
I
Maybe
forgot
Jason
about
buy
that.
The Angels, that'd be nice.
You're an Angels and like you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I've stalked you well. I know what's going on.
Yeah, we don't talk about some of my teams,
You know, ownership is the biggest advantage in sports, and the Lakers or the the Angels don't have any.
No, they do not. But all right, buddy, I'll talk to you later.
All right, be good. There goes Justin Rousseau. How long was he on? 59 minutes here. Somebody's been on hold for 21 minutes. 323. You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Moslin. Kind of doing a marathon thing here.
Adam.
Who's this?
What's the deal, my brother? This is John from the city of Watt.
It's who?
John from the city of Watt.
Oh, John. Have you called him before?
No, this is my first time, brother, but I listen to you after every game, man.
I'm
Wanna
sorry.
Say I appreciate you. You know, it's hard to find a good Clippers podcast, man. You've been holding it down. How many days straight is it now?
191 today, John. We're at day 191.
191. Wow.
And we're
Shout out to Adam, man.
5 hours and 15 minutes in, now 16 minutes in here on this post-game show. John,
Hey,
pick me
man.
up. Let me know there's a reason
man,
that
listen.
I've been going this long. Make it worth it.
Hey, man, because you got dedicated Clipper fans out here listening to you, baby. We need you.
I fucking
Where
love
else
it.
we go get the scoop?
I
Where
love
else
it.
we go get to voice our opinion, man? Come on now. You know it's y'all, Clips and Dip, Dime Dropper. I mean, it ain't too much more of us, you know?
Well, John,
You're going strong for us, man.
You're making the show better already. You got a good phone line. You got a good voice. What do you want to say about this Clippers win today, the playoff series? Anything you want to talk about?
Man, well, look, first of all, I just want to say, man, we got to congratulate ourselves, man. We just had a hell of a season. I mean, we already know what other people thought the expectations were going to be. Me personally, and I don't want to go too far back, but I never was a fan of the Paul George thing. You know what I'm saying? I thought if Kawhi would have just came and dropped himself on that team that we had that took the Warriors to 6, I thought we could have been there. You know what I mean? I think we gave up. I think losing Shea and Gallinari even back then was going to hurt us or whatever. But I'm glad that's finally over. We done dug out this ditch. We got dogs on the team. And I mean, we say it every year, Adam, but it's feeling like it might be our year.
I mean, they've never looked this good heading into the playoffs before. Justin Rousseau just confirmed it. Technically, from
No,
a
that's
net rating
definitely
aspect, they've never been this good heading into a playoff series.
Adam, I mean, what, 8 in a row to end the season? Come on now. You know, that's not how things usually go, but, man, I'm here for it, and I'm loving it.
What do you think of the Denver Nuggets series in particular? How do you feel about the matchup?
You know what, man? I'm gonna just be 100% completely honest, no bias.
it's a toss up, man. It's a straight toss up. You got two great teams. I think we match up well with them. I think Jamal Murray is going to be the X factor for them, bro. We haven't really seen too much Murray, right?
He started the year off slow. It didn't look like he was the same. Then he caught a hot streak, and then he just got injured again, but he has played the last couple games.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, we got the personnel, though. You know, I like Dunn on him. I like mixing it up. I like throwing Ben on him. You know what I mean? Keeping some length on him. Like you say, we got to get Nico back. He's going to be pivotal for this series. We definitely going to need Nico, but I like our chances, man. We got, in my opinion, still the best player on the planet when healthy. So we go see.
I agree with you. I'm with you. I completely agree about Jamal Murray. Like, if he's right, he's somebody who lives for big shots, and that is the problem. You got two of those guys with that team. Jokic hits big shots too.
Exactly. But I'm not worried, man. I haven't been all season. And look, I don't want to be the fan that points out the blunders, but what we get to, 50 wins?
50 wins.
What was the 2 seed? The Rockets, what was their record? How many wins?
Oh no. Let me check.
52, 53?
Because they lost to Denver today. Let me see where they're at.
Well, I mean, they've been tanking for a week, but
they're at 52, John. You're right.
Look, man, that 1 point loss to Portland. What, our second game in Intuit Dome? One. I don't even need all of them, Adam. Just give me one of the 4 losses to Phoenix.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Preferably the one where after we blew the lead, one of my favorite moments.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Shit.
You're gonna have to be more specific because they blew 2 20-point leads against Phoenix this year.
Man, it was one of them, man. Me and my homegirl, we was laughing so hard after the game. We was mad we lost, of course, but Dime Dropper lost his shit. I mean, he went on his page. He wasn't on the Locked On Clippers page, but Dime Dropper went off.
I may have also,
I mean,
but me losing my shit usually happens off camera. I got to keep 1 foot in with my professionalism.
Always. Yeah, man. But look, come on. Those 2 games, the 1 point loss to Minnesota, I mean, everybody feel like they team we could have won that one. But no, like literally. Give me those 3 games. We 53 wins, and we're the 2 seed. So this is a special team right here, Adam. I don't think this is a regular 5 seed. You know what I mean?
I agree with you because they're a 5 seed because their record is injury influenced. They've only had 37 games from Kawhi. What other team is this high up in the standings that have had their best player miss over 45 games? Is that math right?
I mean, come on now. We know, we know the truth, Adam.
This is
I'm
how
looking at
good
them boys across town. They've been having all their players, and I mean, they won how many more games than us?
The
we
Lakers,
had James Harden and some role players.
Hey, you want to know something? Lakers didn't win one more game. They won the exact same amount of games, 50.
Wow. And see, I got a problem with that too, man. We coughed that tiebreaker up to them.
I know.
Although we wouldn't have leapfrogged Denver. That play-in game really screwed us. But, you know, it's the Clippers, man. The NBA go always do something to try to sabotage us.
Clippers versus the world.
Always, forever. We like it that way.
I'm with you, John.
I can't wait.
John, you better be calling in more often. I like your energy.
Hey, man. It's my first time, and it definitely won't be my last, my brother.
Hell yeah. John, appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Adam. Yes, sir, man. You take it easy. Talk to you soon, brother.
Be
Let's
good.
Go Clips.
Let's go Clips. John calling in there from Watts. Watts good. John with a good phone call. All right. I want to go eat. We're at over 5 hours. There's one call left here that I think would close out the night the right way. I believe in this. I believe in this caller. He's been calling in for years. He's got some good energy as well. The vibe is right. I think this is the way we should end this show. Jose and Southgate. Jose, otherwise known as Jay in the chat. You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. What do you have to say, Jose?
Clip gang or don't, baby. Let's go. We're in here, Adam. Man, I just want to say, man, we got Kawhi to the end of the season. Played 47 minutes. Going to give him a week off. First of all, Adam, congrats to you, man. I remember we were been in here since day one when there was only 35 consistent viewers, and now look at you, man. Just keep going. That's why you're here for us. We appreciate you, Adam. I won't keep you too long like Clavon or Rousseau. I just wanted to call because I saw you still on. All right, you know what? I have to call before they kick you out that building. But, no, man, we did it. We did it. Like, I know they're going to be probably bringing up the bubble. We were up 3-1, but like Norman Powell said post-game today, let them keep talking. Let them keep talking, Adam. Brady, you have anything to say?
Let's go Clippers in the playoffs!
Let's go Clippers! Let's go, Adam! Woo!
There goes Jose from Southgate with the little one there. Great way to close out this show. We're at 5 hours and 24 minutes. Ooh, that was strong. Oh no. Carlo Jimenez is in the chat. Oh, Carlo's in here? Big Carlo Jimenez? Look out. Chat, you never know who could pop up. When you're 5.5 hours in, I'm guessing Carlo already flew back from NorCal. Quick 50-minute flight. Carlo had a hell of a call today. You guys want to hear something? I got something for you. Let me get to the folder here. Maybe I'm not done yet. Maybe I'm just getting started. No, I'm petering out. But let's get that second Harden 3 in OT in.
Harden right-handed dribble. The bearded wonder looking for some more magic in a must-win game to get to the playoffs. 5 to shoot. James top of the key with 4. A step back 3. Bottoms. Harden back-to-back bonus distance threes. And the Clippers are up 6. 117-111. 3 minutes to go. What a performance from the bearded one.
Carlo Jimenez there as he's in the chat now. Many doubted we could make it to almost 5.5 hours. Just like many doubted that the Clippers could end up winning 50 games this season. I could use a little bit of rest. I said if they win the championship, I'll go 24 hours straight. I've said that before. It's still on the table. Not too bad, I hope, is in here. I guess I should play it. You know, this Clipper season went...
Not too bad, I hope.
It was...
Not too bad, I hope.
Not too bad at all. And we're not done yet. Not even close.
Yes, sir.
There's work to be done.
Getting strong now.
Work to be done here on Clippers Talk as well. Day 191. Haven't missed a day since October 4th.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
The streak continues tomorrow because these Clippers are dangerous.
You don't want to get hit by no Clipper because it's going to cut your ass in half.
I mean, facts.
You don't want to get hit by no Clipper because it's going to cut your ass in half.
All right, I think we're done here. I'm going to get something to eat, celebrate a little bit more. That's my excuse for getting to eat what I want. I think I'm going to run a half marathon tomorrow on the treadmill. Appreciate you guys in here for rocking with me. Shout out Carlo Jimenez for being in here. We got a date tomorrow night. I got to get ready for that. Got to rest up for that. Proud of this squad. And hopefully they're just getting started. Because some say they might have a Cinderella-like run in them. I mean, we know how good they are. But considering where the media had them, where the odds had them, the over-under of them winning 37.5 games this season, and they won 50, there could still be some doubters out there. So I'll end with this from Clayvon. He always finds a way to end the show. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
That's our Cinderella story. Man, you better go on and pass that glass slipper, because we sliding on the foot of the Clippers. Man, look,